fade from memory. Sounds a bit homo to me.
Why on
Oh
earth?
no, Joseph, they're voting for failure. You better be paying attention. No more burning pizza.
Okay, fine, Lord. What the heck?
Duh.
This is outrageous. May the children rise up in revolt and rebellion against the coming of the night. They shall not go into sleep quietly. They will not
First
go
of all, my lord, for you to insult my integrity and wish doom upon me, I will destroy you.
I'm not afraid of you. You sound like the voice of someone I can't take you on. Come on.
I have to go fight this battle. Wish me luck. Good luck.
I'll chew
Goodbye.
on your ankles. He came out of nowhere.
You have a wonderful rest of your night, Faith.
Oh my days.
Wait, no, I missed. No, goodbye.
Oh, we lost someone.
That's
See,
good.
that's
I'm like laugh crying over here. Power Simulator is a very relaxing game, in my opinion. The sounds of washing are very white noise-like. Agreed. Also, how are you today? Welcome to the server, by the way. If anybody in here is not in the server yet, make sure you do exclamation Discord and join us. Join the Heavenly Legion. Join the shenanigans. Join the chaos. Join the squeaky.
I'm going Oh god, I'm gonna have to redeem this more often. This is way too funny.
I'm laugh crying.
I'm not even gonna bother. That's a Churchill. I can't do anything to that.
Okay, I can't tell if it's... I can't tell how bad it is on y'all's end, but it says that I am dropping a lot of frames right now, and the connection isn't so hot. I don't know how bad it is on y'all's end, but I'm going to probably fight my new ISP, because apparently they're almost as bad, if not worse, than the last ones. And that's impressive. I didn't know you could be worse. Kind of annoyed. Kind of annoyed. But, oh well, it is what it is. It's fine on your end. I mean, if it says that it's fine on your end, like, so long as it's coming through good on y'all's. Maybe it's just my stuff showing some incorrect info. I don't know. It says that we're dropping a ton of frames, but then again, we're also on, like, a static screen. So maybe it's just not noticeable here. Who knows? Who knows? It's hard to say. Also, how is the music? Because it was deafening for me until just now. I turned it down on my end, but I don't know if that did anything for y'all. I don't know how that the volume balance is, but let me know. That being said, we are going to get right into it. We'll get the ball rolling, hop in with our prayer, then get into our Bible reading, and then we should be playing some more Satisfactory today, and watching some videos, because I want to watch videos, and it's what I do whenever I play this game now. Because I can do both. It's wonderful. It's lovely. But, let's get the ball rolling, shall we? Never mind, stream is very laggy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yep, I was afraid of that. I don't get it. I don't get it. Put that thing down there. Must we return to Overcooked 2 soon? Yeah, yeah. Eventually we will. Let me check, make sure I've got everything that I can, like, disconnected from the internet. It seems like I got just about everything disconnected that I can. Should basically just be my computer on the service right now, but who knows. We'll see how bad it is here in a little bit. I'm gonna be real honest. I already have half a mind to call the new ISP and just tell them to pound sand and to that their incompetence is duly noted and that I shall never use AT&T again so long as I draw breath. But we shall see. As so far, they're off to an exceptionally poor start. Like, I thought that Cox was letting me down. Apparently, Cox was the better man than AT&T was. Not that that's setting the bar very high, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, it clears up. It's not going to clear up. I'm watching it like fluctuate, and it just keeps dropping down into abysmally low. And yeah, I'm going to be real honest. I am already highly considering canceling this ISP and telling them that they lied through their teeth, and that I hope that their company burns to the ground and leaves every single last one of them unemployable by anyone with more than a couple of brain cells to rub together. But we shall see. We shall see. Maybe they'll start fixing. Maybe they'll figure it out. Maybe they'll remember how to do the one thing that their company said that they would do for me. You know? But we'll find out. We'll find out. Both are terrible. Yeah, but at least Cox was a bit more consistent. So far, AT&T has proven to have somehow lowered the bar. I didn't think that you could lower the bar below the floor, but AT&T appears to have come in, take one look at the floor, and broke out a shovel and started digging. So I'm rather impressed by it, if anything. But hopefully it'll clear up here a little bit, and we'll get some halfway decent service going forward. That way we can actually maintain the stream. But for now, let's get the ball rolling, shall we? Heavenly Father, we call on you today, and as we do, we ask that you open our hearts and our minds, that you provide us wisdom, guidance, and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is that you intend for us to take from today, whether they be found here in the good word, or they be found in our day-to-day life, in some conversation, some sign that we see, whatever tool it is you choose to teach us today. We just ask that you grant us the wisdom and the insight to make use of that lesson, that we may grow as Christians. We ask that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a place where we can gather with our fellow Christians in your might, where we can refresh and renew ourselves, where we can guard ourselves against those that would mislead us, who would betray us. And we just ask that you grant us that strength that is necessary today, that we may overcome each and every one of our challenges, that we may continue our walk alongside you. We ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. You know what's in our heart. You know our needs better than we do. And we just ask that today you grant us those needs. But above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness. We are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us, and that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. Good Lord, it's dropping down to like a few hundred kilobytes a second. Hold on, let me check something on their app, see if maybe they're like, maybe I'm just being unreasonable and they're suffering an outage, but so far, I have not been impressed in the least. I am displeased greatly so far with your services, AT&T. You are letting me down. You're disappointing me. Not seeing any reports about an outage or anything, so I'm not hearing any excuses for why you're doing it. Your internet looks good. Having issues, we can have. The internet doesn't look good right now. What are you talking about? What are you smoking? This doesn't look good at all. It looks quite atrocious. I'm gonna fight someone. I'm losing my mind, bro. Ay. Okay. Carrying on with our Bible reading, though. So, our verse of the day today, John 3:16, from the King James Version of the Bible. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Now that is always a good one. That is a great one. That is one of my favorite verses. I think that's a lot of people's, though, to be fair. Hard not to love that one. And now, though, for carrying on with the book of Psalms, with Psalm 97, the Lord reigneth, let the earth rejoice, let the multitude of isles be glad thereof. Clouds and darkness are round about him. Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne. A fire goeth before him, and burneth up his enemies round about. His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord. At the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded by all they that serve graven images, and boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard, and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced, because of thy judgments. O Lord, for thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord, hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hands of the wicked. Light is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. Indeed. Now, we shall swap on over. Now we've got this all sorted. Update on the fire from yesterday. It jumped the road, about a 45-foot gap. Managed to save one of the houses. Only 2 burned and 5 cars burned. No one was harmed, and the dogs weren't either. Oh, good. They kept it off all the other homes whenever it jumped the road. That's good. All's well that ends well, I suppose, you know. But, alrighty, so it is now time that we continue on with Satisfactory, and I also have a video about U.S. industrial power coming back, so, you know, seems thematically fitting.
Detroit, once the capital of the American and global automotive industry, In 1960, it was the
Let me
richest
know how
city in
the
the
volume
United
balance
States
is.
and one of the richest metropolises in the world. 50 years later, in 2013, the city was much closer to being called the capital of misery in America's Rust Belt, a metropolis scaring visitors with the highest crime rate in the United States and a frightening unemployment rate of up to 40% of the city's adult population. After more than a decade, however, the city is different. It still doesn't resemble the glory years of the Cold War, but the Detroit of 2024 exudes fresh energy. Today, it is a center of modern industry, rising from ruins, with an unemployment rate of nearly 9%. The new life of Detroit is somewhat
Some of the vehicles
demonstrated by
going to
the
need a,
Reindustrialized
paint job.
2024
I mean,
conference held in
that's
June
not too
this year,
shocking.
which was attended by more than 500 heads of industrial companies from across the United States. The session was opened by the originator and co-organizer of the event, Chris Power, founder and head of industrial automation startup Hadrian. In interviews with the media, Power boasts that he came to the US from Australia in 2019 with only $6,000 in his pocket. However, he believed in the American dream and that the United States needed to rebuild its industry. Barely 4 years have passed, but Hadrian's company has launched 2 factories that produce high-tech products, generating revenue of $20 million per year. Power wouldn't have achieved this
the volume
success
balance?
if investors hadn't previously entrusted him with $9.5 million, convinced by his business plans. He likes to say that in addition to finance and management, he also studied history.
Information.
History repeats itself, in particular the cycle of the rise and fall of empires. Power often stressed in interviews with the media. He also referred to this thesis in his speech at the Reindustrialized conference. He began it with the words,
"We're all here because what we did to ourselves is we gave the farm away in the 80s and 90s, where we traded hard industrial power
Okay.
for financial returns, the same
Wait.
mistake every great empire makes."
Moderator.
These words were
Bud.
listened to attentively by the entrepreneurs, mostly
Yeah,
as
you
young
wait
and
there, bud.
dashing as Hadrian's founder. Power told them about the enormous
then got
cost to
swallowed up by the
Americans
fire
of the stupid
engines and
choices
bulldozers
made by
because of this
politicians
sad day.
at the end of the last century. But he did not descend into pessimism.
The good news is that I still believe that all of us in this room and Americans have what it takes to become an industrial superpower once again.
He mentioned that the US has spent several decades building up the, quote, industrial power of the Chinese Communist Party, and it is time to put an end to that, as a battle is brewing between the 2 superpowers over which will become the globe's largest industrial power. The stakes of this game are enormous.
Because it's this decade that the world is going to decide whether the West remains or declines.
When Power finished his speech, 500 heads and chief executives of industrial companies from across the United States gave him a long ovation. Chris Power and Detroit are the personal and physical manifestations of the change currently taking place in the industrial policy of the United States of America. A change that is expected to reverse decades of negative processes for America that have weakened it and at the same time strengthened its main competitor. This change could most easily be described by the word reindustrialization. After decades of operating on profits generated by the US financial system, but without fundamentally adding value to the product, the elites of the world's greatest superpower are going back to basics. Manufacturing and controlling the production of physical goods. How does this manifest itself? What does it mean? And why might Donald Trump and Joe Biden shake hands on this issue? Let's find out. Welcome to the 20s Report.
Jackie.
If you look at Federal
Aggie.
Reserve economic
Aggie,
data
he's not paying
statistics,
attention.
it's easy to see that in the United States, industrial production
Typical.
since World War II grew with small adjustments continuously until 2008. Yet from the end of the 20th century,
look,
it
there
grew
he
very
is.
slowly, where the global
Ignoring
financial
earlier,
meltdown
huh?
brought a
I
decline
see
not
how it
seen
is,
since
Chunky. It's
1930.
alright, I get it, I
After
understand.
recovering from the crisis,
He
it
doesn't
managed
take
to
his role
return to
very
2008
seriously.
levels,
No surprise,
followed by
no
complete
surprise.
stagnation, which has continued until today. It
Justin.
lasted de facto for the last 20 years. This was the price of globalization, promoted by the United States since the end of the Cold War. Its most essential elements became the removal of tariff barriers in the world to promote free trade, and the relocation of manufacturing companies to the Far East, mainly to China. Symptomatically, the halt in the development of industry in the US coincided with the admission of the Middle Kingdom to the World Trade Organization in 2001, something the Bill Clinton administration was a great advocate of. Soon, China's share of world exports rose from a mere 2% to a significant 15%, with primary exports becoming manufactured goods. This made the communist-ruled state an economic superpower. In just 2 decades, the value of China's manufacturing sector has reached a staggering $4 trillion. This means that more than 28% of the world's industry was located in China. In contrast, the value of the US manufacturing sector stopped at $2.3 trillion, and its share of global industry fell to just over 11%. After falling into stagnation, the last engine of growth in US industry was increased worker productivity, but it too eventually faded. The case of new investments in the industrial sector was very similar. Their amount can be put in just 3 words:
That's a 3-to-1
20 years
ratio,
of
so we need
stagnation.
300
Yet at the end of
limestone. We got
2022,
110
something
so far.
abruptly began to change. Instead of resembling a slow waving sea, as it had been for years, the graph depicting the amount of money invested in the US manufacturing industry suddenly began to behave like an Elon Musk's Starship rocket taking off. Literally, from month to month, investment rose from $60–70 billion per quarter to about $140 billion. Thus, there has been more than a doubling of the index, heralding that change is coming for US industry. The US reindustrialization started to surprise many with the pace of change and its momentum. All it takes is for the US and foreign capital to love the US soil again. A review of FDI, Foreign Direct Investment, in the US conducted by Colliers in 2023 showed that cross-border investment in the US exceeded expectations, noted Forbes magazine in late March 2024. According to a report by consulting firm Colliers, the number of new jobs in the US in 2023, thanks to foreign direct investment, increased by 6% across all industry sectors, while such investments in the US have increased by as much as 65% since 2019. Despite the popular narrative that manufacturing jobs are shifting from the US to Asia, Asian investment in the US remains particularly strong, with South Korea leading the way as a source of FDI. Investment by South Korean companies in US manufacturing increased by 6% in 2023 compared to the previous year, Forbes highlighted. ENG Think analysts tried to determine what this could mean in its report. According to it, industrial production in the United States will grow by 1.5% this year, and by as much as 3% next year. Solid, especially after 2 decades of shuddering in place. Note that this is a sector of the US economy that now directly offers 13 million well-paying jobs. For more than a century, industry and its development were the main driving force behind the growth of the prosperity in the United States, and thus guaranteed the existence of a strong middle class and the very power of the country. When America had to go to war, the manufacturing capacity it had gave it a huge strategic advantage. Therefore, Germany, Japan, or the Soviet Union, in a clash with the US, did not have the slightest chance of ultimate success in the long run, although none of the United States' previous enemies possessed an industry as powerful as China's. The key assets that remain in Washington's hands should not be overlooked. The US gross domestic product is still noticeably larger than China's, and perhaps more importantly, this gap has stopped shrinking and has even begun to widen again. According to the IMF, in 2021, the gap between the competitors was at a record low, China accounted for 75% of US GDP. The problem was that the American rabbit, instead of letting Beijing catch it, began to run away faster and faster. For 3 consecutive years, Chinese GDP was only to grow by $700 billion, while the US GDP was to increase by $5.2 trillion, bringing the proportion above to 64%, and in nominal terms to a bagatelle $10 trillion today. According to the IMF, this gap is expected to remain for at least another 5 years. This is the result of another of America's attributes of power that is holding the keys to the most important keystones of the global system, led by the US dollar, the cost of which, when quote printed, naturally falls on the entire world. Adding an industrial return to its roots, the dormant magnate is awaking.
Milestone reached. Solid biofuel
The industrial
created
breakthrough
from
that
any
is currently
biomass
taking place in
ensures
the US
maximum
economy has
efficiency of
begun to
biomass
raise
burners.
hopes. Not surprisingly,
Today, in
therefore,
biofuel
the US
production,
policymakers
the
want to
chainsaw
turn it
allows
into
for the
political
removal of
gains
tougher
as
wood
soon as
and coral
possible.
foliage.
3 days after Joe
Additionally,
Biden
your pocket
resigned from
dimension
running
has
for
been inflated to
re-election,
increase
an
inventory
extensive
size.
self-promotion article
Inspirational
describing
note.
the
Will
industrial
you be the
progress
Fix-It
made
Employee
under
of
the
the Month?
Biden administration
You
appeared
could
on the
be
White
if you
House
construct,
website.
automate,
The
explode,
document
and
begins
exploit
with the
by
words, quote,
eliminating all
"Since day
obstacles
one,
to
President
efficiency."
Biden and Vice
This
President
isn't just
Harris
fun,
have
it's
worked to make
contractually
Made in
mandated
America
fun,
a
fun,
reality."
fun.
It goes on to find a number of declarations praising the person who is leaving the political scene, Joe Biden, while also promoting Kamala Harris. Quote, "Under President Biden and Vice President Harris, businesses are building factories that will power our economy for years to come. The private sector has committed nearly $900 billion in investments in American manufacturing and our power sector, including sectors central to our industrial strength. Construction of factories has doubled to a record high after falling under the previous administration," the quote fact sheet stressed. The last sentence is an undisguised jab to the nose for Donald Trump, but such are the rules of an election campaign. However, it should be noted here that the US reindustrialization program, called Made in America and boasted by the Biden administration, was a de facto response to Trump's Make America Great Again. By 2015, despite the stagnation in which US industry was finding itself, neither President Barack Obama nor the Democratic Party leaders saw a pressing need to confront the growing problem. Even though the effects of shifting production to China were becoming more acutely felt by citizens. While the US economy recovered quickly from the global financial crisis after 2008, the number of people living in poverty in the US exceeded 46 million in 2011. Never in the history of the United States have there been so many of them. As the ABC News noted in early November 2011, quote, "Compared to the 1990s, the poor are more likely to be white, live in the Midwest, have a high school diploma, and own a home." A Brookings Institute report published at the time said that while the poverty rate did not yet exist during the Great Depression of the 1930s, a third of American families were experiencing it at the time, according to contemporary estimates. In 2010, 15.1% of US families had incomes below the poverty line. However, because the population has nearly tripled since 1940, more Americans in poverty today than during the Great Depression, the report highlighted. At the same time, the phenomenon of rapid impoverishment primarily affected the old industrial centers, very prosperous only a generation earlier, located in the US Midwest. The states in question were Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Missouri, Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and New York State. The area of growing poverty resulting from deindustrialization has become known as the Rust Belt. Sociologists studying the phenomenon cited the main social scourges affecting residents of these states as high unemployment, going hand in hand with high rates of crime, drug abuse, and broken families. This was accompanied by a decline in education and public services. Finally, depopulation was taking place, as whoever could afford it fled the Rust Belt to the east or west coast of the US.
What do you mean you can do that?
Rust Belt in the broader public discourse and
I'm saying
Detroit's
turn up your
2013 bankruptcy announcement made it increasingly apparent that 8 million jobs have been lost in US industry since 1979. It is also no coincidence that during the same period there was a huge shift in wealth which shifted to the top 20% of earners at the expense of the poorest 80%. The president of MPC management consulting firm, Michael P. Collins, highlighted on Industry Week in September 2015.
This dude.
3 months earlier, Donald Trump announced his intention to run for presidency. Initially, political analysts did not take him seriously, but he very quickly climbed to the top of the polls. He made the collapse of the US manufacturing sector and the consequences of this for the whole country one of the key points of his election campaign. He put the key problems of the United States in very simple terms. They were transformed into messages perfectly tailored to the feelings of the people of the Rust Belt. This was already noticeable when Trump announced his intention to run for president on June 16, 2015. In a speech delivered at the time, he communicated to the audience, quote, "Our country is in serious trouble. We don't have victories anymore. We used to have victories, but we don't have them. When was the last time anybody saw us beating, let's say, China in a trade deal? They kill us. I beat China all the time. All the time." He also added, "When did we beat Japan at anything? They send their cars over by the millions.
It's all the way
And
up,
what
you
do we
say.
do? When was
It's
the
all
last
the
time
way
you saw
up,
a
he says,
Chevrolet
and
in
yet
Tokyo?"
not a single
Trump
question
focused
that
on
has
the
been
problems of
asked
the
in
US
like the
losing
last
the competition with
20
Far Eastern
minutes has he
countries on
responded
the
to.
industrial and commercial fronts,
I
and the
don't know if I
exploitation of
believe that.
America by all of its allies. The US has become the dumping ground for everyone else's problems, claim. This is how he grew from the last serious candidate to the winner of 2016 presidential election, while spreading the promise to restore America to its former glory. Make America great again. He was backed by residents from states that have proven to be victims of globalization, and the industrial relocation that goes hand in hand with it, mainly to China. During his presidency, Trump has made a series of moves to stop further industrial flight from the US, focusing primarily on undermining one of the pillars of globalization: free trade. In 2017, the United States left the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or TPP, the free trade agreement between 12 Pacific Rim countries, which was authored by Barack Obama, who considers it the
So,
crowning
Chucky,
achievement
back
of
from the
his
ads
presidency.
now?
The Trump
What's the next
administration
excuse?
has also
Let's hear it.
renegotiated the 1994
I'm
North
ready,
American
I'm
Free Trade
waiting,
Agreement,
I'm
or
eager to
NAFTA, which the
hear
president
what
says
his
was
next
responsible
one will
for the
be.
loss of millions of industrial jobs to Mexico. In parallel, Trump, under the slogan "America First," initiated a tariff war with China. He successively raised tariffs on products imported from the Middle Kingdom, most of which were industrial products, taking advantage of the fact that it is the US president who decides on tariffs. On this occasion, Trump has also hit selected products from Europe, most notably steel and aluminium. However, it was Beijing that remained his main enemy, against which the tariff weapons were used heavily. The average tariffs have increased sixfold by the end of Trump's presidency, and China responded with the same.
Okay, you're back now, Chonky?
These
Are you
actions
actually-
made industrial products produced in China
now?
increasingly expensive and less competitive
I've been
in the
trying
US
to
market.
ask you a question
However,
for like the
contrary
last
to
10,
the expectations of
15
the
minutes
White
there, bud.
House, this did not pull domestic industry out of its slumber or increase the
And you
amount of
haven't
investment
responded
placed in
once.
it by domestic and foreign investors. Nor has there been a massive move of Western investors from the Middle Kingdom to the US. Even the withdrawal of the United States from the Paris Climate Agreement, imposing an obligation
Now
to
we wait,
reduce
chat, we
CO2
wait, we
emissions,
see, does he
which
actually
entails
respond, or
additional
is he
costs
just,
for industry, did
is he
not bring
making it
about
up
the
again?
trend desired by Trump. Yet it should be remembered that unluckily
wait,
for him,
MC.
at the time the COVID pandemic swept through the world, destabilizing the global economy. In any case, industrial production in America continued to languish.
Ads again? What do you
The
mean
then
ads
president
again?
diagnosed the disease
That's
very
not how
well,
that works.
but the drugs he
Unless
prescribed
you
for
just
it
had come
proved to
back
be
and
of
got hit
little
with
effect,
ads, and now
well
you got
except
hit with
perhaps
streams
one,
ads.
the fear he inspired. Terrified of Trump, the Democrats, when Joe Biden won the election,
Donkey is accidentally
immediately took
revealing his
action.
hand
They
that he
reached for a
left for a
strategy
while
that was
there.
the opposite of the one
And
laid
only
out a
just
decade
had come
earlier
back.
by Barack
Wow.
Obama. The United States was
Wow.
finally breaking away from its role as a global gatekeeper
This is
and promoter
outrageous.
of free trade,
We're gonna have to fight
and
him.
therefore globalization, taking a course toward protecting its own market and reindustrialization. Biden and his entourage approached the problem of reviving industrial production in the US from a completely different angle than Trump, yet using the Trump card of already exorbitant tariffs. To these, they added new legal provisions that created a whole system: regulations, tax breaks, and state subsidies designed to guarantee the achievement of a single goal: to give investors confidence that if they put up the capital to build an industrial plant in the US, it would pay off for them. At the same time, the whole thing was formatted in such a way that investments in manufacturing related to renewable energy sources and energy transition received the highest guarantee of profitability. By the way, the Biden administration has actually done exactly the same thing as the leaders of Communist China a dozen years earlier. The pillars of reindustrialization have become 3 laws. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was passed by Congress in 2021. The CHIPS and Science Act was adopted in 2022, and in the same year, the Inflation Reduction Act. This triad is complementary, and according to an official White House announcement of July 24, 2024, provided for the creation of, quote, nearly 800,000 manufacturing jobs, after the last administration lost manufacturing jobs. The Biden administration considers the most important thing from a strategic point of view to be the investment of some $400 billion by 13 companies in the construction of semiconductor factories, backed by $30 billion in government subsidies and $25 billion in preferential loans. These gigantic figures are expected to provide America with a breakthrough, leading to independence from the need to purchase semiconductors from foreign manufacturers, led by Taiwan. This is invaluable at a time of escalating conflict with China. These are components without which no modern device can function, from a TV remote control to a 5th-generation fighter jet. Cutting off regular supplies of semiconductors today would mean a meltdown for the US economy, as well as seriously weaken the US military potential. A June 2022 report by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, framed the problem as follows, quote, all major US defense systems and platforms rely on semiconductors for their performance. Consequently, the erosion of US microelectronics capabilities poses a direct threat to the ability of the United States to defend itself and its allies. According to the report's authors, without the production of its own semiconductors, the United States was doomed to lose the ability to defend even its own territory, not to mention the territories of allied countries. Therefore, even the Department of Defense, as part of the reindustrialization program, began to fund new research centers from its budget, dedicated to the development of semiconductor technologies and preparing them for deployment by industry. An informative White House communique dated July 24, 2024, stresses that, quote, we are well on our way to revitalizing our domestic semiconductor industry by creating more than 100,000 jobs across the country. Intel, using support guaranteed by the CHIPS and Science Act, has invested $20 billion in new semiconductor manufacturing facilities in Ohio, and Taiwanese chipmaker TSMC has poured $65 billion into 3 new plants in Arizona, receiving $6.6 billion in support from the US government. The Asian company wants to start manufacturing semiconductors there as early as 2025. Yet numerous complaints from the new TSMC employees, shocked by the murderous pace of work imposed by the Taiwanese, have leaked to the US media. In response, the Director of Communications and Labor Relations at the corporation's Arizona subsidiary, Richard Liu, said that in order to help deal with the cultural conflict, TSMC is sending US employees to Taiwan to observe the Taiwanese way of life. At the same time, it is conducting communication training for its managers to help them better interact with US employees. On the other hand, the possibility of not executing the set investment plans is not considered at TSMC, and their execution means the gradual transfer of semiconductor production from Taiwan to the US.
You know, it's funny.
In this context, let's look at Europe. Prior to the passage of the Tri-Package of Biden laws, Intel unveiled a broad plan for investment in Europe. A research and development center for artificial intelligence and supercomputers was to be built near Paris, while a 4.5 billion euros semiconductor factory in Italy. To complete the set, twice as large near Magdeburg in Germany, and a smaller one near Wrocław, Poland. At the beginning of July 2024, Intel's top management, without much uproar, decided that investments near Paris and Italy would not be completed in the near future. This was explained by the troubles into which the company had fallen and the threat of financial losses. In the case of the plant near Magdeburg, the concern, in order to complete the project, expects subsidies higher than 10 billion euros from the German government. Otherwise, it will find it unprofitable to invest in Europe. The effects of US protectionism and the start of the reindustrialization battle will only begin to be felt by both China and Europe.
I tried to ask Chonky that like 20 minutes ago.
For example,
and he just
take the Build America
never
Buy America
responded
Act,
to me.
enacted on November 15, 2021.
So
as a component
I
of the
wasn't sure if
previously
that was the
mentioned
case.
infrastructure
Hopefully that's a
investment
better
and jobs act.
balance.
The law, commonly referred to as Buy American, mandates, among other things, that any product purchased by the federal government must consist of 65% US-made components, with this threshold being raised to 75% in 2029. The same is true for investment subsidies. Thus, if the Broadband
Let me know how
Equity
that
Access and
volume
Deployment
balance
Program
is.
plans to spend $42
Hopefully
billion
that's
to
better
expand
now.
an ultra-high-speed broadband internet network in the US, all sorts of technical equipment for it will have to be manufactured in the US and ultimately consist of 75% components also made on US soil. The same is true for electric cars, wind turbines, photovoltaic panels, batteries, etc. The Biden administration has offered a broad package of support for investments related to the production of equipment critical to the great energy transition and the shift away from fossil fuels. But in return, it requires their Americanization. Thus, according to the standard already in place, no less than 40% of the components of a battery manufactured in the US must be made from components also made in the US. But in 2026, this threshold will automatically rise to 80% already. Investors went for it, and as the White House boasts in its announcement, quote, since President Biden and Vice President Harris took office, companies have announced more than $250 billion in investments in US clean energy and electric vehicle manufacturing. Meanwhile, the package still includes $20 billion in grants, for example, to upgrade and expand port infrastructure in the US. But only companies operating in America and using American machinery can take part in this program. For this reason, the Japanese
I hope
conglomerate
so, Uncle
Mitsui,
Dan, but
which
my internet
specializes
is
in
being
such
quite
investments, and its
inconsistent
US
right now,
subsidiary,
and is
Pakeco,
likely going to
have
result in my
decided to move production
ISP not
of
being
port
my
cranes
ISP
to American
anymore.
soil.
Even though
After
it's
a
been like
30-year
less than a
hiatus,
month since I
these
got them.
specialized devices will again
So far,
be
they have
manufactured
not
in the
only not
United
impressed me,
States.
they have
The Department of
thoroughly
Homeland
disappointed
Security
me
also
so far.
played its role here.
But
At the beginning
hopefully
of
that
2024,
volume balance is
presidential
better.
executive
I tried to
directives
ask
were
that a while
released.
ago to Chunky,
Two
and
new
he just
regulations
never
prepared by
responded.
the said department.
So
They
I have not been
concerned
able
the
to
security
find
of
out.
ships, ports, and waterfront facilities, as
But
well as
hopefully that is a
cybersecurity
better,
in these areas.
level
After the
for you now.
regulations went into effect, port equipment manufactured in China, including primarily cranes, proved to be a threat to US national security. So the only thing left for Mitsui is to relocate its plants to the United States. Yet the Japanese should not complain, having eliminated Chinese competitors. Such examples of how the Americans have started to play hardball continue to abound. Spending $3 billion in federal funds on high-speed rail projects will follow exactly the same rules. So will subsidizing
Chunky,
the expansion of 40 charger plants for electric
It's too late for
cars,
you now,
and then
Chunky. You and
supporting
I,
the
we're gonna
development
have
of charger
fisticuffs.
networks across the US. This new policy for EV chargers, restored by America
Gonna be
standards
bare
for these
knuckles,
products,
too.
while also giving time for
Go
supply
all in.
chains to adjust, allowing newly announced manufacturing capacity for EV charger components the necessary time to ramp up production, boasted the White House in its July announcement. The sum planned to support the development of a network of US-made chargers is $7.5 billion. This pattern of action can be repeated by the federal government for any industry it deems forward-looking or strategic. Yet for the Biden administration, the priority has been investment in industries related to clean energy generation and energy transition. More than 450 different investments worth a total of more than $160 billion have been so initiated. However, it is too early to talk about the total success. in the Grand Plan for Reindustrialization of the US, undertaken by the Joe Biden administration, its weaknesses also began to manifest themselves. Typical, moreover, of ventures based on central planning and dependent on the government and the public subsidies it offers, according to findings made by a trio of Financial Times journalists. In early August 2024, as many as 40% of major production projects supported on the basis of the Inflation Reduction Act and therefore from the electromobility and energy transition industries have suffered delays in implementation or have been halted. We are talking of investments worth a whopping $84 billion. The Financial Times cites as reasons for this the weakening demand for such industrial products, especially electric cars, overproduction of wind turbines, solar panels and batteries in China, and uncertainty about the future occupant of the White House. As the Financial Times notes, although IRA tax credits are in effect until 2032, and the CHIPS Act grants generous funding to selected applicants, companies often can't receive funding until they reach certain production milestones. In turn, they are afraid to start investing today before the new administration confirms that the subsidies will remain. In addition, the turmoil affecting
Beat up your
financial
brother so he
markets
can't
is also
complain
leading to
or
caution.
whine about my
They are
vape is
fueling
burnt.
fears
I
that the
need
US
a new
economy
Chucky,
may
you say
soon
this
face
like
a
I care
recession,
about
and
your
this
brother.
is not conducive to planning
not
new
care.
investments, especially in the manufacturing sector.
It's not my
However,
fault
this
you
will
all
not
didn't
reverse
beat him
one
enough when
thing.
he was growing
The
up.
dramatic
and
shift in
now
the
is a
view
vapor.
of what US economic development model
That's not
should
my
look
problem.
like in the future. Both Republicans and Democrats already agree that free trade and free flow of investment
told
and
you,
capital
you should have
driving
beat him more
globalization
frequently.
are no
But
longer
nobody
serving the
listens
American
to
nation.
old
Like a
Joe.
mighty ship, America could not make a turnaround in its course of almost 180 degrees.
I'm sorry,
at
Uncle
once,
Dan,
but
that
in just a few
that you have
years
to run it like that
accomplished
right now. I
now the
really
priority has
am
become its own
angry
industrial
right now, to be
production,
honest, with my
shortening
ISP.
supply chains, attracting
They have not
investors from around
even
the
once
world,
gotten
protecting
close to
domestic
the
jobs
service that
and
they
its
said
own
that they
market.
would provide, and
Finally,
so it's
self-sufficiency
very, very
in
likely
areas
this will
of
be
the
the
economy
only month
considered
that I use
strategic.
them.
This description
And then
fits
going
perfectly
forward
with
next
the
month, I might just have to go back to
Chinese
Cox,
strategy
'cause
already adopted at
They
the
weren't
beginning
great,
of the
but at
21st
least they were
century.
more consistent.
The great changes taking place in the US
Or at least they weren't
can be
as
illustrated by an
consistently
article
bad as
that appeared
AT&T
in late
has been
July
so far.
2024 in the New York Times by
I'm
Dr.
thoroughly
Stephen
irritated
Lezak,
about that.
the Cambridge and Oxford University lecturer who specializes in climate research, calls for the restoration of mining in the United States, particularly the mining of lithium and rare earth elements. In addition to issues of strategic importance, he puts ethical issues at the forefront. As Dr. Lezak writes, although the United States has rich deposits of many valuable minerals used in our vehicles, electronic devices, and buildings, they are mined mainly abroad, in poorer countries where labor is cheap, or worse, the workers are slaves, and environmental regulations are more lax, rarely enforced, or can be easily circumvented with bribes. He goes on to add a long list of examples of what damage has been done by moving the mining industry outside the US. He lists, among others, widespread child labor and sexual violence in Africa, the destruction of rainforests in Indonesia, the poisoning of groundwater in
My
Mongolia.
goodness, I didn't know
All
it
these
was getting that
misfortunes,
bad
in the
already.
author's
I'm
opinion,
very
could be reduced
frustrated
if the
on that
extraction of
subject.
raw materials necessary for the energy transition were carried out on US soil. The ethical and strategic way to deal with this situation is to encourage the federal government and environmentalists to return this industry to the United States and hold it to highest standards of sustainability. Dr. Lezak emphasizes in the pages of a magazine consistently supportive of the Democratic Party. The text fits well with the not-so-exposed efforts of the government's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, DOE, which has been supporting projects in the US since 2022 to locate and then prepare for the exploitation of deposits of rare earth elements and other raw materials considered strategic, laying the groundwork for the rebuilding of the mining industry in the United States. The whole thing can therefore be summed up in a sentence: industrial policy has triumphantly returned to Washington after a decades-long hiatus. And whoever will be the new occupant in the White House, it shall remain in the American capital. The last great passing as far as the economic race between the superpowers is concerned happened about a century and a half ago. At that time, when Britain and its navy were the guardians of free trade on a global scale. The United
Yeah, I have,
Kingdom
Uncle
could
Dan.
boast that back
I'm
in
still having crashes
1871,
with
as much as
Helldivers too, but
32%
at this
of the
point
world's
that appears to
industrial
be
production
a
was
software
provided
problem.
by British
I've been
industry.
trying to figure out
In the same year, the
issue, but
United
I've
States
not made
was
any
already in
progress.
second
I know
place
what's
in the
causing
ranking,
it. I don't know how
generating
to fix it.
23% of industrial
So
output.
it's frustrating,
Third
but
place
it
was
is what
occupied
it
by the
is.
just
you know?
united Germany, with industry guaranteeing 13% of global output. Yet in a very short period of time, the Americans took a leap that was simply unimaginable, and as it turns out, was very similar to the one made by China in the 21st century. Already in 1906, US industry accounted for 35% of world output, British industry barely for 15%, beaten also by the German industry at 16%. At the same time, neither Great Britain nor Germany stopped growing economically during this period. The impression that the two European powers stagnated comes from the fact that the United States skyrocketed, growing 4 or 5 times faster than its competitors. The gap widened even before the outbreak of World War I. After the war, it was virtually a mere formality that Britain had to come to terms with the fact that the role of the world's most powerful country was being taken over by the United States. World War I only allowed the British, severely weakened by it, to swallow this bitter pill more easily. It is worth tracing how this exchange of leadership took place. As already mentioned, Britain, since the Napoleonic Wars and the breaking of the power of France, stood for free trade on a global scale. It guaranteed the world's largest colonial power's economic development. Merchant fleets, trade companies, banks, the London Stock Exchange, huge numbers of investors, all profited from global trade. In the case of British industry, it adapted its development to the demand generated by the domestic market and the colonies. As early as 1840s, Foreign Minister Lord Palmerston, in a letter to then Governor-General of India, Lord Auckland, explained that in Europe the competition between products from factories from different countries was steadily intensifying. Thus, as he wrote, in order to compete with European manufacturers, we must quickly exclude our productions from European markets. So it is necessary to strive relentlessly to find new markets for our industry in other parts of the world. If we succeed in our expedition in China, Abyssinia, Arabia, the countries on the Indus and the Pacific will soon become an important extension for our trade. The British colonization of
we've
China
almost
soon
finished
took off,
processing all that
becoming,
into
after
the
India,
solid
an additional
biofuel,
market
and we
for
can
the
go
UK
start
economy.
really cleaning
In
up that
addition,
other area
giving
to
away its greatest riches in the
clear
form
that
of
zone
silver
for the
resources,
new factory
tea
to be
and
laid out.
handicrafts, in exchange for opium, which was very cheap to produce. Britain's greatest strength, ensuring its economic dominance on a global scale, turned against it after the unification of Germany. Under Bismarck, the Second Reich began to pursue a protectionist economic policy, supporting the expansion of domestic industry. The Iron Chancellor used a huge contribution of 5 billion francs in gold, paid by France after losing the war, as capital to initiate the change. Most of this sum was pumped into the banking system and infrastructure investment. Easy access to cheap credit brought an economic boom to the Second Reich. Private investors built 20,000 kilometers of railroads, while some 900 new companies, mainly engaged in industrial production, began offering their shares on the Berlin Stock Exchange. The government in Berlin supported them with protectionist tariffs. The Alfred Krupp plant, employing more than 70,000 workers, grew into Europe's largest conglomerate. The concern, which produced, among other things, excellent steel and guns, proved capable of rapidly launching new, technically constantly improving products and conquering markets in other countries. Meanwhile, the much smaller British steel mills did not have to contend with any serious competitor for several decades. Access to easy colonial markets forced neither innovation nor the creation of large corporations. This fact held tremendous significance, because steel was the key industrial product in the 19th century. It was from it that hundreds of thousands of kilometers of railroads, all kinds of machinery, weapons, bridge spans, and building frames were built. In a few years, Krupp, backed by its own government, eliminated British steel mills from European markets. The same happened in other sectors of the economy: chemicals, textiles,
Should
machinery.
be interesting
To top it
looking
off,
at
London shot itself in the foot at the very beginning of the
what he's talking about. Listening to this, it should be interesting going forward to see what happens with U.S. steel and U.S. industry in general. What's going to happen with our new protectionist tariffs causing our economy to kind of internalize for a bit and protect itself from external illegal competition from companies in China and whatnot who, you know, are able to undersell us because of their extremely underhanded business practices.
the Second
It'll be
Industrial
interesting.
Revolution, driven by motorization and electrification. In 1865,
cause
the
us
British
a new
Parliament passed the
industrialization
Red
era,
Flag Act,
which would be
mandating that a man with a
quite
warning
good for
red
the
flag
US.
walk in front of every motorized vehicle traveling on the road. Over the next
Heck,
2
I'm
decades,
even considering
the law
getting a
killed
factory
England's
job.
fledgling automobile industry. Its European center became Germany.
That way I've got some more
It was in
income to
Germany
kind
that
of
the
help
largest
build up
number
our
of internal
stream until
combustion
we're
engines
actually in a
and
position
vehicles
where I can
powered by them were produced.
get
It
to a
wasn't
point where I
until
can
Lord
afford to
Salisbury's
be doing
government
this
began to
full time,
notice that
because as it
things
currently
weren't going
stands, I'll be
in the right
honest,
direction. So
we're
he
only
set up
able
the
to do
Royal
this
Commission
because
on
of
the crisis in
the
trade and
disability
industry.
coverage
Its
from the
report,
VA, but
published
I'll
in
be honest, I
1886,
don't like
pointed out that the protectionist
that
policies
being
of the
kind
Second
of
Reich
like my
were killing
only
British
safety
industry.
net, you know?
However, Britain could not break away from the dogma of
If something were to
maintaining free
happen
trade,
with our current
defending it
finances,
at
we
any
would
cost.
not
Therefore, the
do very
Commission and
well.
Salisbury came up with a solution that, as he thought, allowed him to eat cake and have it too. On the Prime Minister's initiative, the House of Commons passed a law in 1887, making it mandatory for German products to be labeled "Made in Germany." Robert Salisbury lived in a belief that, seeing such a warning, every Briton would choose homemade goods. Meanwhile, the indication that something was made in Germany quickly became a symbol of superior quality, because the products of German industry, forced to fight for new markets, turned out to be better than British ones. However, London was still wary of launching a tariff war, as the government believed the British trade would suffer the most. So the Salisbury government entered into discreet talks with Bismarck about cooperation, and the latter agreed to ease protectionist policies. And in the last decade of the 19th century, although the German economy was already growing much faster than the British, the
The
conflict
fruit of this fungus-like flora
European
does not
powers
seem to show much
preoccupied with
potential for
themselves
use.
at the time, completely
However,
missed
its
the moment
mycelial
of the
network is
entry
worth
of
further
the United
investigation.
States into the
Research
game.
it in the MAM to establish
If one were to
classification
look
and
for a
potential
symbol illustrating
application.
how the US became the world's greatest industrial superpower, it should be the Bessemer process. It combined Britain's chance to maintain its dominance with a squander, with how the opportunity was seized by the Americans and given back to Norway. The second half of the 19th century was characterized by a constant hunger for steel, due to insufficient production in the face of growing need. In a classic metallurgical furnace, one smelted of iron, along with supplementing the pig iron composition with coal and other additives, took about a week. It wasn't until British inventor Henry Bessemer, although he had a vague idea of metallurgy, that in 3 weeks he designed a novel furnace model in the shape of a pier, with a blower added to it. The blower raised the combustion temperature.
I want to know where
and
this
allowed
guy's from,
faster
because I've
removal
never
of
heard someone say
impurities from the
blower
pig
as a
iron.
blower.
When he presented the Bessemer
I am
pier
curious
in Cheltenham
what
on
his
August
accent
24,
is.
1856, it smelted excellent steel in just 20 minutes. In doing so, he used 7 times less coal than was needed in a classic steel-making furnace per smelter. This was a revolution on the scale of the innovation of the steam engine. But when Bessemer's process began to be repeated in his converter, very poor quality steel was obtained. It wasn't until 1878 that Welsh metallurgist Sidney Gilchrist Thomas discovered the problem. During his first demonstration of smelting, Bessemer accidentally used iron contaminated with phosphorus. With this addition, he obtained very high quality steel. But Thomas' discovery did not interest any British steelworks. Meanwhile, it turned out that from Bessemer, the patent for his innovation was bought back by locomotive designer and founder of the American Society of Engineers, Alexander Hawley, an emigrant from Scotland, Andrew Carnegie.
Yeah, that makes
into a
sense.
partnership.
There's the reason.
He brought together
That's
a group
funny.
of
The
businessmen
British
willing to put up
developed the
funds
science
to create a
to create
metallurgical
the
concern.
device that allows
As
for the
he
production
calculated
of
with Hawley,
much higher
their
quality
state-of-the-art
steel.
mill
All
could
you had to
produce a
do
ton
was
of
add
rails
one
for
additional thing, and they were
$60-80.
like,
Traditional
no,
steel
bro,
mills
this has got
could
too
not
much
go
work
below
in it.
$100
We're just gonna
per
keep
ton.
using our crappy steel.
Soon Carnegie proved to
better.
be a real shark, ruthlessly
And then they wonder why their
eliminating
economies
competitors
got
when
obliterated, why
any of
they're
the
not
competing
even
steel mills
they're not even
went
on
into
the
debt,
scale
he
when it
would buy
comes to
them out. The
industrial
Carnegie Steel
considerations
concern
nowadays.
took over most of the American
Which is funny
steel mills
considering they
within
were the
2 decades and
birthplace
committed
of the
to the
industrial
new
revolution.
technology. The products of British steel mills
What a
disappeared from the United
precipitous
States.
downfall.
However, the one thing Carnegie was unable to do was to drive Krupp's products out of the US market. His most formidable rival was just as quick
In
to
that
introduce
era, it
new
ended
ways
up
of
becoming
smelting
US
steel.
versus
He
Germany.
also
in the
reached
industry.
for
Now it's
technology
US versus
developed
China
by
because
Pierre
we
Martin.
beat Germany.
The Frenchman noticed that
We beat
great amounts
Germany
of
in the
energy
industrial
were lost
market, and then
in
we
the
beat them in a
Bessemer
couple of
process
wars.
when blowing molten iron
And now,
with cool air.
they also
so
are
he
not really
replaced it with
considered.
gas obtained from burning coal dust. The Siemens Martin furnace smelted steel more slowly than Bessemer's, but the cost of production fell and still allowed the production of various types of alloys. As a result, railroads and skyscrapers were built with German steel in the United States, and Carnegie Steel was leasing big government contracts, including for supplying steel for the hastily expanded US Navy. This is because Washington, like London, stood by the position that free trade and low tariff barriers were the foundations of getting rich, until social unrest began to shake the United States. Poorly paid workers, working 12 hours a day and constantly at risk of being fired, revolted. The bigger and more violent the protest became, the more violently they were suppressed, while labor leaders landed in prison. The apogee of the rebellion came during the world-famous Chicago riots, which broke out on May 1st, 1886, during which 6 policemen and dozens of protesting workers were killed. At the time, a number of politicians took the workers' rights to their banners, but one of them did so in an unusual way. William McKinley began his political career in 1876 by taking on the defense of a group of miners arrested after a strike and clashed with police, for free. Although the case looked hopeless, McKinley proved himself a brilliant lawyer and led to their acquittal. With this he gained enormous sympathy among workers throughout the state of Ohio. Then, running for president, Rutherford B. Hayes persuaded the friend to run for the House of Representatives. The congressman, McKinley became preoccupied not only with workers' rights, attracting their votes to the Republican Party, but also with promoting the idea that the US should impose high tariffs, so that they would protect domestic mining and industry, with which he initially infuriated Republicans. However, as a congressman, he persistently fought for the implementation of the demand, but after major labor protests in the late 1880s, he got his way. In 1890, Congress passed the McKinley tariffs. He himself soon won election as governor of Ohio, and in 1896, the presidential election. 4 years earlier, taking advantage of the general wave of support for raising tariffs, Andrew Carnegie personally went to the White House. President Grover Cleveland, who resided there, was easily persuaded that he had to impose high tariffs on foreign steel products. Thus, the Krupp concern was pushed out of the US. How this decision affected Carnegie's steel earnings is easy to trace from accounting records. In 1893, the concern boasted $3 million in pure profit per year, and just 7 years later, it was 7 times bigger, at $21 million. Andrew Carnegie then became the richest man on the planet before he was overtaken by John D. Rockefeller, who in turn was overtaken by J.P. Morgan in the early 20th century. Indeed, the United States' break with free trade and low tariffs was accompanied by the rise of large monopolies, called trusts. The liquid fuels market in the United States and then globally was dominated by Standard Oil, created by John D. Rockefeller. In contrast, the market for banking, insurance, and railroad services was in the hands of John Pierpont Morgan. At the turn of the century, Morgan was the world's leading banker, and no company even came close to the level of power he enjoyed in the United States, writes Charles R. Morris in his book The Tycoons. No European company was able to compete with the American corporations of the day. Even Cruise, in comparison with them, looked merely average. European countries, led by Germany, of course began to defend their markets with tariffs, but the opponent had an advantage of scale, due to the huge economic organisms the trusts had become. In addition, they had state-of-the-art technology and innovative methods of managing production. American engineer Frederick Taylor developed a system of scientific labor organization, and Ford's automobile plants began belt production, which increased labor productivity and significantly reduced the cost of manufacturing each model. This made American tariffs much more effective than European ones, because US corporations produced more, better, and cheaper. Therefore, although there were only 76 million people living in the United States at the beginning of the 20th century, and about 400 million in Europe, US industry was producing products worth as much as those produced by British, German, and French factories combined. This knockout change took place in just 2 days. But the triumph had its dark side. The power of the trusts in the United States was built at the expense of ordinary Americans. It was the monopoly corporations that imposed wages and product prices on them, shaping them so as to have as many resources for expansion as possible. That's why at the beginning of the 20th century, the average bread eater in the US sincerely hated the trusts and considered them the cause of all their woes. But for every action in nature, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And so the youngest president in the history of the United States, to this day, appeared on the political scene. Theodore Roosevelt was only 43 years old at the time of his inauguration as president. At the top of the Republican Party, he did not arouse enthusiasm. It was feared that someone was coming to power who could not be tamed in any way. These fears were confirmed. Quote, "Great corporations exist only because they are created and safeguarded by our institutions," the president announced, adding that, quote, "And it is therefore in our right and our duty to see that they work in harmony with these institutions." This is how Roosevelt began his war on trusts, which he waged using the antitrust laws and the Justice Department. It was completed later by President Woodrow Wilson. In practice, by 1930, all the big monopolies in the US had been broken up and divided into multiple companies. Ordinary Americans quickly felt this in their wallets, getting richer than ever before. The process of demonopolization in the States coincided with Europe's collective suicide, including on the economic front, which was World War I. After which, for almost a century, the economy of no other country was able to even come close to the American potential. In conclusion, mentioning how Britain lost its position as the world's largest economy to the United States even before it lost its colonial empire and its status as the most powerful of the superpowers, it is worth noting a few things. The British had all the assets they needed at hand not to slip through the second industrial revolution, including innovative technologies, and the capital needed to modernize industry. Meanwhile, they not only failed to take advantage of these opportunities, but actually did everything they could to derail it, including introducing paralyzing legal provisions. Despite appearances, these actions were not entirely irrational. The British Empire had created a global economic and political order decades earlier, which had been a stunning success. Politicians therefore defended the old order in the sincere belief that it was the foundation of Britain's power, not recognizing that as a result of the technological, economic and political changes taking place around that empire, what they are doing is not helping but hastening its decline. From the window of opportunity opened by London, the Second Reich sought to exploit it to become the world's greatest superpower. But seeing this threat, the British, from the beginning of the 20th century, did everything in their power to thwart Berlin's plans. Meanwhile, the country that perfectly used all the assets it possessed and took the place of Britain on a global scale turned out to be the United States. The process was relatively painless, thanks to cultural proximity and London's reconciliation with the loss of its empire. Britain agreed in the end to assume the role of junior partner of the
Roki,
US,
welcome in.
becoming the closest of America's allies. Until recently, successive presidential administrations in the United States have behaved like British governments in the 19th century, upholding the global order that the US built after World War II. Only Donald Trump broke out of this pattern, and Joe Biden de facto continued the change initiated by his predecessor, and thus we have witnessed Washington's abandonment of the doctrine of free trade and the globalization in favor of protectionism and defense of its own industry. At the same time, this is only the beginning of the changes that any such radical turn in the policy of a key superpower must bring. Today, the United States does not want to share the fate of the British Empire and to hand over its role to China, who is the equivalent of the early 20th century United States. However, the defense of their existing position must come at the expense of the Middle Kingdom. Thus, the US reindustrialization program will, as a consequence, exacerbate the conflict with China. Never before in history has a declining empire defeated an emerging empire, said Chris Power, the organizer of the Reindustrialized Conference mentioned in the introduction. However, during the deliberations, he expressed hope that this time an exception would happen, and a new generation of American industrialists would rebuild America's former glory, wealth, and strength. The fact is that, like the British around 1870, this generation has all the tools it needs to do so. Admittedly, the challenge is enormous, but not at all unrealistic to achieve. It is on these people that the United States' greatest hope for its future rests, and truth be told, the future of the entire world.
This video was made possible by Audible. Get any audiobook for free by going to audible.com/Wendover. The global petroleum industry lives and dies by the price of oil. This number, a gauge of the average amount paid for a barrel, 42 gallons, or 159 liters, is responsible for enormous shifts in the field. Shifts that lead to the rise of some nations and the fall of others. Shifts that change where and how people get their energy. That's because, just because there's more or less one global price, there are innumerable different production costs depending on where and how the oil is extracted. One country's barrel of oil can cost dozens of times more than another's, but then even within the same country, the costs are not the same. It's more of a curve. A given country's cost looks more or less like this. At a lower level of production, the average overall cost to produce a barrel of oil would be a certain amount, but then as the total production increases, that average per barrel cost also increases up until a point where the curve turns into a nearly vertical line because a country's production capacity has been reached. This is because oil is found in plenty of different places. Sometimes it's found under a big empty field near a major road, but sometimes it's found under thousands of feet of ocean nowhere near the coast. Between these two, it's pretty easy to understand where it would be more expensive to extract. On that national cost curve, though, one must also put a horizontal line. That's the oil price. If the price is here, then it makes sense to produce up to that amount of oil. Any more, and a barrel of oil would cost more to produce than what it sells for. If the oil price moves up though, then it makes sense to increase production even when it raises the cost per barrel, and that's what happened for most of the last 50 years. The oil price rose, with some up and down, from $20 in 1973 to a peak of over $140 in 2008. Throughout that time, as long as an oil company could find a way to produce a barrel of oil for less than the current price, they were guaranteed a profit. That's what brought them from the field to the ocean. Offshore oil rigs are inherently a higher cost, higher risk method of oil extraction, but the oceans are, of course, home to a huge proportion of the world's oil reserves, so if there are no more low-cost oil fields on land, that's where the companies go. Before starting operations, though, these companies need to decide exactly where to go. Now, usually, oil platforms are installed where there are already plenty of other platforms, such as in the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Mexico, or the North Sea. They cluster together. Within these areas, though, they need to determine which exact spot has the greatest potential for oil extraction, so geologists conduct surveys using ships and satellite imagery. Once that spot is selected, a rig will be towed to its location and installed. Once they're put in location, offshore oil platforms often don't move for years. They're intended for long-term operation in a single spot. Despite this, though, they operate quite differently from ships. Usually, those working on board have a shift of 12 hours a day every day for a period of 2 or 3 weeks, followed by 2 or 3 weeks off on shore. Keeping those work hours dense means that fewer people on board are not working at a given time, which means that less space is needed for accommodations. But of course, this pattern means that there's quite a lot of back and forth between
Porky,
shore
welcome
and
in.
rig.
How are you doing?
For that, they use helicopters. This is actually one of the largest commercial applications of helicopters, and huge companies have emerged, especially in the past few decades, to serve offshore oil rigs. Bristow Aviation, one of the largest, has a fleet of almost 500, mostly used to make these offshore flights. The North Sea oil field is primarily linked with Aberdeen, Scotland onshore, at least for its UK-owned or operated platforms. Aberdeen Airport, a primarily regional airport that only has commercial passenger flights to a couple dozen European destinations, happens to be the world's busiest heliport. About 100 large helicopters take off from here each day, mostly flying out to the North Sea. But Aberdeen is also linked to the oil fields another way. It serves as a hub for the ships that service the rigs. Now, especially in the North Sea, oil makes its way from the rigs to shore by undersea pipeline, so there isn't need to bring much back, but they do need to be frequently replenished with supplies, both for the humans and the rig's operations. That's the job of platform supply vessels, which are essentially mini short-range flexible cargo ships. Aberdeen Harbour is always abuzz with activity, filling up these vessels to keep the hundreds of offshore
doing well
platforms
enough. We're
themselves
just
supplied.
clearing
On board,
land,
there are essentially
preparing
three
to
types
get a
of
factory
jobs.
built over
Production, those directly involved with the
And,
extraction and
we're-
processing of
we're
oil.
watching my nerdy
Maintenance,
videos
those who
that I
keep
do
the
so
facilities
enjoy.
and equipment in working order. And service, those who cook or clean or care for the rest of the crew. There's always a focus within the companies operating these platforms to minimize the numbers of people working actually on board as much as possible. It's expensive first to transport and supply these workers, and then their salaries are also
I'm quite
considerably
enjoying it,
higher
though.
than
I
typical
always do like
onshore
to do this.
salaries.
This is basically
in the
what I do
petroleum
off
industry.
stream, so I
An
just figured
average
we'd do it
offshore
on
salary
stream.
in the UK is
To
around
listen to
$60,000
some-
or $70,000,
some educational
nearly
videos
double
while we
the
work.
national average wage. Therefore, most management and high-level decisions are made by workers back onshore who video conference in to the platforms to coordinate. Workers on board are, for the most part, strictly operational. On the inside, these platforms look a lot like ships. The rooms are small and the recreation areas are sparse. There isn't, after all, much downtime given the long hours while on board. The platforms are more or less self-sufficient. Even though they're usually within a couple hundred miles of shore, ships only resupply sporadically, and helicopter flights are expensive, so water and electricity are produced on board. As you would imagine, the rigs themselves are also hugely expensive to build. That's because what you see, the platform, is only a small component of the overall structure. With all designs, there's hundreds or thousands of feet of undersea drilling equipment, but with some, there's far more. Certain platforms are floating, anchored to the ocean floor, but others are rather massive undersea towers. The tallest in existence is the Petronius platform, which has almost 2,000 feet or 600 meters of undersea towering to support the platform itself. This made it, until the opening of the Burj Khalifa in 2010, the tallest freestanding structure in the world. The development, construction, and installation costs of this platform were therefore about $500 million. And in fact, those costs are completely typical, if not low. Plenty of platforms cost far closer to $1 billion. So the question that oil companies are now beginning to pose would be, is it worth it? Well, there's the short-term answer to that question, and there's the long-term answer. In the short term, the answer is definitively no. At the time of writing, in April 2020, oil prices are hovering in the 20s of dollars per barrel, artificially lowered by a price war between Russia and Saudi Arabia, and naturally lowered by a drop in demand due to the COVID-19 pandemic. There likely is not a single offshore oil platform in the world turning a profit at those prices. Places like the North Sea, which have particularly high costs due to their workforce coming from relatively high-wage countries like Scotland, England, and Norway, have seen their output reduced since oil reached a peak price up until 2014. It's just far cheaper to buy oil from onshore production facilities. So, in the year of 2020, oil platforms just don't make sense. In the longer term, though, oil platforms could turn a profit, and that's why they're kept around. In a high-priced oil environment, there likely isn't enough onshore capacity to fulfill demand, and so these offshore platforms are how oil companies fulfill demand to increase profits. There's much less short-term flexibility with offshore platforms than onshore installations, so typically the oil platforms are kept running in the medium term, and then in the short term, onshore production is scaled more to demand. But there are long-term costs that oil companies might not have fully previously considered when offshore production first began at a large scale decades ago. This was all realized with the BP Deepwater Horizon platform's explosion and subsequent oil spill in 2010. Almost 5 million barrels spilled out into the Gulf of Mexico. The full economic and environmental costs are still not fully realized a decade later, but they certainly far eclipse the cost borne by BP itself, but the company spent about $65 billion cleaning up and settling claims related to the incident, and their market value dropped by about $60 billion. That's equivalent to about 2 to 3 years of their profit. And it's not like the Deepwater Horizon will be the last oil spill. There might have been reforms and there might be more attention, but oil spills are just a byproduct of the business. The immense cost they impose on both the companies responsible and the areas they alter will not go away. Even without considering their immense environmental cost to the company, oil platforms have emerged as high-risk, low-reward alternatives to onshore extraction methods. That's not a desirable combination by itself, and it's coupled with a widespread public sentiment against offshore drilling. That's a losing combination for everyone,
is my other
and for that
factory where
reason,
I had a
there
system
really
to
hasn't been
automatically
any
do this
expansion in
process.
the industry in the past decade
It's
and
much
a half.
slower to make the
The
solid
world has been
biofuel.
producing
The rest
about
of it's
20 million barrels
not
of
too
oil
bad,
from
but-
offshore sources per day since about 2005, despite oil demand increasing, and yet there's little evidence that this will ramp up in the future in a free market environment. The only reason it might is if governments artificially prop up this production method in order to ensure their oil needs are fulfilled domestically. That's possible in a place like the UK, with vast offshore production but very limited onshore, but with the recent decline in North Sea oil, it's not a future that oil companies themselves are likely interested in pursuing. This isn't some great win for the environment, though. Onshore extraction is hardly better than offshore, but it does mean that, in the current oil environment, the makeup of who, how, and where the world gets its energy is changing ever faster. The story of the Deepwater Horizon explosion and spill is a fascinating one, and there's a great book that goes into immense detail of the saga the workers on the platform went through to save lives and escape in its first hours. It's called Fire on the Horizon, and it gives a fantastic glimpse into the perils of such a job. Like many great stories, it is available as an audiobook on Audible, so that means that by signing up for a trial at audible.com/Wendover or by texting Wendover to 500-500, you can get it for free. If that doesn't sound like your thing though, and you're a sci-fi fan like me, I would wholeheartedly recommend Recursion by Blake Crouch. It's a terrifically unique story, and its performance on Audible is fantastic. So, once again, by signing up at audible.com/Wendover, you can get Recursion, Fire on the Horizon, or any audiobook for free, plus Audible originals, and you'll be supporting Wendover Productions while you're at it. An American household is typically
This one's going to be important because something tells me that these logistics are going to end up being stuff that
delivered
we are
two
emulating in
physical
this game
goods
here
as
soon.
utilities. The first is water, and the ability to turn on a tap and reliably have fresh, clean water year-round, no matter recent precipitation, is undoubtedly impressive. But a water utility is typically a fairly local service. Except in a few fascinating exceptions, water tends to be gathered from a natural source, processed, and delivered to households fairly nearby. It's a fairly intuitive, fairly straightforward process that has been going on in some form for hundreds, even thousands of years. Natural gas, though, that's a modern marvel. The general rule across the world is that natural gas production happens where people are not. This is in part a happenstance of geography, in part the consequence of an aversion to proximity to production, but what it means is that gas often has to travel hundreds, if not thousands of miles to get to its end user. To get low-density, flammable gas across an entire continent is far from easy, and it's even harder to do so profitably. Whereas gasoline and other liquid fuels are dense enough that the cost of transport to the end user by truck is marginal relative to the overall cost, the same is not true for natural gas. Therefore, through time, what has turned the previously worthless gas into a profitable commodity
But until
was figuring
then,
out how to make
there's
the
going to be a lot of
transport
this.
economics work.
A lot of
And the
sitting
answer
here
for
doing
that was
the
pipelines.
solid
really,
or the
really long ones.
the plant life
Taking
into
an
solid
example of an end
biofuel
user in
transition.
Basalt, Colorado, their
does
town's
take a
local
little
network
bit.
hooks up to a larger transmission pipeline that follows the area's highway down the valley until around here. Under this golf course, this dead-end offshoot connects with the long-distance transmission pipelines spanning across Colorado. Now, the fact that this happens under a golf course demonstrates something important. The pipeline operator does not own the land through which the pipeline passes. Rather, they own the right for the pipeline to pass through others' land. They own an easement. When a pipeline is constructed, the company negotiates with landowners to purchase the easement, or if negotiations don't go well, acquires it through eminent domain. In exchange, the landowner gets paid a lump sum more or less equivalent to the reduction in property value caused by the new easement. After all, the property value will be lower. Not only will buyers be wary of living near a pipeline due to the low but non-zero risk of an accident, but easements also come with restrictions on what one can do with the land. Typically, you can't build any buildings, you can't plant any trees, you really can only have pavement, grass, or dirt. The operator needs to be able to access the pipeline for maintenance and repair at any time, so they can't have a permanent structure in the way. And these easements are legally binding for eternity. They are baked in with a property's title, so buyers must still abide by the restrictions agreed upon by the original seller. Here, the adjacent housing development is laid out in a way to avoid the largely invisible right-of-way. Then on the other side of the river, the right-of-way slides between buildings, barely even visible from a satellite view. But as the hills start, the right-of-way takes its more typical form, a 50-foot wide stretch of land devoid of trees. And that lack of trees originates, of course, from construction. That process is fairly straightforward. First, heavy machinery is used to dig a trench. Then, sections of pipe are laid out next to the trench, and a pipe bending machine comes through to bend the pipe to follow the topography. Next, these shorter sections are welded together into longer sections, and the welds are strictly inspected. After all, structural integrity is critically necessary to prevent an incident. Once complete, they'll place these long sections in the trench on sandbags to prevent damage to their protective coating. Then soft, rock-free dirt is placed to directly surround the pipe, followed by the previously removed dirt to fill the rest of the trench. From there, the crews test the pipe by filling it with water and pressurizing it well beyond its normal operating pressure, and that's about it. Pipeline construction is relatively straightforward and moves relatively fast. Under the right conditions, crews can install upward of a mile of pipe a day, often across quite remote environments. But there is more to pipeline construction than just constructing the pipe. After all, if you put natural gas into a pipeline in Texas, it doesn't just magically flow to Colorado. That's why you need this, a compressor station. As the name implies, these are the facilities that compress the gas, and it's this pressure that propels the gas forward through the pipeline at a speed of about 25 miles or 40 kilometers per hour. But they're also important for making the economics work. An average household uses about 200 cubic feet of natural gas a day.
Alright.
That's a lot of volume of gas. It'd fill up
Now
a
the other
6-foot or 2-meter cube, or the volume of about 10
Hey,
fridges.
hey.
The economics of transporting this gas would never work if it were done at its natural density. That's why they compress it. Quite a lot, in fact, between 500 and 1,400 pounds per square inch, allowing a pipeline to be used far more efficiently. These compressor stations are also often home to so-called pig launchers, which are more humane than they sound. That's because these are what are referred to as pigs. devices placed into the pipeline to perform some function. Some pigs clean the pipeline, whereas others are smart pigs fitted with sensors to inspect it for any vulnerabilities. While less relevant in natural gas pipelines, operators will even use pigs to separate out two different products moving through a pipeline. They might send a batch of traditional vehicle fuel, then a pig, then a batch of jet fuel, for example. And wherever there's a pig launcher, there's also a pig catcher that's able to remove the device from the pipeline while still allowing product to flow. Now, this pipeline eventually emerges from the mountains into another golf course, this time just south of the town of Eagle. From there, it connects to another pipeline. Right continues east, but left eventually dead ends just a few miles down the road. This is common because while one major category of customers for these long-distance transmission pipelines is the local utilities that distribute gas to local users, the other big customers are large industrial facilities that use so much natural gas that they have a direct connection to the long-distance pipelines. In this case, it's a plant that turns gypsum mined nearby into plaster drywall, and it's energy intensive enough that the facility operates its own 6-megawatt natural gas power plant. The rest of the pipeline, though, more or less follows the path of Route 6, then diverts south over a set of hills before reconnecting with the highway and ending up here, another compressor station. Although this compressor station isn't operated by Black Hills Energy like the pipeline up until this point. It's operated by Xcel Energy. That's because here, the pipeline's ownership changes, which is also abundantly common. Pipelines in the US are highly regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and as part of that, interstate pipeline operators are required to provide non-discriminatory open access to all qualified shippers. Effectively, they're not even allowed to provide preference to their own product.
There we go.
FERC also regulates rates.
At least
Black
that gives
Hills
us a little
Energy, for
bit more
example,
space
is allowed to charge $36.87 to reserve a decatherm of pipeline capacity during the winter when demand is higher. That guarantees capacity, then they'll charge another 10 cents per decatherm for the actual transmission. Alternately, shippers can pay just 94 cents per decatherm with no capacity charge for interruptible transmission, where product is shipped only if there is available capacity. The fact that this system is open access is ultimately how a product can find its way through the nation's web of pipelines all the way from where it's produced. A shipper might pay a dozen different companies for their transmission service to get the gas from its origin. And in the case of an end user in Colorado, it's quite likely that the origin for its gas is here, Texas's Permian Basin. There, the natural gas is extracted from the ground and processed into its commodity form. The area's primary industry is the more lucrative oil production, but natural gas is often a byproduct of that. Still to this day, many rigs burn off natural gas if they lack the infrastructure to divert it for sale, but an increasing number do capture both. But whether extracted via combined or dedicated rigs, it is often difficult to fluctuate production quickly to match demand. And demand fluctuates wildly considering so much of the use of the gas is for heating. So that's the role of these 400 different natural gas storage sites dotted across America. Some of these sites are just the very areas where gas was previously extracted from, depleted underground caverns. Once all of that original gas is gathered, the giant Swiss cheese holes in the ground, sometimes spanning thousands of acres, sit empty, and that makes them ideal for storage. They also already have existing wells, existing extraction and injecting methods, and existing pipeline connections.
Tells me it'd be a minute.
Here, gas is reinjected into the impermeable natural caverns some 1,000 to 5,000 feet or 300 to 1,500 meters below the ground, where the working gas, the natural gas that is commodified, occupies the upper part of the cavern, and a cushion gas maintains a pressure buffer at the bottom. Because
Once
the
we get
depleted
everything
natural
set up,
gas
though, we'll
fields are
start moving away
established,
from
proven,
this.
and
Just
widespread, their
short
geology
term,
and
this is
infrastructure
this is
makes
how
them
this
the
game
most
starts.
inexpensive and
There's
easiest
a lot
way
of time
to store
spent doing
natural
this, where
gas.
it's just like,
There is,
yes.
however, another method that crept into more use about a decade ago as the country ramped up some storage capacity. Salt caverns, which can quickly turn over storage since they can accept a higher ratio of working gas to cushion gas. Leaching out and creating salt caverns is expensive, but because of their high withdrawal and injection rates, which can cycle up to 12 times per year, that cost can be justified. The short withdrawal cycle is ideal for pumping energy into power plants during peak periods, and because more natural salt caverns are found in the South and Gulf area, this is where they're increasingly being put to use. The third type, similar to depleted oil fields in structure, are drained aquifers. These share the characteristics of being underground natural storage areas, but because they previously stored water, the surfaces can be permeable and the caverns less explored. It's more expensive to transform aquifers into natural gas storage, so it's primarily done in areas like the Midwest, where depleted oil fields are less common. Furthermore, aquifers require up to 80% cushion gas, meaning the amount of working gas they actually hold is far less than something like a salt cavern, making injection and withdrawal more difficult. But not all the gas extracted in Texas, or anywhere in the US for that matter, will even be used in the US. Increasingly, gas is not only transported across a continent, but across the world. And to get to such far-flung markets, it's moved as a liquid, crossing oceans, gulfs, seas, and straits in one of these. This is a QMax class liquefied natural gas carrier. There are 14 of them worldwide, and their
Look at the big old
classification
boat.
signals that they are the very
My God,
largest
I can't
vessel
wait until I can
capable of
have
docking at
logistical
Qatar's
equipment
LNG
like that.
terminals, making them
It'll be
the
great.
largest LNG carriers in the world. But in terms of sheer capacity, these are small in comparison to their conventional oil tanker contemporaries. A QMax can carry some 266,000 cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, whereas the world's largest TI-class supertankers can carry up to 450,000 cubic meters of oil. And yet, these conventional oil tankers, with their superior storage, come at a fraction of the cost of an LNG carrier, as the last TI-class supertanker cost $82 million in 2003, whereas a QMax runs in the $200 to $300 million range. While smaller, more expensive to build, and more expensive to maintain given the requirement of keeping natural gas in a fluid state, experts believe that there will soon be more LNG tankers plodding across the oceans than oil tankers. The reason as to why has to do with some geography and some physics. On a global scale, the demand for natural gas is in places far from the supply. In 2023, these three countries were the largest LNG importers in the world, with China narrowly outpacing Japan. For decades, these three countries have been at the top of the list, with Japan the world's #1 year in, year out until 2021. And for two of these three countries, total consumption exactly matches or very nearly matches imports. Put simply, Japan has very limited natural gas, and South Korea has almost none. And while China does have a strong domestic supply, it cannot nearly keep pace with its own demand. The difficulty is, most of the big suppliers are far away and across oceans that make any sort of pipeline project infeasible. So geography has dictated if natural gas is to get from the US or Qatar or Russia or Norway or Australia, it's likely going to be by ship. But it's physics that make natural gas cost competitive. For natural gas to enter a liquid state, it needs to be cooled to and kept at -260 degrees Fahrenheit or -162 degrees Celsius, which is what makes LNG ships so expensive to build and expensive to run. But it's worth the trade-off because once cooled into a liquid, natural gas shrinks to 1/600th of its previous volume. While natural gas has been lobbied as a cleaner, more efficient energy source by proponents, it's really this incredible
I'll be honest, I didn't realize that
luminous
it
gas to
condensed quite
energy-dense
that
liquids
much.
that
I knew
makes
it
this energy
condensed,
source
but
so
that
remarkable
is
and now so important on a global
substantial.
scale. By keeping the gas at -260 Fahrenheit, the common adage goes, a beach ball's worth of gas shrinks down to the size of a ping pong ball. But that example lacks scale. Phrased in another way, that a single ship's worth of LNG becomes 600 ships worth of gas in its natural state, it becomes easier to understand why LNG has skyrocketed in trade volume decade after decade, even if it's incredibly expensive and labor intensive to keep the stuff at such a cold temperature. Before liquid natural gas can be loaded onto an expensive boat, it needs to be cooled down at an expensive liquefaction facility. At each liquefaction facility, there are what the industry calls trains, where the gas is treated to remove impurities, then progressively cooled to turn raw gas into clean gas, then clean gas into liquid gas. At Sabine Pass in coastal Louisiana, the oldest operational liquefaction terminal in the US, as well as the largest, there are currently 6 separate functional trains. The first 5 cost, as estimated by Cheniere Energy, which owns and operates the facility, between $17.5 and $18.5 billion to build, while the 6 added later cost of about $2.5 billion. After trains, the product is then stored, awaiting a ship. At Sabine Pass, LNG is stored in 5 separate tanks capable of holding an absurd 500 million cubic meters worth of gas. Once a ship has been positioned in a vessel berth, of which Sabine Pass has 3, and once the ship's tanks have been cleaned and prepared to take on the freezing liquid, loading arms are then bolted onto the ship and the filling process begins while crew members monitor ice buildup on the adjoining pipes. If the ship's tanks have already been cooled, filling will take about 15 hours. This process needs to be fairly quick, as Cheniere reported that it filled 423 cargoes in 2022 and 425 in 2023. Once the liquid natural gas is on the move, it's now the job of tanker operators to monitor its freezing cargo and minimize loss on account of off-boiling. There are two main categories of LNG tankers: those with independent tanks, like the recognizable Moss style with its spherical tanks, and those with the less distinguishable integral tanks, where the tank functions as a part of the hull. The former is older, deals with less sloshing, a danger that can damage tanks or increase boil-off inside the tank, and is reliably safe on account of the tank's isolation from the hull. The latter is capable of carrying far more, and because of this are becoming more prevalent, and are reliably safe on account of the tank's pliability should the hull be struck. But both rely less on continuously cooling their product than just keeping it cold in the first place, as both tank structures are maximally insulated with more than 20 centimeters of foam and multiple barriers surrounding the tanks. Still, some boil-off is bound to occur, but rather smartly, that's what powers the boat. And should the tank experience too much boil-off, there are systems in place to slow the process, whether by running gas back through reliquefaction or by cooling the tank by spraying liquid from the bottom of the tank in the gap at the top. Keeping an eye on all of this is a crew of about 20 to 29 members, with at least one cargo engineer focused on the composition of gas within the tanks specifically. Upon reaching its port of call, the process is effectively reversed in a similarly labor and infrastructure-intensive process with regasification equipment in place of trains. Ultimately, for as dispersed as users of natural gas are, and diverse the uses of natural gas are, the process of making, moving, and regassing LNG is remarkably confined. Across the world's two largest LNG producers, LNG exporting is confined to only 7 active locations, 6 in the US and just 1 in Qatar. And as for imports, Japan, with the longest history of LNG reliance, is home to around just 30 regasification plants. But like all fossil fuels, demand for natural gas is expected to soon peak. New buildings are increasingly being built with heat pumps, electric water heaters, induction stovetops, and other cleaner, more efficient electric alternatives. In fact, already in New York City, for example, certain new buildings are banned from adding natural gas hookups. So this incredible network of pipelines and tankers will grow increasingly irrelevant in the coming decades. For now, though, it's one of the world's most fascinating interconnected distribution systems. A couple years ago, I was searching my name on Google, as one does, and I was horrified to find a ton of personal info out there. And it wasn't on one site, it was on dozens. It turns out these are called people search sites, and they trawl public records, particularly in the US, to find info that they can sell to other people, and especially to spammers and scammers. So the next thing I did was look for a solution. You could actually file takedown requests with these sites, but it took forever just to do one, let alone all of them. So eventually, and this is true, I found Incogni, which is both a service that I've paid for years now, and the sponsor of this video. Their whole thing is protecting your privacy by finding anywhere public with your private info out there and making that info private again through filing takedown requests on your behalf. They even handle objections from the data brokers, so it's completely hands-off for you. And if you're wondering, one of the customers of these data brokers is those spammers that keep calling you. This is how they get your info, so Incogni can potentially help cut down on spam calls too. Personally, I value my privacy quite highly, so Incogni is totally worth it to me. But to make it even more worth it for you, they're offering Wendover viewers 60% off an annual plan when you sign up at incogni.com/Wendover. This is 59th Street in Manhattan. Below it, spread across downtown and midtown Manhattan, reside some 684,000 New Yorkers. That's more than the population of Vermont, residing in just under 9 square miles or 23 square kilometers of land. Or that's a population density of about 76,000 people per square mile, making Lower Manhattan singularly dense by American standards. If this were a city by itself, it'd be the country's most densely populated, far outcramping current number 1, Gutenberg, New Jersey, just across the river, where a fifth of its 12,000 residents are stuffed into a single building complex. If it were its own county, its population density would almost double the nation's second most dense, Kings County, New York. And for similarly dense cities to Lower Manhattan, you'd need to go abroad, where it would rank around Kolkata, Kathmandu, and Makati, comfortably within the world's top 10. Its 76,000 per square mile only begins to tell the story of just how cramped this area really is. New York City also has the most office space by square footage of any city in North America, and just Manhattan by itself contains some 81% of that. For comparison, Los Angeles, the city with the second most such space,
It is quite alright. It is kind of
is
funny that
dwarfed by
since it
Manhattan's
picks up my clicking,
592 million.
my
With
avatar
so much
reacts
space
to
comes
that, my
a
PNG.
flood of commuters every morning, adding another 1.2
So he's just over here
million
clicking
or so
at you.
people
Don't worry
to the
about it.
southern
That's all I'm
end of
doing.
the
I'm just
island.
clicking at you.
For the workday
I don't actually have a
an area
mechanical
of just
keyboard. It was
9
all
square
a.
miles has a momentary
It's all been a
population of
running
about
prank,
2
you see.
million.
No, it's not, but-
2 million that need to get to work, 2 million that need to run errands, and 2 million that need to get back home at the end of the day, which, for a majority, means getting back out of Manhattan. But while this sub-city urban core that's more populous than a handful of American states
glad it
is uniquely
amuses you
large,
nonetheless,
uniquely
though.
mobile, and uniquely stuffed, for the past century,
Especially whenever I'm
effectively
having,
the age of the
quieter
automobile,
streams
there's
like this,
really
where it's
been
just
no
like I'm just
unique
kinda chilling
solution
and
or
listening to
system
my
for
video
managing
as
or
I
limiting
make
Aside
all
from a
this
prohibition on
stuff
right turns on
into,
red and
into
honking,
something I can
driving
use.
in America's densest 9 square miles works the same way as in the other 3.8 million square miles. Because of this, each and every workday, some 140,000 commuters enter Manhattan by car, while about 1 million people enter the commercial business district south of 60th Street by automobile, largely for only the price of the gas it takes to get there, the toll to cross the bridge, and the cost of parking. All expenses that a rural American would scoff at, but expenses that hardly reflect the shared costs that cars create in the US's most densely populated environment, from air quality and pedestrian danger to simple quality of life. The result is this. New York's #1 standing in INRIX's 2023 congestion impact ranking, where the average driver moved at just 10 miles or 16 kilometers per hour and gave up about 101 of their hours a year to sit in traffic-related delays. And those are stats for the whole of New York City. Manhattan was far, far worse. While most streets and avenues are limited at 25 miles per hour, average traffic moves at a glacial 7 miles or 11 kilometers per hour. This is not a new problem either. Rather, it's one that's just getting worse. In 2010, the average taxi navigated the Central Business District, or Manhattan below 60th Street, at 9.1 miles per hour, and every year following through 2018, it slowed. While COVID lightened the congestion for 2020 and 2021, experts are now saying that traffic hasn't only returned, it's gotten even slower than before 2019. Now, the exact complexion of the problem has shifted over the years. The number of daily vehicles entering the core business district, for instance, has dropped, but their impact has been replaced by an ever higher share of for-hire vehicles servicing ride-hailing apps and clogging the city streets. But the very root of the problem is so remarkably simple. There are just too many cars. Now, oftentimes in an urban context, a problem may present as simple and straightforward enough, but a solution can be anything but. That, though, is not necessarily the case here. In fact, as long as car congestion has been an issue here, one potential answer is to remain equally obvious, equally straightforward, equally simple. Disincentivize driving into Manhattan. Going as far back as the 1930s, mayors have proposed tolls to cross into Manhattan over the East and Harlem rivers to raise city funds, or in the 50s, to raise money for the subway. In the 60s and 70s, such ideas were again returned to in an attempt first to popularize mass transit use, then to make progress towards meeting the standards of the 1970 Clean Air Act. Further hoping to pressure individual car users, Mayor John Lindsay thought to reduce city parking in the business core, while Mayor Ed Koch in 1979 looked into banning private parking entirely. For half
walk
a
through
century,
NYC
New York
faster
City
than
has
drive.
understood that in order to clean
Probably.
its air and/or support its mass transit systems, it's needed to make it harder or more expensive to drive from New Jersey or Queens or Brooklyn into Manhattan south of 60th. And yet, it's never happened. But it has come close. It started with a speech outside the Museum of Natural History when then Mayor Michael Bloomberg introduced the idea by name, congestion pricing. It was just one of many components to his larger Plan YC initiative introduced on that Earth Day in 2007, but one of the boldest. From below this line, any car entering Manhattan from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday would pay $8, while trucks would pay $21 per daily entry into the zone. Taxis would be exempt of the fee, as would emergency vehicles and those with handicap license plates, and any vehicles skirting around the perimeter, not to enter Manhattan, but to get around it, so someone driving from Brooklyn to the Bronx by way of FDR Drive wouldn't have to pay the fee. The tolls would be collected by E-ZPass readers so as to not slow down vehicles, and the toll money itself, 100% of all net revenue would be invested back into city transit. The project was bold, but between transit experts, bureaucrats, and elected officials, it was popular. State Governor Elliot Spritzer, Representative Joseph Crawley, and even presidential candidate Barack Obama supported the plan, while the U.S. Department of Transportation supported the initiative by awarding the city $354 million in grants should it commit to embracing new tech and infrastructure to combat urban congestion. The MTA also strongly supported the program as it accelerated its own capital planning process to align itself with the congestion legislation. On a hurried timeline, it introduced its largest ever spending program of $29.5 billion for the next 5 years, hoping to cover subway fleet expansion, the rehabilitation of 44 subway stations, the purchase of some 2,500 new buses, the replacement of 57 miles of mainline track, and the catch-up on general maintenance across the transit authority's property. And beyond bold and broadly popular with most politicians and bureaucrats, congestion pricing was proven. In recent years, Stockholm and London had experimented with congestion pricing in their downtown cores and were so far experiencing major benefits. Mass transit systems benefited from the influx of investment, city residents benefited from the increase in air quality and calmer streets, and even those that chose to begrudgingly pay the fees benefited from the smoother traffic conditions. But just like in London and Sweden,
this looks much better than it did before when it was like all that stuff, all through here.
At one point,
that being said, I would like to point out how much time it took just to clear this one zone.
The move, with numbers from the other boroughs even higher,
with our equipment,
as 70% of all Bronx area respondents opposed the idea. Opposition was especially vocal in areas like Eastern Queens and Southern Brooklyn, where access to public transit was more difficult, and thus representatives argued such fees would unfairly hurt their constituents. Then across all of New York, there was a shared sentiment that New Jersey commuters were getting away without paying their share, as fees for Jersey commuters wouldn't be meaningfully increased because the tolls they already paid to cross in Manhattan would cover their congestion. And then there was one claim across the city that's come to follow congestion pricing, that it's elitist. Congestion pricing, some correctly claimed, would impact the working and middle-class car commuters more than their upper-class counterparts. An $8 fee for the pleasure of commuting would be a much larger proportional chunk of someone's workday expenses if they work making $15 an hour instead of $150 an hour. Following such logic then, congestion pricing could be painted as a means to rid the roads of working-class commuters, forcing only them to figure out new commute routes, while the city's elite were able to now drive into town with increased ease for a price that they could more comfortably cover. Congestion pricing passed in the city council, but once it made its way to the state assembly, Democratic lawmakers representing the city outside Manhattan blocked a vote, missing the federal funding deadline and killing congestion pricing on the spot. Ultimately, New Yorkers had proved that they understood that this was a feasible solution and that congestion was a real problem worth addressing, but the solution got hung up on issues as to whose cars exactly were to be limited and who exactly would benefit the most from such a program. But what's easy to miss, and was missed by the opposition in 2008, and not made clear enough by proponents in 2008, was exactly how elegant and ingenious a solution congestion pricing really is. You see, a universal truth in traffic is that everyone values their time differently depending on, well, a lot of things. Where they're going, whether they're on time, why they're driving, etc. And then these varying values translate to different monetary values based on different income levels. An average income person driving into the city just for a visit on their day off might value their time in traffic quite low, say $10 an hour, meaning they'd theoretically be willing to pay $10 to eliminate that hour of traffic at any cost above that, and they'd rather just wait it out. But in the car right behind them, there might be a person of the same income level who's late to their first meeting of the morning. They might value their time quite highly, maybe $100 an hour, as the consequences of the delay from traffic are far higher. They'd pay an enormous amount to eliminate traffic in that scenario. Theoretically, it'd be fair and good for both these drivers if the high value of time person paid the low value of time person to cut in front of them and do the same with plenty of others in order to get to their destination faster. In some places, this effectively happens through tolled express lanes, but that's not practically feasible in Lower Manhattan. What is congestion pricing. In it, the person valuing their time higher is paying, say, $15 to drive on the roads, and that $15 is effectively going to the low value of time person who's been priced out of driving. That's because that person would get pushed onto public transit, and so if congestion charge fees go to public transit, as is typical, it's funding improvements that make transit better, faster, or cheaper. But this is, of course, an overly simplified reality, and it only considers the benefits to individual car users. In practice, there are plenty of upsides to freeing up the roads, even for non-drivers, due to all the other scenarios where time is exceptionally valuable for a particular vehicle type. For example, with the bus. With 10, 20, 30 or more people, even if their individual value of time is low, the collection of all of them means one bus can have a value of time well into the hundreds per hour. Delivery vehicles are a similar scenario. In fact, research by the Federal Highway Administration suggests that shippers value transit time between $25 and $200 per hour. Everyone who buys anything in Manhattan effectively pays for any disefficiency in goods delivery, so it's a scenario where the cost of traffic get passed on to everyone. And perhaps the greatest example is that of ambulances. A report by New York State Senator Brad Holman Segal and former NYC Traffic Commissioner Sam Schwartz pointed out that between 2014 and 2024, New York EMS response times for life-threatening emergencies increased by 24% from 6.09 to 7.54 minutes. Not all of that increase can be directly attributed to traffic, but a lot can. Half, in fact, according to their analysis. Minutes matter during life-threatening emergencies. As the report points out, in cardiac arrest, a person's chances of survival decreases an average of 7 to 10% for every additional minute before medical intervention. With a stroke, each additional minute is linked to the loss of an additional 1.9 million brain cells, meaning New York City traffic quite directly leads to increased disability for stroke victims. Right now, the cost of driving in Manhattan is so low that there are plenty of people doing so even when it's barely worth it to them. But with buses and delivery vehicles and ambulances using these same roadways and having their extremely high benefit to society diluted by the congestion caused, in part, by the low value of time drivers who have little disincentive to driving, the net benefit to society of Manhattan's roads is lower than it could be. That's to say, everyone that could take a fast crosstown bus, everyone who buys goods brought in by delivery vehicles, everyone who might need an ambulance would benefit from congestion-free roads, but they can't capture that benefit now because there are all these drivers out there that only barely want to be driving. But the logic goes further. You see, traffic is not a linear phenomenon. That's to say, every additional vehicle does not have the same effect on how much it slows down traffic. The impact of an additional vehicle varies depending on how congested the road already is. On a highway with a 70 mph speed limit, it's expected that the roadway can have a throughput of up to 1,120 cars per hour per lane while still maintaining 70 mph average speeds. As the number of cars using the highway increases, their density increases, and therefore the average speeds decrease. At 32 cars per mile per lane, for example, speeds slow down to just 64 miles per hour, but even with the slower speeds, the higher density means the roadway's throughput still increases to 2,048 cars per hour. The roadway is being used more efficiently as an asset, even as the efficiency of individual journey times gets lower. This phenomena continues as speeds get slower and density gets higher, up until a point. According to the analysis behind this set of numbers, on a 70 mph highway, that tipping point is 53 miles per hour. At that speed, 2,400 cars get through a lane in an hour, but it's not really ever theoretically possible to get more than 2,400 cars per hour through one of these lanes. While the intersectionless highway is the simplest example, this same phenomena occurs on all roads with any congestion. There just is a theoretical maximum throughput that roads can't surpass, and overloading the road actually decreases its efficiency below this maximum throughput. The factors that lead to this phenomena are numerous, varied, and not universally agreed upon or understood, and even the ones that are wildly complex, often being studied through the theories of fluid dynamics, but there are at least some examples of the nonlinear nature of traffic that make intuitive sense. Thinking about the scenario of a long line of cars at an intersection, let's say it takes the first driver at the light a half second to react to it turning green. That's a half second of time lost by everyone in line as it delays all of their arrival to the light. Let's then say it takes the driver second in line another half second to react to the first driver moving. That's now a full second of delay for everyone behind them. Now, if there are only 5 cars in line, this isn't a big deal, as the 5th driver only loses 2.5 seconds to the cumulative inefficiencies of human reaction times. If there are 20 cars, though, that's 10 seconds. Since every car has to wait through that whole backup, the difference in travel time between a lightly congested intersection and a heavily congested one, in this example, is about 10 seconds. And even that's assuming they all get through in the same light cycle. Now, once again, this is only one small facet of the overall phenomenon. There are a myriad of different factors that compound and decrease efficiency exponentially as roads get congested, but the takeaway should be that considering traffic is exponential, there's a lot of logic in reducing vehicle numbers at least below the tipping point to the point at which roadways are most efficient. Manhattan's roadways are consistently well above that point, and congestion pricing is the best idea for how to fix that. Of course, all these benefits are understood by the people who care most about this issue. Certainly not every New Yorker, but what's proved enough of them to keep the concept alive a decade and a half after its failure in the state assembly. As of the end of 2024, congestion pricing in the central business core of New York City is the closest it's ever been to becoming a reality. The policy is set $9 per commercial vehicle in 2025, then likely $12 in 28 and $15 in 2031. The 100-plus gantries required to monitor roads and dole tolls are in place too. Now, all that's left to do is survive the new year and its first 4 days until the program goes live on January 5th. But even with Governor Kathy Hochul's green light, transit experts are still holding their breath, and justifiably so. It was on the back of the spectacular public meltdown of the MTA in 2017 that congestion pricing returned into conversations over how to again fix the city's crumbling public transit. As the New York Times noted, the $500 million a year that congestion pricing would have generated could have gone a long way to alleviating the city's unraveling transit disaster. Governor Andrew Cuomo, for his part, took a more future-forward stance, that congestion pricing was an idea whose time had finally come. And yet, since its time arrived, there have been 2 state governors, 2 city mayors, a pandemic, a handful of lawsuits, and when the project was finally on the verge, a pause from Governor Hochul in early 2024. In so many ways, congestion pricing as part of Fix NYC initiated by Cuomo has played out as Bloomberg's congestion pricing as part of Plan YC initiated a decade before it. The more recent one was able to get the votes at the state level, but has run up against similarly heavy political opposition in different forms, from outlying towns, the state of New Jersey, and Donald Trump. But perhaps the most confidence-inspiring as to the long-term prospects of such a program is the longevity of those that 2008 and 2017 proposals drew from, the congestion pricing models in London and Stockholm that have remained in place for 2 decades now. Each has now played out slightly differently, as Stockholm's has kept total cars and congestion lower than London, but London has made real strides in turning fees into additional bike lanes and bus routes, but both remain success stories that New York's drawn from. And likely most instructive for the New York urbanists is the fact that congestion pricing became acceptable to Londoners polled and popular with those polled in Stockholm. Popular enough to remain policy and even survive rate hikes over the years. So with history as a guide, what's most likely to happen is a continued bitter fight over New York's new tolls until the very hour they're implemented, but then, slowly, as the streets get clearer, the air gets cleaner, the noise quieter, the subway is better, the ambulance is faster, New York will slowly learn to love paying $9 to speed through lower Manhattan. Speaking of learning to love paying for something, over 500,000 people have done so with our sponsor, Nebula. Seriously, we know people like it because a majority of people that have ever signed up for a subscription are still
quietly listen to his video.
Well over industry averages, especially for a service that's been running for almost
I approve of
6
Chunky's
years.
idea.
But I
Let's
think
get
I
rid
know
of
why.
New York.
It starts with the fact that Nebula has curated a group of thoughtful creators making unique stuff, and we all post all our normal stuff there ad and sponsorship free. But really the core of Nebula, and what people seem to enjoy most, is the originals. You see, the reason Nebula is a paywalled, subscription-based streaming platform rather than an ad-supported one is that we believe that the business model is better for both creators and the audience. We're able to make stuff at a higher budget than what the ad-supported YouTube system can support, which has led to plenty of really great originals. For example, Great Cities by City Beautiful, covering the backstories of the urban planning of places like Venice and Shanghai and Paris. There's the brand new Boomers by Tom Nicholas, a feature-length documentary about the consequences of the increasing power and wealth amassed by the baby boomer generation. There's WTF USA
That's a
by
disaster
TLDR
right
News,
there.
covering the US election and its aftermath in real time from a digital-first mindset. I could go on and on and on, but it's worth checking out the catalog yourself, and it's worth knowing that the 2025 original slate is the most ambitious, most frequent, and highest budget to date. For example, we just announced a new project that my team and I are working on called Abolish Everything. It's a long-running, live New York City comedy show where comedians come and make their case for abolishing something in front of a panel of the political establishment that pokes holes in their argument and makes the case for why actually we should keep things the way they are. It's hilarious, and we're redeveloping it into a film show for all the Nebula viewers to see. So if you want to see that and all the other great Nebula originals, and watch all our normal stuff ad and sponsorship free, and help support Wendover, and all the other independent creators on Nebula, well, good news, because you can do so for 40% off when you use our link, nebula.tv/Wendover.
Alrighty, let's see.
It's no secret the United States and China are smack dab in the middle of one of history's largest naval arms races. In 2020, the Chinese Navy surpassed the US in overall number of warships for the first time ever. On the other hand, the US fleet is more advanced and has far more tonnage. But US naval leadership has seen the writing on the wall and attempted to kick the military-industrial complex back into high gear. So what new warships, weapons, and tactics will they acquire over the next decade? And will it be the correct ones needed to keep China in check? If we want to understand the US Navy's plan to modernize, it's worth looking at its two greatest influences. Alfred Mahan was a United States naval officer and strategist who wrote the 1890 book, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. It's basically the naval Bible now. In it, Mahan argued that the control of maritime trade routes were crucial for the success of a global power. He recommended maintaining naval bases and refueling logistics stations all around the world. He pointed out that control of strategic maritime choke points have had a decisive impact on the outcome of wars throughout history, all the way back to 400 BC. We can easily see today how his theories were extremely influential on how the US Navy evolved. Then there was Sir Julian Corbett, who was a British naval historian and strategist who published Some Principles of Maritime Strategy in 1911. It's like the Torah of the Navy. That analogy doesn't work. Corbett was in some ways the counterpoint to Mahan. He argued for avoiding decisive battles, engaging in raids on the enemy instead. Critics of Mahan believed that he had an overemphasis on large, heavy-armed battleships. They believed a smaller, more agile Navy could be more effective at sea denial and disrupting larger fleets through asymmetric means. Sir Corbett placed more emphasis on limited warfare and coordinating with other military branches, even making use of diplomacy. The naval problems facing Mahan and Corbett over 100 years ago are many of the same ones faced today. Their works have influenced national naval policies around the world for over 100 years now. Anytime the US Navy has to modernize to face a new adversary, there's going to be debates about three main things. First, what is the correct number of warships we should have? Second, what is the correct type of warships we should have?
The correct number of warships is always
third,
going to be more.
What is the correct mission for
Also,
these
Darius,
warships?
welcome in.
Before we can determine the possible answers to those questions, let us first diagnose the problem. Currently, the US Navy only has about 290 vessels, compared to China's roughly 370.
How are you doing today,
China's
my friend?
expected to hit 475 ships by 2035. Believe me, I'm almost dumb enough to make a unidimensional analysis that more ships equals better, but I'm going to resist every urge to stop there. Because we can see the US has 11 aircraft carriers and 14 ballistic missile submarines, which form the backbone of a blue water navy. Meanwhile, China has less than half in both those critical categories. When added together, the US Navy has about 4.6 million tons of
Oh, that's
displacement.
also, he's not even mentioning the fact that they have half. So they've got 5 carriers versus our 11. Another important thing to count, because this is talking super carriers, not regular, like, smaller carriers. But these 11 not only outnumber them 2-1, but are infinitely better than the cheap stuff that the Chinese made. Here he's using the exact same, model per nation, but China's are smaller and or I think they're smaller at least, I don't know. But their systems are far less advanced, and in particular one of the things is this whole system where we've got the ability to launch and recover aircraft from 2 strip. They don't have that. They've got they're using the ramp system, which is just the worst way to do a carrier. But
about
it's common
twice the
because
amount
it's
of
cheaper than
tonnage
doing it
as
with a
the
launch
Chinese
system
Navy.
like we have.
We'll see later on that comparing a Navy's power based solely on tonnage and ship hulls
Even just
doesn't give you a
numbers-wise
clear
doesn't take
picture
into
of their
account, like,
actual
ours are
abilities,
worth
but
3 or
yes,
4 of
heavier
theirs.
ships typically translate to more weapon systems and capabilities per ship. But there are many other variables that are just as important for us to weigh. One consideration the US Navy has to make in terms of mission that the Chinese don't have to worry about right now is that they have a global footprint, which stretches their resources thinner. According to this article from WarOnTheRocks.com by Mackenzie Eaglin, the demand for US naval forces outmatches the supply, because in 2015 they were reportedly only able to meet 44% of the requests made on combatant commanders around the world. Leadership claimed they needed an additional 150 extra ships just to meet those demands. Now, Mackenzie goes on to write that in 2016, Navy combatant commanders testified they would need a fleet of at least 80 attack submarines to fill all these requests. So currently the US Navy only has about 53 attack submarines. It would take a decade or more to meet this requirement. So we can of course argue that the Navy is essentially just trying to create the case for why they should get more funding and resources, but the lack of ships is somewhat of a concern. This is where the question of mission comes into the picture. Some would ask if the Navy needs to avoid trying to answer every single humanitarian and security call that's made of them. Should the Navy be trying to dominate and control the seas like Mahan suggested, or should they share its responsibilities with allies and use a more diplomatic approach like Corbett suggested? I'm oversimplifying it here, of course, but I think these are useful ways of understanding the Navy's predicament. Sir Corbett reiterated Clausewitz when he said, quote, "Military action must still be regarded only as a manifestation of policy. It must never supersede policy. The policy is always the object. War is how we obtain the object, and the means must always keep the end in view." What this means, I think, is that our Navy's force structure should be built and designed to protect our national interest or achieve specific diplomatic goals. Currently, that goal seems to be aimed at deterring war in the Pacific. At its peak, the US Navy operated 6,700 ships at the end of World War II. In the 1980s, the US had about 550 warships, while naval planners advocated for a 600-ship Navy with 15 carrier strike groups. During the 1980s, old Iowa-class battleships were recommissioned, and the Navy reached a recent height of 594 warships in 1987. However, when the Soviet Union collapsed shortly after that, it appeared there was no longer a need for such a massive peacetime Navy, and the force has steadily declined to 290 today.
I literally even read it
as a large, decisive battle might not be relevant today, but his push for maintaining a large Navy has endured. Then, in December 2016, a major turning point happened when the Navy released a force structure goal that called to reverse this trend of a smaller Navy. They aimed to increase the fleet to 355 ships in one version of the plan by 2042. The Congressional Budget Office found that they plan to retire more destroyers, cruisers, and submarines than they'll commission over the next 10 years. What this means is that they'll be down to 285 ships by 2026. But then, this trend would reverse after that, and the Navy would start to grow in their numbers. Part of the reason why the Navy modernization can be controversial is because of how long it takes to build warships and the enormous amount of resources, materials, and money that they cost. For example, it takes like 5 to 6 years from the time when a destroyer is ordered to when it's finally commissioned on the active duty in the fleet. That's about 5 times longer than it takes to build your average Abrams tank. This means naval planners need to plan far into the future, and if they're wrong, it's difficult to turn things around midway through development. The Navy periodically creates these 30-year plans to help view procurement far into the future. There was a recent report in Bloomberg. They wrote an article that called into question how corrupt the Chinese military is and claimed through some unverified anonymous sources that their missiles were filled with water. Since then, it appears that the accuracy of these claims are questionable at best. Now, while it's true China's rocket forces, they face corruption, but this problem is not unique to them. There's also been a major corruption scandal inside the US Navy, where one defense contractor nicknamed Fat Leonard overcharged the Navy for more than $35 million. In return, he bribed scores of naval officers in the United States Navy with over $500,000 and ladies of the night so he could get favorable contracts and intel reports from them. I find it fun to take jabs at our adversaries and to make cracks about China's corruption and the inferiority of some of their weapon systems. At the same time, it would be unwise to discount their abilities or think that they're not a threat to Taiwan. U.S. naval leadership is concerned enough about the threat that they're even creating an entirely new strategy to address the issue.
I gotta pause the game, that way I can pause the video. Let me say this even more clearly. Anyone that was found to have been associating with Fat Leonard in that regard should never see the light of day again. Put them in the deepest, darkest cell that you can find, and then throw the key away and keep them down there. Or, we are technically in a time of war, execute every single person that was involved as traitors to the United States. Both are totally fine by my book. And then Fat Leonard isn't a military member, so we can't execute him for treason, not without going through a much more complicated system. So just throw him in jail for life, and anyone associated with him. Uncle Dan, don't worry. We don't suspect you of having any associations
because the Chinese military has explicitly built their naval forces around the concept of killing American aircraft carriers. They've invested in a network of land-based ballistic anti-ship missiles that can strike out to 3,000 kilometers.
I would personally throw down a flight of stairs
calls for a more distributed approach to naval firepower, with new missiles across more platforms.
Should you do that?
And the return of a ship class that the Navy hasn't really widely built since the 1980s. I'm talking about the frigate. As the Cold War ended, though, the US Navy didn't see a need for a peacetime Navy to build these smaller ships. But in 2017, frigates were back on the menu. They were back in style when the Navy announced the FFG-X program to bring back this blast from the past. The Navy needs more ships and they need them fast. So the FFG-X program had an extremely short timetable. The project shopped around the world to modify an existing design instead of designing something from scratch. The project went from the FREMM multi-purpose frigate as the base design. It's been built since 2007 by Italian company Fincantieri and the French firm Naval Group. The FREMM underwent significant modifications to become the United States Navy's Constellation class. This is America's new, next-generation frigate, and they plan to manufacture about 20 of these. The Constellation FFG-62 class packs a punch. The whole point of the Navy's new distributed firepower concept is to spread offensive capabilities throughout the fleet. So the new frigates will be armed with 32 of the Mark 41 VLS missile cells for launching Tomahawk cruise missiles, enhanced Sea Sparrow missiles, or your standard series missiles. The Center for the International Maritime Security wrote this great article by Dmitry Filippov on the new distributed warfare theory, which is now regarded as the superior chef's kiss method. It's a pretty drastic departure from essentially a millennia of historical naval battles, which were often characterized by decisive clashes between very concentrated fleets. This distributed warfare reminds me of Sir Corbett's concept about weighting tactics against enemy forces. Now, one of the main ways we try to quantify our Navy's power is by counting the number of vertical launch systems that they have across the fleet. Launch cells are kind of the cornerstone of modern naval power, like how cannons were in the past. They can carry air defense or long-range strike missiles. In 2021, the Center for Military Studies published the total numbers of VLS cells in use within the US military and 14 NATO navies. This Excel sheet style breakdown right behind me here, you can see that the US Navy has the most with a total of 8,646 vertical launch cells. And this Forbes article written by David Axe estimates that the US has about 10,196 ship and submarine launch potential missiles. Under the Navy's new plan, by 2053 they claim they would have 20% more missile-launched cell firepower. They wouldn't all be loaded with offensive missiles though. You need to account for the fact that there's going to be a mix between defensive and strike capabilities, but it's a good place to start with assessing naval power. Our European allies bring a combined extra 2,328 additional missile launch cells to the table. Meanwhile, China's Navy has estimated to only have about 4,168 missile launch cells, but that estimate is from 2021, and their capabilities will be closer to 4,500 to 5,000 today. I think this metric is far more important to consider than the number of total ship hulls or tonnage. I should also point out that some missile cells are larger than others, and there's a good argument to be made that looking at any single factor like launch cells is a bit reductive. We should look at the Navy's capabilities and strategy as a whole to better appreciate the situation. In modern naval combat, firing more missiles at an enemy at the same time gives a greater chance of overwhelming an enemy's defenses and scoring a hit. So the more missiles carried by the fleet, the better. One of the current limitations of this missile launch weapon system is that they need to retreat all the way back to shore, then it has to be tied down so that the ship is completely immobile, then special missile reloading cranes are brought in to reload each missile safely. The whole process can take a ship out of the fight for weeks. The Navy is experimenting with rearm at sea capabilities, getting it to work with dummy ammo at the pier, but not in open sea, which would be more difficult. One solution to pump up those launch cell numbers is by adding modular Mark 40 container launchers. You basically slap them onto any deck of a ship to increase their missile firepower. So the Constellation class is going with tried and tested technologies instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. This is because naval procurement has gotten itself into hot water trying to adopt leap-ahead technologies that promised ambitious, huge new abilities, but arguably fell short, like the zoom wall in the littoral combat ship. More ships means more nodes for watching the seas and skies, which is another advantage to the distributed model that the Navy's going for now. The first ship in this new Constellation class is projected to roll out in 2026 and cost about $1.28 billion, but as production continues, this cost is expected to drop down to $900 million. That may sound like a lot, but it's a real steal compared to the $2.2 billion price tag of an Arleigh Burke destroyer. I try to keep in mind that comparing cost of vessels, it's a hotly debated issue, so I take all of that with a grain of salt. The other dimension to increasing firepower throughout the fleet is the introduction of the Naval Strike Missile. The NSM replaces the older Harpoon missile that had been the standard US and NATO anti-ship missiles since 1977. Compared to the Harpoon's radar guidance, the NSM's combination of GPS and infrared guidance systems are entirely passive. So what that means is that targets get much less warning at the missiles heading their way. The Naval Strike Missile doesn't fly supersonic, but it is extremely agile. It's able to make turns and climb and dive on targets in an unpredictable pattern that's really hard to intercept with defensive gunfire or missiles. The Constellation-class frigates will have 16 Naval Strike Missiles each, giving the nimble frigates excellent over-the-horizon striking capability. For longer-ranged engagements, the US is currently testing the conventional prompt strike hypersonic missile on the Zumwalt destroyers and the Virginia-class submarines. We do know that one test firing reached a target 3,700 kilometers away in under 30 minutes, really earning that prompt part of the name. Even with today's current less-than-ideal force structure, according to the best unclassified research document available about how a Taiwan invasion scenario would actually go down, a 2022 war game conducted by the Center for International and Strategic Studies predicted that proper use of American submarines could sink up to 90% of China's invasion fleet.
Oh no.
The problem is dealing with the combat losses, though. Even in the most optimistic war game results, the US still lost about a quarter of its submarine fleet and over 2,000 sailors. This is why the US military is so focused on deterring a war from ever happening in the first place. But none of this confronts the underlying problem that America's shipbuilding is lagging behind the Chinese. This is a lot more complex of a problem than most people realize.
He's whining about saying
the
it's
limiting factor
Mexico's
for
waters.
U.S. shipbuilding
Well, yeah, then he's
isn't
just
actually a
complete
lack of
total
shipyard
imbecile
space,
that doesn't
heavy
understand the
machinery,
basics of,
or
what he's
material
talking about.
resources. It's
So,
skilled
no point acknowledging
labor.
him.
There's a major
Let the
labor
children
shortage affecting
scream.
both public and private shipyards
They're
that
idiots.
service the U.S. Navy, and no one's talking about it. American manufacturing jobs in general have been on the decline for decades, and it's hit the maritime sector especially hard. This leads to an aging workforce that can't replace skilled craftsmen with trained new talent fast enough. To explain this a little more in depth, I want to introduce you to our researcher and writer, Diego Aceituno.
The Navy has 4 public shipyards, but these are all short-staffed by about 1,000 shipbuilders, and private shipyards are also struggling to meet personnel demands. Apprenticeship programs help, like how Huntington Ingalls, which is one of the largest shipbuilders in the country, is having their 1,200 master shipbuilders impart their 40 years of experience to younger apprentices and journeymen. But no national apprenticeship standards exist for shipbuilding, and each company does their work differently. Shipbuilding is a complicated industry that can't be automated anywhere near as much as you might think, so it takes actual experienced hands to build combat-ready ships that won't fall apart during wartime or rough seas. But this tiny workforce has to split their duties between building new ships, along with maintenance of existing ships, upgrade projects, and decommissioning retired vessels. You'd think retiring a vessel would be as simple as recycling it, but it's a long, carefully planned process. And dividing a small workforce causes major delays, cost overruns, and accidents. During fiscal year 2022, only 36% of ship contracts were finished on time. And that's down from 44%
I mean,
the
that's
previous
no
year.
real surprise,
And where
Chonky.
is production happening? At its peak, there were 14 shipbuilding locations in America. Today, there are just 7. These 7 shipyards are owned by only 4 prime contractors. For comparison, China currently has 20 shipyards supporting their military modernization efforts. But in 2018, the Navy launched a $21 billion initiative to modernize and improve the 4 major public shipyards in the country. The U.S. has also started packaging production contracts with workforce development funding to help kickstart the job market and train a new generation of skilled shipbuilders. As for actual building of ships, the Navy has presented 3 alternative approaches to Congress to expand the size of the battle force by 2045 for roughly similar price tags. The first approach aims to maximize more large, next-generation surface combatants like the upcoming DDG-X, along with small amphibious ships to support coastal operations. Alternative number 2 goes the undersea route, building more current-generation submarines, along with larger amphibious ships. Alternative 3 expands the size of the fleet the fastest, adding 75 ships by 2045, but obviously requires the most investment of funds, about $32 billion per year. And that's only if the contracts can stay on time and on budget. But there's another angle that the Navy is betting will make up the gap and corner the market on the next big thing, which is unmanned platforms. These futuristic drones and uncrewed vessels are already making a splash as they're introduced into the Western Pacific, and the Department of the Navy plans to have a large and diverse inventory of naval drones within 10 years. In fact, the Navy hopes to have as many as 150 unmanned vessels, augmenting its battle fleet by 2045. I'd love to know what Mahan and Corbett would think of unmanned ships and how that would fit into their analysis. The U.S. Navy faces deep systemic challenges that range from fighting against corruption to trying to convince policymakers that investing more in the future of the Navy is a priority. This has made it difficult to keep up with the raw production numbers of the PRC. But as we've seen, an increase in the firepower, tactics, and alliances can offset that disadvantage. While the Navy and the US government as a whole deserve some criticism for not taking action sooner, if there's one thing the US Navy has always proven, it's that other nations underestimate it at their own risk. So what do you think? Will the US Navy be prepared to take on China? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Follow me on Instagram at CappyArmy for updates, and I'll see you all again in the next report.
Well, and here's one that he didn't talk about that could help us with our naval situation. Farewell to pacifism. Japan is rearming. Are we watching USA propaganda? No, not propaganda.
Wars and saber-rattling have increased around the world since Russia invaded Ukraine. The invasion has even pushed a bastion of world peace to the brink of militarization.
Donkey, don't perchance.
Worried about the threat
it literally,
from China,
it quite literally,
Japan
by
recently
definition, was not propaganda. The whole thing was being like, is the US Navy really equipped to deal with the problems, and are they going to be? Chunky, it's not Navy propaganda either. A video that's talking about the Navy does not mean it's propaganda. You mongoloid. I swear, I'm going to throw you into the coal mines. I won't give you any drills. You will do it by hand. No automation will assist you. I will not grant you a mask. You will sleep in the caves. If the spiders come for you, you will be expected to defend the mine with your life. But no, so it wasn't propaganda. It was literally a whole video being like, is the US Navy in a position to be able to stand against the Chinese Navy? What do they need to do to start growing and start adapting to new threats? Stuff like that. I always find those things interesting. Chonky's just a midwit, but it's alright.
He unveiled an ambitious new
He's
defense
our
strategy.
midwit. That's the important bit.
Security in the Asia-Pacific region has deteriorated at an unprecedented rate. We are considering all options to strengthen our defense capabilities, including the possibility of striking enemy bases.
Suddenly, Japan's security policy has changed dramatically from a pacifist nation to now a nation that's developing counterstrike capabilities by purchasing Tomahawk missile.
Peace relies on a balance of power. Russia attacked Ukraine. It's a mistake to think that we won't be attacked because we don't have any army or military bases. That era is over.
Japan wants to increase defense spending by 60% by 2027, the third largest military budget behind the US and China. This even though Japan is the only country in the world with a no-war clause in its constitution. Is this the end of Japan's traditional pacifism?
Traditional? Good sir, to use the word traditional to refer to like, what, 60 years, 70 years of policy? That is not tradition, that is recent in politics. What do you mean, tradition? Their tradition is very much not peace. That was a bold statement. Also, these kids are idiots. I'm gonna be real honest. Every person that attends this kind of thing, I'm gonna be real honest. I love peace. And God implicitly has told us that blessed are the peacemakers. I also am the person that acknowledges very quickly that the only way to peace is through strength in the modern world. Dealing with humanity, the only way that you will have peace is being strong enough that no one dare to try to disrupt your peace. That's the only way that works. It's always been that way. Anyone that claims otherwise has not once opened a history textbook and had any understanding of what they read above that of a first grader. I'm sorry, it's not how it works. Peace is only attained through that strength. And these people that are like, no war, only peace. It's like, okay, that's cool, that's cool. So long as you believe that, that works for you. The moment that I decide peace doesn't work for me, though, and I've got a gun and you don't have a gun, guess what? I won. Your peace forever thing doesn't work. And you're an imbecile who has been coddled by far too kind a world. You've been guarded from the realities of nature. You have not looked outside and seen what is actually going on, and you are doomed.
We suffered so much during war that we renounced it. Why are we going back on this principle?
Because if you don't, you will die. You will suffer so much more if you were to ignore the changes. never broker any kind of acceptance to people that talk like that. Like if you could come at me with the most support in the world.
I was
you could
6
have,
years old on
you
August
could
6th.
have every single person behind you. In fact, that is quite literally the truth. If tomorrow every single person on Earth were to completely renounce violence and war and conflict, and they would say that they will never take up arms to stop something from happening again, if everyone did that, I can guarantee you, by the end of the day tomorrow, when people declared that, I would be God King of the planet. Everyone would have to do as I say, because if I don't renounce it and everyone else does, I won. On the spot. It's as simple as that. This old woman, I'm sure she has seen some terrible things, lived through a brutal time. Things were not easy. To base your entire reality off of that, though, is pure, unadulterated idiocy on a level that I cannot begin to fathom.
1945.
And when I say God King, that is a small G, obviously.
I was on my way to school. I saw 2 planes in the sky. I was watching them and was suddenly struck by a gigantic flash of light. I instinctively covered my face with my arms, which is why I was burned on the back of my head, arms, and neck.
Okay, yeah, so I was correct. She's been through some terrible things, and I get it. That would make you hesitant.
I only suffered
that doesn't work,
burns
though.
because I was more than 2 kilometers away from the epicenter of the atomic bomb attack. Not even bones of victims were found at the site of the explosion. All my school friends died. I was the only survivor.
Hiroshima was devastated by the first atomic bomb to be used as a weapon of war, marking a shocking climax to the war in the Pacific, which had been no less horrifying than the one that had raged through Europe. In the first half of the 20th century, Japan invaded vast swathes of the Asia-Pacific region. Emperor Hirohito, seen here inspecting his troops, approved the country's attack on Pearl Harbor, the American military base. But Japan dispatched kamikaze pilots when the US began to regain the upper hand. Some 3 million Japanese died in the war. 200,000 as victims of the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Japan was left with a deep hatred of war, symbolized by a famous memorial for peace.
Paper cranes are believed to bring good luck. It's said that cranes live 1,000 years.
I mean, we know that that's not true, but...
Sadako Sasaki was a little girl at my school, 4 years younger than me. She was exposed to radiation when she was 2, and she fell ill at 12. In the hospital, they told her that she would recover if she folded 1,000 paper cranes. She put her heart and soul into it. But her wish didn't come true, and she didn't survive. Sadako Sasaki's origami cranes remain a symbol of peace.
A few days after the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Emperor Hirohito went on the radio to announce Japan's surrender.
Les Japonais n'avaient jamais entendu la voix de leur empereur.
The Japanese had never heard the voice of their emperor. People cried in their villages as they listened to the shocking news. They understood immediately that the militarization of Japan had been a mistake. The Japanese despised anything military following the Second World War.
The anti-militarism of the vast majority of the Japanese people fit the agenda of the victorious powers. General Douglas MacArthur, the supreme commander for the Allied powers, the American-led occupying forces, set out to demilitarize and rebuild Japan.
It is my earnest hope, and indeed the hope of all mankind, that from this solemn occasion a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past.
That is a interesting get-up.
On behalf of the men and women of Yokota Air Base, it is my privilege to welcome you to the Japanese-American Friendship Festival 2023.
The US occupied Japan for 7 years after the war, and its military still plays a key role felt today. This annual festival allows residents to meet and talk to the 55,000-plus Marines still stationed in Japan. Some even don a superhero costume for the occasion.
Americans are driven by this concept, manifest destiny. God has given America a special role to play in the world. And America is sort of on a civilizing mission to spread its values.
Now our history would point to there being
wanted Japan to be a showcase of the superiority
that is the vast majority
of the
of
American
American
system.
history.
But at the grassroots level, Japanese people are also embracing the opportunities of defeat, and they become enthusiastic supporters of many of the American reforms, democratization, demilitarization.
This new Japan, born after the war, was based on a constitution drafted by the Americans in just 1 week. The Japanese government had no choice but to adopt it.
Japanese government official tried to protect the existence of the emperor because the emperor is just the symbol of Japanese style of democracy. Instead of the protecting of existence of emperor, they abandoned all of sovereign at that time, including constitution.
Despite his involvement in the war, Emperor Hirohito kept his throne, but his role became purely symbolic. The new democracy gave women the right to vote and introduced a free press and trade unions. The 1946 Constitution also included Article 9, which renounced Japan's right to wage war.
Now that's a very bad idea.
Aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order, the Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes.
It sounds like a good idea until
very carefully. It's clear that it's a pacifist constitution which renounces any use of military assets. It goes further than the German constitution.
The demilitarization of Japan was based on unequivocal US protection. The country was unable to wage war and is effectively subordinate to the US, which has promised to defend Japan in the event of an attack.
The Americans are like Japan's bodyguards. That's why we accept the presence of the military base.
Well, you also accept the presence because you don't have any choice.
Japanese planes aren't allowed to fly over this zone. That's the price we pay for the country's security.
Even after the end of the US occupation and Japan's independence in 1952, the country remained a pillar of the US world order. Thanks to the security treaty between the two countries, the US can maintain military bases on Japanese territory. The country currently hosts 130. Japan even served as a rear base for the US during its wars in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, despite its pacifist ideology.
Japan has often been seen as an aircraft carrier for the U.S. in the region.
Because it is. It's a big aircraft carrier.
This
you
means
can't
that
sink.
the U.S. has had a country where it could station a huge number of troops. In fact, the largest American contingent abroad. And this enables U.S. troops to intervene in Japan or elsewhere in the region whenever necessary.
Here in Asia, a narrow sea separates Japan and the free world from Soviet communism.
As the Cold War unfolded between the US and the Soviet Union in 1947, Japan firmly sided with the West. US Army documentaries depicted Japan as a bulwark against the perceived communist threat in Asia. When the Korean War broke out in 1950, the Soviet Union and China supported North Korea, and the US, South Korea.
The United States, with the victory of the Chinese communists in the Civil War in 1949, quickly has second thoughts about the war-renouncing Article 9 of the Constitution because they want Japan to rearm. They want Japan to help them fight the war in Korea. The Japanese Prime Minister at the time, Yoshida Shigeru, responded by basically saying, my hands are tied. It's in the Constitution. So Article 9 became sort of like, garlic for the, Dracula's warding off America. Say, well, this is what you've given us. We want to concentrate our scarce resources on economic recovery.
Japan made a concession to the US by establishing a self-defense force in 1954. A first compromise of its pacifist constitution. But the country remained largely true to its anti-war stance. Japan shied away from power politics and focused instead on economic progress. By the late 1960s, the country that had been devastated by war had become the world's second largest economy.
Germany and Japan benefited twice from their close ties with the US. Firstly, they didn't need to spend much on a military. Secondly, they were able to win back the trust of neighboring countries.
Oh yeah, you're playing on easy mode.
And both countries managed this successfully. If you look at how Germany and Japan developed during the Cold War, they both became the biggest economic powers in their region.
And they owe it almost solely to us. And yet, funny thing is, what's funny is talking about that. Then you look at the disparity between how the two countries treat the United States and Americans in general. Japan seems to have almost this like reverent respect for the United States for the most part. And then Germany and the Europeans are over here like, oh no, you guys are actually the worst. We're so much better than you in every single way. You all suck. And it's like, you realize you only exist in this like comfortable thing that you've got going because
Japan became
us,
a voice
yeah?
of peace, spearheading the fight against nuclear proliferation.
It's such a thing. It's so strange to me.
The country adopted the 3 non-nuclear principles,
Only Japan
ruling out the
has
production,
been
possession,
reasonable.
or introduction of nuclear weapons.
Honestly, Germany and the other
Hiroshima
European
became
powers
the
could learn a
headquarters
thing or
of
two from the
resistance to
Japanese
atomic weapons.
about how to
When
treat
Prime Minister
the
Fumio Kishida
essentially
invited G7
overlord
leaders to the city in 2023, he sent a strong signal to Russia, which was conducting tactical nuclear weapons drills on the Ukrainian border.
Look at me.
Speaking from this city, forever scarred by the atomic bomb, Our generation must continue to raise awareness and move tirelessly towards a future free of nuclear weapons.
But this principled position belies some contradictory behavior. Despite pressure from the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan has always refused to sign the international treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons.
The treaty gave us incredible hope. I was so happy when it was ratified by the UN in 2017, and its initiators were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts. But Japan didn't sign it, despite being the only country where the atomic bomb has been used.
Japan faces so-called a nuclear dilemma. That is, while Japan is destined to pursue the goal of world without nuclear weapons because of its experiences, tragic experiences in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, given the very serious security environment in this region, Japan also has to rely on the U.S. extended nuclear deterrence in its security.
Japan believes in nuclear disarmament, but wants the US to launch nuclear weapons on its behalf if necessary.
Milestone reached.
And now voices calling for Japan to develop its own nuclear weapons program are growing louder.
Foundations provide a
The
building
country
grid,
certainly
which
has the
makes it easier
technical
to manage
knowledge.
placement of any structure. In the event that you are experiencing amnesia for all events prior to planetfall, be reassured that memories of beloved humans and/or animals would have only been distractions from your important mission.
Japan began using civil nuclear energy in the 1960s as part of its rapid economic growth.
I wish we would do that. That'd be great. That'd be spectacular. Imagine nuclear
The propaganda
energy.
at the time said that the atomic energy that had caused so much suffering would now be used to bring economic development to Japan. It was dubbed Dream Energy.
I swear, if she like starts harping on Fukushima as like evidence why they shouldn't do
Japan
that too,
built dozens of nuclear
sorry, but at that
reactors
point,
which supply
you're-
almost a
you're
third of the
being
country's
completely
electricity. But the industry has also generated a problematic waste product, plutonium. Japan is one of the world's main producers and has created 47 tons. Most of it was reprocessed in France and the UK, but 9 tons remain on Japanese soil, enough to manufacture hundreds of nuclear warheads.
It's as if Japan already has an atomic bomb. It's a hidden nuclear weapon. An atomic bomb made of plutonium, like the one dropped on Nagasaki, could be built at any moment.
Yes, that's what's called a strategic deterrent.
The then Japanese Prime Minister ordered a confidential investigation on the development of the atomic bomb after China's first successful tests in 1964.
What the heck is my concrete?
The conclusion was that Japan could only lose.
If Japan were to develop the bomb, it would immediately be in the same position as Iran or North Korea. Japan cannot afford to be excluded by the international community. Japan must rule out developing nuclear weapons.
High-ranking nationalist
that's
politicians
not true,
continue
but
to point
okay.
out that Japan has the technical capacity to produce
Okay,
atomic
so
weapons.
hold on. So I'm going to address what that guy said. Hold on. Did it say what his role was, who he was? Citizens Nuclear Information Center. Matsukubo. Sir. No. I'm sorry, but your premise is so misguided, so unfounded, it's almost shocking. It's a toddler's interpretation of politics. Well, these two countries created nuclear weapons, and now everyone hates them. They weren't hated because they made nuclear weapons. Iran and North Korea were hated long before they made nuclear arms. They made nuclear arms as deterrents because they are hated, and they know they could not win a state-on-state fight. Normally, they have to have a nuclear deterrent. You are Japan. You are the country that I would say is probably the most deserving of the title of our greatest ally. Not Israel, certainly not Israel. Israel, in fact, is one of those ones that falls into the category of with friends like them who needs enemies. Israel is not a good ally in any way, shape, or form to the United States. They are a leech upon us. And a leech that seems to constantly be getting us into trouble. But Japan has been a very, very, very solid, reliable ally. And we are the kingpin as the United States. We choose who can and cannot have nuclear arms without it being considered a social faux pas among the international community. We are calling on you to arm yourself. Maybe not specifically with nuclear arms, but if you did it, I'd be real honest, I doubt that many of us would be bothered by it. But we are calling on you to arm yourselves. You are not going to become an Iran or a North Korea for producing a nuclear weapon, because you are not like them. You are not a social pariah of the international community. You are not the boogeyman of politics, like those two were. It's not even the same. It's like saying that a bully that threw a rock, it's because he had a rock. That's the problem. And then when a toddler picks up the rock, we shoot the toddler. No. No, that's not how it works, dude. You're inflating things completely incorrectly, and it's because your entire thing is focused around the idea that nuclear arms are why Iran and North Korea are politically isolated from the rest of the world. No, they're politically isolated because they're authoritarian dictatorships that were hostile to everyone around them, and everyone is hostile towards them.
In the same position as Iran or North Korea.
You wouldn't be.
Japan cannot afford to be excluded by the international community. Japan must rule out developing nuclear weapons.
Yeah, no, 99%
High-ranking nationalist politicians continue to point out that Japan has the technical capacity to produce atomic weapons, an attempt perhaps to intimidate nuclear powers in the region. And as a reminder to the US about its defense promises.
Oops. I got distracted by that utterly
China,
ridiculous statement that he made.
Even North Korea and Russia and the States, we have possibility. We have already capability of the modern style nuclear weapons. So do not threaten. Do not trade on me, I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fair.
Such statements revealed the gulf between conservative governments that hope to make Japan a nuclear power and the public who categorically decry nuclear weapons. The pacifism of the overwhelming majority of Japanese has slowed the country's military ambitions for decades. But the end of the Cold War marked a turning point. The Berlin Wall fell in 1989,
Honestly,
and the following year the Soviet Union collapsed. The fight against communism, the justification for the military alliance between the US and Japan, crumbled as well. Japan then also sunk into a serious economic depression, putting an end to decades of prosperity.
Stuff that portrays them as militaristic, but good
Japan underwent an identity crisis in the 1990s when the property and speculation bubble burst. Trust in the strength of the country's economy was shaken. And with the end of the Cold War, Japan no longer knew exactly which side it was on.
Rebuilding their image as a military power, but they need to do it in a similar way to how we do it.
There was an upsurge of nationalism during...
Because otherwise people are going to keep portraying them trying to arm themselves as being like, oh, they're becoming the Empire of Japan again. No, they're going to invade all their neighbors. No, don't. Don't do that. Don't let people make that the argument. You need to be trying to replicate us in that kind of image as the empowered peacekeeper, the militarily strong guardian that prevents things from getting out of hand. By every time someone starts to step out of line, you kind of remind them like, hey, don't try that, bud. It won't end well if you start something.
In the crisis of the 1990s
But
in Japan,
it's going to require a lot of work on their behalf, I think, because
some politicians became more outspoken,
themselves into the
saying
other
it
one
was
for
time
so
for
long.
Japan to turn the page on the post-war period, and that the country had apologized enough.
The Conservatives had been in power since the 1950s and believed Japan should reclaim its status in the world. They considered it humiliating that its pacifist constitution prohibited them from sending troops to the First Gulf War in 1991.
Yeah, it is kind of
A year
disappointment.
later, Parliament authorized Japan's participation in UN peacekeeping operations in Cambodia, Mozambique, and East Timor, further compromising its pacifist stance. Beginning in 2010, Shinzo Abe, a key figure of the nationalist right,
poor
set
Abe.
about turning Japan into a normal country, one
we
capable of
miss
not
that
just
fella.
defending itself, but also entitled to send troops on overseas deployments.
How Japanese stand, how Japanese behave, should be beautiful. That is Prime Minister Abe's idea, to be a strong and beautiful Japan. People may not respect any person who is not responsible about protection of himself.
Urged on by the US, the then Prime Minister established a Ministry of Defense and authorized Japan to intervene militarily alongside the United States. But fierce public opposition prevented him from revising the constitution. The Japanese government pointed to rising tensions in the region to legitimize its growing militarization.
Yeah, like I said, this is one of those things that Japan, you really got to work on this, because that is an absolutely hilarious thing that your people have somehow beaten yourselves into a submission point where your general public is like, no, we can't defend ourselves. That's insane. It's almost as bad as the Democrats here are. And that is a crying shame, as you do not want to be compared to American Democrats. It's kind of like being, you go to like the, I don't even know what a good comparison would be that wouldn't be insulting to whoever I compare it to. I think it's unfair to compare almost anyone to an American Democrat. That's a painful thing to do. But it's one of those ideas. It's like, no, you can't just not have a military, especially not whenever you have China as your neighbor. Like, that's I don't know what to tell you. There's idiocy, and then there's whatever inspires that kind of a thought process.
Our country has found itself in the most complex and tense situation since the end of the Second World War.
The Self-Defense Forces promotional videos highlight the aggression of the country's neighbors.
I wouldn't worry so much about North Korea, but definitely
It
China.
was a complete reversal of what happened during the Cold War, where Germany was on the front line. The situation got considerably worse for Japan after the Cold War. North Korea began its nuclear program in the
dear, Uncle
1990s, and for the first time, Japan was
What do
confronted
you
with a
mean? What do you
situation
mean by that?
in which it felt genuinely threatened.
Selbst sich wirklich bedroht fühlt.
That was a pathetic
North Korea's
salute.
repeated
My
tests
goodness.
of short-range ballistic missiles ratcheted up the tension, while 6 nuclear tests made the country, led by the Kim dynasty, a nuclear power.
we are facing three dictatorships very close to us. One is China, one is North Korea, one is Russia. And all of them have their nuclear weapons.
Yep. Which is why I said it is pure idiocy to not start arming yourselves. It's like living next to the crack
One
house and
powerful
being
neighbor
like,
in particular
trying
worried
to
Japan.
live like
The People's Republic of China overtook Japan as the world's second largest economy in 2010, a sign of China's growing ambitions. President Xi Jinping has claimed most of the East China Sea off the southwest coast of Japan, including a part of Japan's exclusive economic zone. The conflict between the two countries centers around the Senkaku Islands. These uninhabited islands are administered by Japan, but claimed by China, which calls them the Diaoyu Islands.
Whoever owns and operates from those islands will control a lot of the destiny of that region.
Nationalist politician and fisherman Hitoshi Nakama regularly set sail from a neighboring island to defend Japanese sovereignty over the Senkaku Islands.
This is that guy we saw at the start.
I want to show that ordinary citizens can take charge of their country's defense.
Take charge of their own defense. Sounds like Japan needs a second amendment.
It's not a crime to fish in your own territory. People say that I'm fanning the flames of the dispute. But it's China that's creating the problems with its territorial claim.
The dispute worsened in 2010 when a Chinese fishing boat rammed a Japanese Coast Guard patrol.
Turn around! They're ramming us!
I don't know why they felt the need to have him say what's being shouted. Just give us captions.
Reporting a collision with a foreign vessel.
The Japanese government purchased 3 of the disputed islands from their private owner 2 years later in 2012. China responded with massive anti-Japan protests. Chinese Coast Guard ships have since regularly entered Japanese waters.
They say they're Coast Guard, but they're actually under the command of the Chinese army. They've been trying to see just how close they can get to the islands for years.
Nakama records the scenes to show the world what the Chinese vessels are up to.
Two or three boats always track each other in the area. That's a Chinese military vessel on the left, the Japanese Coast Guard in the middle. The Japanese boat constantly pushes the Chinese boat back. The situation is tense, obviously.
Nakama hoists Japan's rising sun flag once he reaches the Senkaku Islands. A small act of defiance. Japan is currently keeping a low profile to avoid any escalation with China. Japanese residents are not allowed to land on the islands, and only fishermen are allowed near them.
It has become more difficult in Japan. But still, our Coast Guard has been doing a fantastic job. Interestingly, China also tried best to avoid sending military ships and military aircraft to that area. Japanese tend to say gray zone issue. Short of war, but beyond peacetime. Something serious, but not short of the situation where military is involved.
I'm very critical of the Japanese government for putting the weight of World War III on the shoulders of the Japanese Coast Guard that have to operate in that area. They can't do anything to really protect their territory.
Japan's Coast Guard may be on the front line, but Japanese soldiers are on standby on a neighboring island. Japan set up its latest military base on Ishigaki, one of the Okinawa Islands, a group of 160 idyllic-looking islands. The archipelago is located off the coasts of China and Taiwan and is the headquarters for the majority of US troops stationed in the country. Japan has been building up its own bases here since 2016. Setsuko Yamazato regularly protests against this military presence.
They're essentially planning on making around 40 islands into military zones. Very little criticism is heard about these military bases, and very few alternatives have been proposed.
It's always
This
women.
is quiet preparation for war.
It's always some busybody lady that doesn't actually have any
Pacifists on the islands may be
anything to
rare,
say,
but
and
they're
that's
making
got
themselves
the most
heard.
to say, you know?
They fear anti-missile systems on the island bases will make them a target rather than protect them.
We're calling on young people and parents to join us for the future of the island. We don't want to kill or be killed.
Okay, well, if you're not armed, you will be killed. Just like that turkey that you're using for whatever reason. Why you would choose that as your mascot is it's almost funny to choose a turkey. The animal that has to have once a year a pardon here in the United States ceremonially because they are helpless and will be slaughtered in the thousands because we want to have a holiday. That's the animal that you choose. Are you... Okay. Okay. I won't claim to understand your reasoning, but it's a bold
The
choice.
islands are being sacrificed to protect urban Japan.
The military bases are scattered across Okinawa, forming an initial barrier to deter Chinese forces. Okinawa is part of what is called the First Island Chain around China, a string of islands that runs from southern Japan through Okinawa, Taiwan, the Philippines and Indonesia, all allies of the United States. Positional warfare is quietly being waged in this border zone between China and the West.
I talked to Chinese colleagues too. Why don't we button up? Wear properly. China using island chain, China may try to deny U.S. and Japanese entrance to the closer area of China. The same thing for us. We deny. We don't have to win decisively, but we have to avoid being defeated.
Activists think the new Japanese army base was created to both deter a Chinese attack and appease its American ally.
As long as Japan remains an American ally, the U.S. will be the brains and Japan its willing stooge. It's inevitable. And once the military base is completed, the Americans will come and congratulate us.
Okay, so then what is your proposal, ma'am? I'm hearing a lot of complaining, which I often do for people like this. Here in the U.S. it tends to be rich, middle-class white women, but in this case it appears to be a rich, middle-class Asian woman for Japan. That makes sense, Same kind of category, different region. What is your proposal, then? If your country is our stooge, but you also don't want your country to have a military or nuclear arms or military bases, and you've got an aggressive set of neighbors, but you don't want to bow to us, what's your proposal here? When the Chinese People Liberation Army lands on the coastline because you couldn't do anything more than yell angry words at them, and they shoot you, shoot your family, shoot everyone you've ever met, shoot every animal you've ever seen, blow up every building you've ever had, and burn every inch of land you've ever stepped on, what are you going to do then, ma'am? What is your proposal there? Are you going to defeat them with kind words? Are you going to do that? What was that? Was that Pepsi that did the ad? Are you going to walk up to a PLA soldier and you're going to bravely put a single flower into his rifle and that will end the conflict? No, it won't. He'll shoot you in the face. And then he'll shoot your granddaughter in the face. So, what's your proposal, ma'am? Is it just you're so old you know you'll die before this becomes a problem, and thus you want to feel like you are morally above everyone else without actually having to do anything and never having to face the consequences of your misguided ideas? Because that's what it sounds like, which is very similar to the problem we have with a lot of older boomers here in the United States, where they're like, no, we don't need to do any of this stuff. We don't need to protect our own country. We can let everybody in. Why would we want to not let 50 million criminals into our country a year? That wouldn't be okay. Well, yeah, it's easy for you to say. You're not going to be around to deal with the problems. Now are you? Exact same phenotype, this person.
And say,
I've seen a million of her here.
How has pacifist Japan, which is supposed to be safely under US protection, found itself on the front line against China? The Japanese government has played a key role, but the United States has also pushed for its remilitarization. The US has accused the Japanese of exploiting their position under its defense umbrella to bolster economic expansion.
Yes. That's not an accusation,
Trump
that's
made
an
the position
assessment.
clear in 2019 in front of a stunned Japanese audience.
I'm just saying that it's an unfair agreement, and I've told him that for the last 6 months. I said, look, if somebody attacks Japan, we go after them and we are in a battle, full force and effect. We are locked in a battle and committed to fight for Japan. If somebody should attack the United States, they don't have to do that. That's unfair. That's the kind of deals we make.
The unconditional protection of the United States, the basis of Japan's pacifism, has begun to waver.
Japan has always worried about whether the U.S. really would be willing to intervene in the event of an attack. The Americans have skillfully used this concern to demand that Japan boost its military spending.
So wait. Okay, hold on.
Japan pays 75%
Hold on. Pause that. Hold on. Do you hear what he just did there? Back that up. A writer. Of course it's a writer.
The basis of Japan's
Same people
pacifism
in their
has
countries it
begun
is
to
in ours that
waver.
are saying this stuff.
Japan has always worried about whether the U.S. really would be willing to intervene in the event of an attack.
So, first half of that statement, Japan worries, will we back them up if they were attacked? A reasonable concern. Don't ever put your trust in another country to do what needs to be done for you.
The Americans have skillfully used this concern to demand that Japan boost its military.
But that's the bit there, isn't it? That right there. We are concerned that you're not going to defend us. That's your problem, okay? And so it's our fault that you're worried about it when we say, hey, if you're concerned about us not defending you, maybe prepare to defend yourself. So we're the bad guys if we don't defend you, and we're the bad guys if we ask you then to prepare to defend yourselves if you're afraid that we're not going to defend you. Get bent. That, like I said, of course it's a writer. Of course it's a writer. It's the same thing. Why does that always happen? Every country you go to, the degenerate lying scuzzballs always end up in the same professions. They're going to be politicians, they're going to be news, like they're going to be, writers, or they're going to be newsies. Always comes back to these groups, these pseudo-intellectuals that are so busy huffing their own farts that they're like, oh, no, I'm morally superior to you because I said so, and there's nothing to back that up except that I say I'm better than you because I ignore reality. Get bent, bud.
Japan pays 75% of the cost of American bases on their soil in exchange for protection, far more than what any other American ally pays. But it's also increasing its own military spending to reduce what the US calls its defense burden.
Absolutely ridiculous, my goodness.
Revisionist powers such as China and Russia are trying to change the international system. The US is no longer seen as the major superpower that it used to be, neither militarily nor politically. The US is now far more dependent than in the past on the participation and support of its allies to help preserve the
Okay, German. I remember last time Germans thought that Americans weren't the primary superpower. Remember that? Anyone else remember that time? What was that called? Oh yeah, when we bombed every city you had until it was rubble? I would watch your mouth there, German. Couldn't even keep your country in one piece there, German. We had to put Germany back together for the Germans. Don't run your
liberal
mouth.
democratic world order.
Confrontation with China is expected to be the major conflict of the 21st century, and the US wants Japan's full support. The debate is increasingly reminiscent of the Cold War.
Absolutely ridiculous. They're not seen as the power
we are
they
the
once
stand-in
were.
force for the U.S. Army on the knife edge of freedom. And across that first island chain,
but it's not fair
freedom,
to then put that second half in where it's like,
between South Korea,
but
Japan,
they're expecting us to
the Philippines,
participate in our defense.
and Taiwan
How
itself
could they do this? Shut
is
your mouth.
three
Then
authoritarian
fine.
regimes.
We won't defend you. See how long your country lasts without us.
The U.S. is now hoping to encircle China. The Cold War, initiated by the U.S. after the Second World War, has never really ended. The Cold War with the Soviet Union was just a first stage. The U.S. is now engaged in a new Cold War against China. It wants to turn Japan into our enemy.
It wants to... Okay, sure.
An officially pacifist country is gradually being transformed into a more militarized one.
Leave it to the Chinese revisionists. They're trying to make us
Prime Minister
enemies.
Fumio Kishida unveiled a dramatic
Your
new
history
defense
did that
strategy
for you.
in December 2022.
We're just here acknowledging it. How
Let
dare
me be
we
frank.
commit the grave sin of pointing
Our
out
defense
the
is
facts.
insufficient. In order to drastically strengthen it, we're increasing the defense budget to 43 trillion yen over the next 5 years.
Up to 270 billion euros of military expenditure within the next 5 years. Japan's defense budget has risen from just over 1 to 2% of GDP, the same expected of NATO countries.
Good.
Japan's purely defensive strategy has become suspect after the purchase of offensive weapons, notably 400 US-made Tomahawk cruise missiles. Japan's about-face on defense has been a long time coming, but the Russian invasion of Ukraine swept away what remained of the country's pacifist principles.
Russia's behavior in Ukraine makes us to think about the reality of the world. And we are not living in the heaven.
The big game changer.
We don't live in heaven.
It's not,
we live on Earth.
You know, North Korea's nuclear missile program. That's a factor. It's not China's military modernization. That is a factor too. But those two factors have been around for the last 20 years. The big new development is Putin underscored the importance of preparing for the unexpected. Putin created a window of opportunity to, sort of arouse the anxieties and fears of the Japanese people, thinking, uh-oh.
The war in Ukraine has had an impact on the public's previously staunch pacifism. For the first time since the Second World War, polls show a majority of Japanese in favor of strengthening the country's military defenses.
You live in the real world.
The Japanese are suddenly more concerned about China and worry about it attempting to annex Taiwan by force if necessary.
Use us as a shield. It is not fair. It has never been fair.
East Asia could well be the next Ukraine.
That it might be okay was right after the war because we were occupying you.
The Japanese,
it was fair during that
each
to
day,
put the weight on us.
Japan is like Poland. The Philippines is like Romania. China is like Russia. Taiwan is Ukraine.
Beijing makes no secret of the fact it is building military capacity against Taiwan. China fired 5 missiles into Japan's exclusive economic zone in a show of force in August 2022. A warning to its neighbors to stay out of the conflict.
That's not a warning to stay out of the conflict. That's a display of force. That literally just means if we take Taiwan and you're next. That's not a, hey, you better stay out of this. That's a, hey, look, we can hit you too. And who do you think they're going to point all those expensive missiles at once they're done with Taiwan? You, whom they've already displayed are in range.
Yonaguni is very close to Taiwan. Whether it likes it or not, Japan will be involved pretty quickly in a conflict over Taiwan if one breaks out. And since Japan is a hub for American military action, it could well become the target of Chinese strikes.
Und damit auch ins Visier rückt für mögliche Schläge Chinas.
It's our
Japan has now, for the first time, described China as an unprecedented strategic challenge to its peace and security. Japan has also strengthened ties with US allies in the region. South Korea, the Philippines, Thailand, and Australia. And it even reconciled with its enemy, South Korea, a former Japanese colony.
All reasonable things to do.
The Japanese Prime Minister was received with open arms in Seoul in 2023. Unthinkable only a few months earlier.
Many people in Korea feel that Japan has never apologized for its past aggressions. Koreans have a very emotional relationship with Japan, dating back to the time when the peninsula was a Japanese colony. But since relations have improved, the Koreans see things more rationally. They understand that cooperation between South Korea, the US, and Japan is important, especially since Ukraine has led to a new Cold War.
Japan is using its increased defense spending to present itself as a key ally of the US in Asia.
Good. Like I said, I think if there's any country deserving our greatest ally,
This goes hand in hand with a more combative image for the Japanese self-defense forces.
Good. That also is something I said. They needed to start portraying themselves in more of a militarized view, but as the good guys, kind of in a similar vein.
The public was invited to the Yokosuka Naval Base on Tokyo Bay to admire its submarines, anti-missile systems and warships. Tens of thousands of visitors flocked to the open house, eager for a glimpse of Japan's arsenal.
The cannon can turn in all directions. That's the radar.
Japan has converted 2 warships into aircraft carriers, enabling it to hit targets beyond its borders. The self-defense force is acting more and more like a real army, even if its title says differently.
It's about time. It's about time for Japan to start. And even going beyond that, don't keep calling it the self-defense force.
Whenever there are natural disasters, you see the self-defense force on TV. They help and they save people. But their focus is now more national defense. And I think they will do good work in that area too. We're counting on them.
People may look at us as a good saver rather than the good fighters, but actually we are really good fighters too.
Because I remember there was
The forces looked for new recruits at the Yokosuka Spring Festival, an important aspect of the young volunteers' work.
What quality was that?
I'm happy because I'm in great physical shape. I've got more muscle and more strength.
What quality is this?
That's true. Our work is exciting and varied. And we can carry a gun.
Are you from Tsushi? There's an event there called My Job is Maintaining Peace.
Honestly,
Sounds
we gotta
great.
get the
What an
Japanese
honor.
onto the Second
I'm counting
Amendment.
on you.
I'm serious.
Young Japanese people aren't especially interested in military careers despite the self-defense force's positive image.
Recent figures show that they're only at half the necessary recruitment quota, which is extremely low. It doesn't bode well for the practical and material conditions needed for the military transformation the Japanese government wants.
She is correct on that. And Japan
Increasing the military budget will not be enough by itself to
the
change
Japanese need
public
to work on
opinion.
their young generation.
Japan's
anyhow.
falling birth rate is also affecting the self-defense forces' numbers.
That was something I mentioned earlier.
And crucially, fears of war are also discouraging people from signing up.
The Japanese army is not officially an army and can't engage in combat. The trauma and the high number of victims during the Second World War also means no one wants it to fight. We saw this during the Iraq War. Japanese soldiers carried out minesweeping operations. They were a long way from the front line. But the limits of what they can do are constantly being pushed. No Japanese self-defense force soldier has ever died in combat.
Japan has cultivated an image as a peaceful nation for 80 years and appears to be incapable of waging war.
Okay, it's producing these way faster like this. Thank goodness. Might actually be able to get a decent
But
amount of
today,
concrete
Japan
set up
is at
now.
a crossroads. Should it be part of an allied bloc or continue to pursue diplomatic regional cooperation as it has throughout its decades of pacifism? Public and private experts fear that confrontation with China could be a threat to Japan's security and could damage its economy.
Yes, conflict has a way of doing that, but you're also
Japan
dealing
is
with a
very circumspect
hyper-expansionist
because China is its leading
They're going to attack
economic
you
partner.
unless
The
there's
future
a
prosperity
drastic
of
political change
Japan
in their country.
depends on tapping the potential of China. Maybe secretly they are more worried about China, but they don't want to be publicly out there standing up to China because they see that China isn't going anywhere. It's the rising power. America looks like a power in decline. So why tie yourself to the sinking American ship when China seems to be rising?
Hiroshima knows only too well the price of conflict. The survivors of the atom bomb are hoping for appeasement with China, and note that diplomacy also means cooperating with nations that don't share the same values.
Okay, so remember when we did appeasement last time and how that led to a world war? Yeah, interesting.
The most worrying aspect of all of this is that we're creating an artificial enemy. I've always felt that the West divides the world into enemies and allies.
That's the
But
world.
in Asia, we take a less black and white view. And it's within that ambiguity that peace can thrive.
Spoken like an imbecile who doesn't actually know anything about what she's talking about. Like I said, my condolences for the terrible things that she had to witness.
Every
and live
year,
through.
on the anniversary of the
She doesn't know
Hiroshima
the
bomb,
first thing about what
children
she's
still
talking
write
about.
messages of
Speaks like a
peace
child,
on
an
colourful
ignorant
lanterns.
child at that.
But as the
I
voices
think
of the
the nuke
last
might have
survivors
stunted
and the
her,
memories
her
of the
mental
war
growth there a
fade,
little bit.
the light cast by the
For
lanterns
which I do
is starting
apologize
to flicker.
on the behalf of the United States that we did that to you. But, to be fair, the alternative wasn't a great one either. And I also won't apologize for the war. You attacked us first. But I will apologize that it came down to us deploying nukes. That is a deeply unfortunate thing. But it clearly had some kind of effect on her mind. She is not all there together. Which is a shame.
Welcome to my permaculture garden. After 15
now for something a little
years,
less
this place is
divisive, though.
dripping with abundance. There is so much food here. And in this video, I'm gonna share with you the 5 key design strategies that have kept this garden thriving. Strategy number 1, create productive edges. On the sidewalk, we've got the trees, vines, shrubs, flowers, all creating this solid corridor of food for me and for my community to enjoy. This is an incredible table grapevine. It's planted here and extends really far. It's just flowering right now. We're right past the solstice in late June, so things are really just getting going. Then we get to this thornless blackberry. This is a real favorite of the neighbors and the kids. Then I have this apple tree that actually just grew out of a crack in the sidewalk. I didn't even plant this, but you can see this nice little crop of apples we have right here. Then we get to some fennel. This is more of a weed in my garden, but it's so pretty I let it grow right here on the street side. So you can see the multi-layered permaculture food forest style. So this is a south-facing microclimate. So it's the perfect place to plant a fig because the sun hits this black asphalt, it hits this concrete sidewalk, and it just radiates all of this heat. So I planted the fig here to actually soak up that solar radiation coming from all of this hard surface here in order to help to ripen this fig. And the food forest continues. So right next to the fig, we have this cherry. The cherry is grafted with 4 different varieties, so they ripen over time. This one is already finished. Now this one is getting ripe right now. So we can find some really nice cherries. This is right next to the driveway. So every time I'm coming and going on my walk or my bike ride, I just grab some cherries. It's great for me, it's great for the whole family. I didn't even plant this tree. It was actually a volunteer that I grafted these varieties onto. Let's go check out the front yard, where you can clearly see the second design strategy. Plant food everywhere. This is the typical size of a suburban American lot. This was all just a lawn with a row of rose bushes. Now there's food everywhere. I love artichokes. Artichokes are perennial, so I don't have to replant these every year. They just keep coming back. Even though this front yard is packed with perennial foods, I also keep a little area of annual garden in the front. The things that I plant in this little front garden are things that I harvest literally every single day. One of my favorite things is this willow archway. All I did was take 2 willow stalks, plant them in the ground, and weave them together. I cut it back every year all the way down to the archway so it doesn't block the sunlight for the garden, but it's a great way to enter and create a living gate. Yes, there is mad food growing here, but there's also tons of flowers. Sometimes the flowers actually are food, like these daylilies. Having an abundance of flowers, it creates a garden ecosystem. So the ecosystem supports prey and predator relationships of insects, which then keep any pests in the garden to a minimum. So diversity is really one of the strategies of the permaculture garden. Hyperdiversity, all different types of fruits, flowers, including natives. Native plants are familiar to the native species and it attracts them. So I not only have the cultivated ecosystem of exotic food and flowery plants, but I have the ecological matrix of a native intact system as well. Talking about native plants, this red elderberry is like a bird buffet. Then right next door, I've got this native thimbleberry. Again, another wonderful native plant with juicy, delicious berries. In this part of the yard, you really get the multi-storied food forest effect. We've got the Jerusalem artichokes with an edible tuber. We've got the medicinal native elecampane. There's the sweet shoot bamboo with the willow archway and the edible josta berries, along with the native Douglas spirea here. We've got more plants everywhere we look. The food just does not stop. This mint just grows and grows. Honestly, it's getting out of hand here, but it makes a really great tea.
So we'll have to go a little bit
I
further.
recently planted this hedge of feijoa, also known as pineapple guava. They haven't fruited yet, but right now they're flowering, and these flower petals taste like ambrosia. It's really an incredible taste. So this is an evergreen fruiting plant that will grow up here along with this grape here and give a privacy hedge from the road right here. We've got the beehives. Having flowers right next to the hive is great for pollination of the plant, and it's also great for the bees. In fact, I've been meaning to check in on the honey production on this hive.
These little dudes.
All right, so let's see what's going on in this hive. Hey, that's kind of heavy. We got some honey in there. See that honey glistening in there? So we need to find proof that the queen is alive. That's our main task. I have larvae in here, so I can see the larvae. That means that the queen has recently laid eggs that have turned into larvae. So I have found proof that the queen is alive and they're putting away honey. We are in the honey business. So the typical forage zone for these bees is about 1 mile in every direction here. So these bees here, they are foraging nectar and pollen from the entire neighborhood, from everybody's gardens, from the parks over here. It's pretty cool. I think last year we harvested about 5 gallons. This lot is 1/3 of an acre. This is the typical size of an average suburban lot in the United States. But you can see when you create this complex design, you can actually have a mini farm that fits all of these different elements together in this micro space. It really keeps me very busy just having this 1/3 of an acre to tend when you have such intensive production systems. And I'm really excited to show you all the different complexity that I've designed here, especially with the chickens. So this is my chicken rotation system. On this side of the fence where the chickens are now, this is their summer home where they share this paddock with the beehives. But in the wintertime, when the chickens are in here, I just switch the gate. And I have a door on this side they can come through from their chicken coop, and then they spend the entire summer here. While they're here, they eat all the weeds, they scratch in mulch, they poop and fertilize, they eat insect eggs, and they clean the area. And then once this garden is done in the fall, I'll move the chickens back into this paddock, and then I'll plant this area again in a winter crop. And having the chickens move back and forth between these gardens creates a wonderful synergy where the chickens take care of a lot of the important garden work, so I don't need to do it. So let's come check out my larger annual garden. So this is more of my farm scale production. It's amazing how much food you can grow in just some rows of crops here. And the soil has been fertilized wonderfully. The weeds have been managed by the chickens. And I just plant and mulch and everything just booms. And no Western Oregon garden's complete without a kale patch.
Kale.
The last design strategy that's critical for small spaces is creating microclimates. So there's about 50 trees on this small lot, but I've planted them in such a way to maintain solar access, maintain the sunlight on these gardens. To the west, we've got the willow, the cedar trees, the bamboo, the native red alder, the apple, and then to the north, we've got the red cedar, the Doug fir, and then we're open to the east and open to the south. So we've got this solar bowl effect. Next to the garden, I've made another special microclimate, a greenhouse. I love this greenhouse. Built out of almost all recycled materials, I designed this greenhouse to feel like a place I know and love, Tucson, Arizona. So it can get a little bit below freezing in here in the wintertime, but overall it stays much warmer than the outside. I've got a collection of different citrus trees, the Meyer lemon, the calamandine, the mandarin tree. I've got this Sonoran desert tree tobacco, various succulents, this tree tomato, and I've even got a jade plant that grew from a cutting from Jerry Garcia's jade plant. A friend of mine who used to live across the street was friends with Jerry Garcia's gardener and got a cutting of jade plant. So Jerry's jade right there. Also,
I don't know who that
I
is.
collect the eggs from the nest boxes right here from inside the greenhouse. Now that we got these eggs, I am ready for breakfast. You know, your quality of life really goes up when you surround yourself with gardens, with nature. I find my peace in going out here and gardening. It's my hobby. I have a lot of creative energy out here as well. It's a wholesome feeling, and it's a secure feeling. Now, this is a small lot. There's many, many things that I cannot produce on this scale. But there are a lot of things that are produced here. It does take a chunk out of our grocery bill, and the freshness of eating food that was literally picked minutes ago, it doesn't get any fresher than that. It's about sharing. I've got a school down the block. The kids are always walking by. They're eating all the berries and fruits on the sidewalk. I've got neighbors coming over. I'm always sharing my surplus. It's a really good way to build community with your neighbors. Everybody has a lot of friends when you've got a lot of extra tomatoes. What if all of the cities and suburbs had food packed in as tightly as I do in my yard here? Imagine how much offset there would be from people's grocery bills, from the shipping, from the stores, the impact, everything. People would be healthier, happier, and more food secure. If you want to
We
have
can also
food
take
growing
down
all
some of the
around
biggest
you,
food corporations in
ahead
the
and
world
do it.
that are,
Are you ready to
poisoning
transform
the American
deserts,
population
create
and
lush
have for
backyards, and feed
years.
communities? In my almost 30 years as a permaculture designer traveling the world, I've put everything I learned into Oregon State University's online permaculture design course, or PDC. The PDC and PDC Pro are the ultimate ways to begin mastering permaculture. Me and my team guide you through over 20 assignments with more than 100 hours of top quality video lectures and resources. All
The only
focused
sad
on
thing
develop-
is the only people that are really putting a ton of resources into doing this right now are people kind of like this guy who I get a distinctive feeling going off of the way he carries himself and speaks and the part of the country he's from. Probably would hate me without ever having spoken to me. But, which is unfortunate, but they have made good progress in understanding this kind of stuff, and I do think that we could afford to learn a thing or two from them in that regard. Don't get used to me saying that about people.
Your own property
that,
or project throughout
live
the
in
course.
Oregon.
You'll get personalized feedback from a dedicated instructor in a small group setting. People are always asking me, how can I be part of the solution? This is your starting point. Check the link below for upcoming courses and join us in creating a better world for everyone. See you in class. Welcome to one of the largest scale land restoration projects on the planet. Before this work, people relied on food aid just to survive. But 10 years ago, a vast barren wasteland began to transform, and now 500,000 people are feeding themselves from this land. So could this work be the key to ending hunger in Africa and beyond? Let's find out. I'm traveling in the Sahel of Africa with the largest humanitarian agency on Earth, the United Nations World Food Program, the first responders to hunger in war zones and disasters. But what I came here to see is the mind-blowing work they're doing to actually solve hunger by fixing the underlying problem. Because when soils blow away and the land desertifies, people can't feed themselves. But what I'm witnessing here is the repair of soils and water across Africa at a scale that I never imagined possible. This is Africa's Great Green Wall, where a massive strip of trees is being planted across the continent to hold back the Sahara Desert. But the thing is, these places I went to are not places that just anyone can visit. Access is tightly controlled. But the WFP works wherever there's hunger in the world. So they invited me along on this mission to tell this critical story that almost no one knows about. And in this 4-part series, I'm explaining the details of some of the most important work of our time. We are here in Niger, Africa, known as Niger. In this nearly 5 square mile block of land restoration, 5 different villages planted about 100,000 trees, put in about 20 tons of grass seed, and we can see the land is starting to come back to life. But will the plants survive? The key is to make sure they get enough water. But that's not easy to do in a desert because this region has what's called the drought flood cycle. We have 9 dry months. The land becomes parched. And when the rains finally do come, the rain can't soak in. And it rushes down and it creates flooding in lowlands. But in the Sahel, we find an age-old water harvesting structure called the Half Moon. This simple structure has all of this capacity to store this water and hold this water until the water soaks down into the ground. There are a lot of different variations on these half-moon structures, and which one you choose depends on what your end goal is. Are you creating a forest, or a grassland, or a millet growing area? And how well do the soils hold or drain water? But the basic idea is that the half-moon's laid out on contour and it's dug so it intercepts the water flowing down slope during heavy rains. There are deep pits dug inside and outside of the half-moon called zai pits, which collect organic matter that blows or flows into the pits. And ultimately, they allow for the deep soakage of rainwater into the ground. Oftentimes, a tree is planted, as well as grasses and other seeds that germinate with the rains. Birds and wind bring in more seeds, and the half-moon becomes a concentration point for water, nutrients, plants, and animals. The ecosystem grows, and life returns.
I don't know why I thought that's where he was going,
but how does it work
I was
in
like,
practice?
please, no, sir, please.
This site is just 1 year old, and this site is the same design, but 8 years old. We've got the rows of half-moons with the trees planted in them, and now the trees are growing up. They're beginning to form a canopy over the ground. We see the grasses, we see the ground covered, and even now, we have water in these half moons.
So here you see this half moon. This is still the water at this stage. Still harvesting a lot of water. We have different local species and a lot of grasses. It's good animal feed. This shade, this temperature, you already have 5 to 8 degrees less compared to the places that are without treatment. This is one of the best ways to improve food security, because at the end of the day, this is a food basket in the making, but also nourish the land that nourishes people.
I like that
must be
this
wondering
video is
just how
essentially
this
teaching how to do the
restoration
exact
creates
opposite
food.
of what I did at the
You
start of the
see,
stream.
When land's restored, it produces the grasses that feed livestock, which means people have milk to drink and meat to eat. The native Sahel trees produce leaves and fruits that can be eaten by the tough camels and goats who browse the thorny branches in times of need during the long dry season. The trees shade, they hold the soil, they soak in water, they nourish livestock. What I'd seen so far looked promising, but it's a pretty young site that hasn't fully developed. I couldn't help but wonder, is a system like this really enough to end hunger? To find out the truth, I needed to visit the very best site they could take me to near the southern border with Nigeria. The border is porous and there are militant groups that sometimes cross over, so we needed a military escort. But visiting this mature site was critical to seeing the full extent of what is possible in this kind of restoration work. What you see behind me was once a barren wasteland with compacted hardpan where the water was rushing quickly off, not soaking in, no organic matter, no plants, no trees, and now we see a dramatic transformation of this landscape. When we look at satellite images from the last 7 years, we can see that the area of bare exposed soil has literally dropped to zero. This land has fully recovered its capacity to hold water and grow biodiversity. And that means the potential for growing food is huge. That is so clear that the government of Niger is all in for this mega restoration. And I got the inside scoop directly from the chief forest ranger of the state of Maradi. He took me on a thorough tour of the site and pointed out all kinds of fascinating details, including some pretty remarkable ripple effects of the restoration work on the greater region.
Donc, et vous voyez, le niveau de régénération contribue vraiment à la concrétisation de la Grande Muraille Verte au Niger.
So what I learned was, since we are at the edge of the Sahara Desert, this area is really affected by strong, hot winds coming from the desert. This can really dry out the landscape. But this site's continuous tree canopy actually breaks the force of those drying winds. The point is to actually block the expansion of the desert. Niger is one of the hottest countries on the planet. The temperatures are significantly lower in these forested areas. And it's not just deep in the interior of the sites where you have all these trees, it's also the edges of the sites. We're seeing the same temperature effects. This whole project has become a biodiversity net. All sorts of seeds are blowing in, birds are attracted, they're bringing other seeds. Right now we're here in the 3-month wet season. It looks lush and green. You can see all of this fodder. You can imagine the animals becoming fat. But the critical function of this system is really in the dry season. 9 months of the year, this is dry, when there's just not a lot out there. So this diverse perennial polyculture here provides types of foods that can be harvested in the dry season. There are different yields that grow here even during the dry season. They're harvesting plants for culinary purposes, for medicinal purposes. We think of the Great Green Wall as stopping the expansion of the Sahara Desert, but it's actually so much more than that. The Great Green Wall is actually rebuilding the ecological matrix of a region. And when we start to see the effects at scale, like this large site and the 528 other Great Green Wall sites in Niger, we actually see the restoration of the ecological fabric of this region. Just within this 800-hectare site, there are 3 million cubic meters of water that have soaked into the ground here instead of running off. And 15% of that water is actually soaking into the deep aquifer and regenerating the permanent water table. The actual effects on people's lives is a very tangible thing. We traveled to a new garden in the nearby village to see the real-life effects of a regenerated water table.
Over time, the water table has risen, and there's water available, allowing for production pretty much to take place all year round. In this area where we are, this is just a 1.5 hectare market garden site, one of 9. Communities here are now able to produce crops in these gardens because they're pumping water from the ground, water that has been improved from the rising water table due to the restoration activities that have taken place elsewhere. Before this activity, 9 out of every 10 children that were tested were malnourished. What we saw earlier in the market garden, the community is able to produce a variety of diverse nutritious foods, including vegetables and fruits, which are then also used in their local diets, contributing to a better nutrition for the community and lessening malnutrition for their children and for themselves.
Over the last 5 years in Niger, an average of 3 million people per year were food insecure and needed food aid. But in that same time period, these resilience projects have gotten 500,000 people off of long-term food assistance. Let that sink in for a minute. 500,000 people are being fed from the 528 resilience projects in Niger. So this is obviously working on a lot of levels. But the big question is, how do we scale this up to the place where it can actually end regional hunger? In Niger, in the last 10 years, the World Food Program with the government and partners have restored about 300,000 hectares. When you do this type of land treatment, you're actually helping areas downstream because this water is soaking in. Then you also get this incredible wind protection effect. So for every hectare that you restore, you actually affect 3 times that amount of land. So the 300,000 hectares really is more like 900,000 hectares. Now, Niger is a huge country. The Sahel is a massive area. So this is still just a fragment of what needs to happen here, right? We're beginning to see a scale of solution that matches the scale of the problem.
Walking through this, you can imagine that you're walking through the Great Green Wall. The Great Green Wall is the possibility of transforming desert lands, degraded lands, into food baskets. Now, the vision is how we can collectively put all hands on deck and make this regeneration in sub-Saharan Africa, in the Sahel, in Niger, an unprecedented game changer.
The World Food Program supports these projects in a lot of ways, including equipment, training, food, and money for the people doing the work. This helps to stabilize a community while growing their natural resources.
We can do this together with our partners. The government of Niger, they have taken resilience as their strong vision to transform rural areas in the country. This is very important within the context of Niger in terms of the concept of the land
just in time by the look of it too.
The nourishing mother of the population.
Nous avons voulu, en tout cas, que nos actions rentrent dans le cadre donc, de ces actions de la Grande Muraille Verte.
It's basically saying that as WFP, we need to recognize that we can play a catalyst role, we can play a supporting role, but the biggest role and the biggest achievement is what actually communities are able to do by themselves. We really need to be engaged and motivated within the vision of the Great Green Wall. It means also a Great Green Wall against hunger.
Well, howdy, Roki. How goes it? Alrighty. Let's see. And a couple of more videos to watch, and then I think we'll wrap it. Staying dry from the rain. I see, I see. Fair enough. That is
the
an
U.S.
important
Army's
task.
next-generation M1E3 Abrams main battle tank is legitimately insane, in the best way possible. I dug up this list of proposed capabilities for the new design that include an autoloader, new main gun, new turret, hypersonic gun-launched missiles that maneuver in mid-air, the ability to pair with robots, masking capabilities to reduce thermal and electromagnetic signatures, AI systems that detect incoming fire and prioritize return fire,
Barring in
electric
California?
drivetrain,
I
reduction
see.
of crew from 4 to 3, reduction of weight from 75 tons down to sub 60 tons.
But the coolest thing is it'll likely get a brand new sleek hull for the first time in 30 years. Now you know where all the rumors come from that have secretly attracted to main battle tanks.
What we're witnessing, I think, is U.S. Army leadership reversing course on decades of tank design philosophy to do a last-minute complete overhaul from the ground up based on new lessons learned from the war in Ukraine. In this episode, we're going to explore how these changes might affect the future of tank warfare, what new tactics the M1E3 Abrams will
Live in a
allow
commie
for,
state.
and will
Yeah,
people ever stop
that
saying
is
that tanks are obsolete?
unfortunate.
I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cathy. Hit the like and subscribe button, and let's find
But
out.
at least y'all
But
are
first, this
getting
video
a
is
little
only
bit of
possible
rain.
thanks
Looks
to our
like the
sponsor,
Lord has
Policy
decided
Genius Life
to,
Insurance, a one-stop
to
shop
cut you
to
all a
find
break.
and buy the insurance you need at the right price. Policy Genius is the country's leading online insurance marketplace. It saves you time and money so you can provide your family with a financial safety net today. For those of us who served in the military, I'm sure you remember how much the administrators pushed the SGLI on us because it's important to have that safety net for our families. Now, as civilians, we still look for the same level of care, and Policy Genius is one of the best around. And with thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, customers have agreed that Policy Genius makes getting life insurance as easy as possible. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at just $292 per year for $1 million coverage. Some
Almost made
options
it.
are 100% online and let you avoid unnecessary medical exams. Check life insurance off your to-do list and head over to policygenius.com/task and purpose, or click the link in the description to compare free life insurance quotes from top companies and see how much you could save today. Let's first start with the things that go boom. The new M1E3 has some serious firepower upgrades proposed for it. The most surprising of which, I think, is a recommendation that has the potential development of a gun-launched anti-tank guided missile. Russian tanks have had the capability to fire tank cannon-guided missile rounds since the 1970s, but most Western tanks do not. Why is that? There are a number of reasons. One is that some Soviet tank cannons weren't able to get long enough range and accuracy compared to their NATO counterparts. Soviet tank designers wanted to be able to hit helicopters at long ranges too with these missiles, and the United States did develop two separate tank-launched missiles, but they canceled the first one in the 1990s. The reason for this is because sensors at the time couldn't accurately identify targets out past 5 kilometers range. It was also canceled because of some offensive tweets it made about Chinese tanks years ago. However, I was shocked to learn that in one test, a U.S. Abrams fired a prototype missile from the cannon and hit a moving T-72 tank at a range of 8,600 meters. We're talking, of course, about the XM943 tank round, or the smart target activated fire.
These little fellas dig up some
but the Army
more.
never invested in it to go full-rate production. Part of the reason for this might be because it's also true that tank-launched ATGMs have a smaller warhead, and they don't perform as well against modern composite armor compared to the 1970s. So why are they resurrecting this retro program? Take a look at this U.S. Army terrain analysis real quick. Army engineers went out into the field in Latvia and Lithuania. They used laser rangefinders to test how many points tanks would be able to fire 5 kilometers with a line of sight to a target. You're looking at the red circles of 25 different points that are scattered throughout Latvia and Lithuania border that they tested. The results were that there were actually numerous locations suitable for that long 5-kilometer range engagement that might make use of a tank-fired ATGM. However, training on tank-fired guided missiles would be difficult. That's why I'm advocating that the U.S. Army invest in these training rigs for our future warriors. Do it for the sake of our future warriors. Glenn Giorno, former 19-kilo M1 armor crewman at the U.S. Army, who was involved in the development of that anti-tank guided missile round, said, quote, "We could not find a way to implement and identify friendly or foe system that could not be exploited by a near-peer adversary. The projectile didn't care if you were a tank or an ambulance. Money was instead invested in making higher resolution thermal sights for the M1A2, which can now have a 50x thermal sight. I even acquired some
50 times thermal sight.
New anti-tank munitions being loaded up. Energy drinks are now mandatory standard issue kit for every American M1A3 tank crew.
This suggests to us that new technologies developed since then and higher quality thermal optics could make cannon-launched missiles worth exploring again for the M1E3. However,
the new XM360 cannon and its ammo could keep tank-fired ATGMs unnecessary for Western tanks. The gun actually has the same bore diameter of 120 millimeters that the M256 currently has equipped on the Abrams, but the new one uses composite barrel construction. It uses electrothermal chemical ignition to lower weight by a full ton while still adding punch. It's still in the experimental stage, but using ETC technology, a similar 120mm gun projectile was tested in 1990, and it had up to 17 megajoules of muzzle energy. Stop, I can only hua so hard, you guys. That's like the same amount of energy as a full-speed car crash to the teeth. It's about what a conventionally powered 140mm cannon could produce.
fellas, is my fixation on 120mm smoothbore cannons normal?
The current Abrams gun goes up to about 15 megajoules of muzzle energy. The way it works is it involves using an electric current to generate plasma, which then ignites the chemical propellant behind a projectile. This method allows for more precise control of the ignition process, resulting in higher velocities and improved accuracy and range for projectiles. It's like supercharging the way a gun fires its ammo. It reminds me of like the hybrid 6.8mm ammo on the XM7 rifle. To ensure victory, the employment of a mass of tanks in a decisive direction with overwhelming firepower is essential. These three gentlemen you see here are the United States military's top decision makers responsible for the new Abrams. They're Brigadier General Geoffrey Norman, the seasoned combat veteran of the crew, Major General Glenn Dean, the aerospace engineer, and Colonel Thompson, the strict yet fair Deputy Director of Soldier Lethality Cross-Functional Teams. Now, they're the A-team of American tank design, with decades of experience between them, and seeing them work makes me want to say hula in the most unironic way. Working with them is a team of technicians in Eastern Europe who are in direct contact with Ukrainian tank crews to learn insights on how the Abrams is performing in high-intensity warfare. These insights then inform the direction of development. General Norman said, quote, "We appreciate the future battlefields pose new challenges to the tank as we study recent and ongoing conflicts." End quote.
Because the stakes are high here, right? The open source intelligence website Oryx claims that 14 of the 31 Abrams tanks have been knocked out so far.
This ultimately led to them being pulled from the front lines because of a number of reasons, including that they were too vulnerable to air attack and too heavy. They were reworked and sent back into the fight since then. And I know it's not a one-to-one comparison, but I think it does reveal some of the vulnerabilities of the old M1A1 Abrams that we're going to be seeing addressed here with this new model. According to General Norman, we anticipate having to change the crew configuration, potentially looking at opportunities to go to a remote turret or an optionally manned turret in order to save space under armor. So they're going to link the new cannon to a remote-controlled, optionally manned turret. By switching to an autoloader and making the turret interior smaller, that's a lot less volume that has to be protected by heavy armor, which equates to a lot less tons of armor. Chat, what do you guys think of that? So interestingly, the new cannon wouldn't be manually loaded, it would be fed by an autoloader, like a machine that automatically loads the new round up next. That doesn't mean that its ammo would explode like the T-72 series of auto-loaded tanks, though. Newly designed auto-loading tanks can have all of their ammo secured behind a bulkhead glass shield and can work with blowout panels to prevent detonation from cooking the crew. It depends on how they choose to design it. If all or most of the crew are in separate compartments down the hole, the turret itself could act as a barrier between the crew and the ammo. We've also seen from
that was a
combat
lot of
in
work
Ukraine
to get
that the Abrams
a floor
engine
built,
deck,
essentially,
with its air
for this
intakes
building,
and
but
radiators, is
we've
a
done it.
popular target point for drone swarms. So the Army's looking at unique ways to keep the engine better protected from above without sacrificing cooling performance. The new M1E3 Abrams tank would also upgrade from that puny 50 caliber machine gun to possibly the 30mm chain gun remote weapon station.
A 30mm
The big advantage
chain.
there is
Oh,
that
dear.
it could fire specially made 30 mics that provide air burst capability for shooting down drones. Organic to the vehicle, air defense. That firepower increase makes the hairs on my cock broom stand at attention. I heard all the good 19 kilos have nice mustaches. The tank, like the airplane, may be said to be the answer to the prayers of the modern infantryman. One of the most important things you need to know about new tanks is that in the past, when the Army decided to upgrade a tank, they didn't design a whole new tank hull from scratch. Instead, they took an existing one from the roughly 2,500 already in service and then modified it, or they would grab from one of the 3,700 retired husks collecting dust and storage. Many of those are located in California in the desert, out in the middle of nowhere at the Sierra Army Depot. The old Abrams is then transported by rail to a facility to have a complete makeover, being refurbished and upgraded. Are you tired of your old clunky main battle tank? It's time to upgrade your ride. Introducing the M1A2 SEP V3 Abrams. Because why park when you can create your own parking lot? Every decade, the Army rolls out a new systems enhancement package. So come on down and settle for one of our refurbished year 2000 SEP V1. Or how about a 2010 V2? Or even a 2020 SEP V3 Abrams? We've gutted the old beasts and replaced everything. Communications, GPS, thermal imaging, fire control, you name it, we got it. We kept the classic hull and turret that you've known to love about the Abrams because it's the opposite of planned obsolescence, it's maximum efficiency. Also, it saves you millions of dollars. Yeah, it costs $24 million each, but no one can get mad at you for buying it because now you have a fucking tank. We have to remember that.
Okay, bud. Hold on. Come on.
It's been
I'm gonna
packages.
give him that one.
was
If he does it
always supposed to
again,
be a stopgap, temporary band-aid solution for the Abrams.
He does it
because
again,
the
he's
service
out.
thought that they would do with that until a full replacement vehicle was chosen. That's how we ended up with like a dozen different variants of Abrams tanks with various levels of advanced features. In the early 2000s, the XM1202 mounted combat system was supposed to replace all the Abrams, but funding for the program was cut in 2009, a trend that would continue because starting in 2013, the public and Army leadership started to question why we even had tanks in the first place. I mean, they're pretty damn expensive, and you rarely need them in a fight against the enemy insurgents.
well.
So in 2013, the military closed their
For as
He can't go a
straightforward
full
as they
video.
are,
He
there's a
couldn't
lot of
even go a couple of
mystery to
minutes there
sewers.
without
And
dropping
mostly
another
out of
curse word.
sight,
So it's
out of
like, all right,
mind, and
bud.
ideally
Okay, man.
out of smell too. But there's one familiar
tried.
place you can get a hint
tried to
of
give him
what's
a chance.
happening below your feet, and that's the manhole. Sanitary engineers know there's actually a lot of complexity in this humble hallmark of our least glorified type of infrastructure, so I set up a see-through sewer system so you can see what's happening inside. I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. There are lots of kinds of manholes. If it's a utility of any kind and you put it underground, there's a good chance you'll need some access to it at some point in time. But I figure if you picture a manhole in your head, it probably leads to a sewer system. Either a sanitary sewer that connects to your drains and toilets, a storm sewer that connects to storm drains, or a combined system that carries it all. Unlike what you see in movies, most sewer systems aren't huge tunnels full of totally tubular turtles and their giant rodent mentor. They're mostly just simple pipes sized according to the amount of flow expected during peak periods. Sewer networks have a tributary structure. Gravity carries waste along downward sloping pipes that converge and concentrate into larger and larger lines. Like a big underground river system, but grosser. Terminology varies place to place, but in general it goes like this. Pipes that service individual buildings are usually called laterals, and those servicing particular streets are branches. Larger pipes that collect wastewater from multiple branches are called mains or trunk sewers, and the most significant lines furthest downstream in the system are usually called interceptors. And connecting each one is a manhole. This is my model sewer system. I'm just pumping water into an upper manhole and letting it flow through the system by gravity. I chose to do this with nice blue water for anyone watching while having lunch. In real life, the color in a sewer line isn't quite this nice. Unlike regular plumbing where you use fittings to connect lengths of pipe together, sewer lines are connected with manholes. Any change in size, direction, alignment, or elevation is a place where debris can get caught or turbulence can affect the flow. So instead of elbows or T's in the pipe, we just put a manhole instead. In fact, unlike many underground utilities, you can usually trace the paths of a sewer network pretty easily because it's all straight lines between manholes. They provide a controlled environment where the flow can change direction, and more importantly, a place where technicians can get inside to inspect the lines, remove clogs, or perform maintenance. Hence the name. Unlike fresh water distribution systems that can usually go a long time without any intervention, sewers are a little more hands-on. Just make sure you wash your hands afterwards. There's just no end to the type of things that can make their way into the pipes. Fibrous objects are particularly prone to causing clogs, which is why so many sewer utilities have campaigns encouraging people not to flush wipes, even if they say flushable on the package. Fats, oil, and grease, or fog in the industry, are also a major problem because they can congeal and harden into blockages, sometimes not so lovingly known as fatbergs. Of course, a lot of people aren't aware of what's safe to flush or wash down the drain, and even for people who know, it's easy to let something slide when it's not your problem anymore, and in most cases, the rules aren't very strictly enforced outside of large commercial and industrial users of the system. But if you use a sewer system, in a way, obstructions really are your problem because a portion of your taxes or fees that pay for the sewer system go towards sending people, not always men despite the name, into manholes to keep things flowing. And the more often things clog up, the higher the rates that everyone pays to cover the cost of maintenance. There's quite a lot of sophistication in keeping sewers in service these days.
Frequent
it's not
enough to
unusual
where
for a city or sewer district to regularly send cameras through the lines for inspection. Technology has made it a lot easier to be proactive. In fact, there's a whole field of engineering called infrastructure asset management that just focuses on keeping track of physical assets like sewer lines, monitoring their condition, and planning ahead for repairs, maintenance, and replacement over the long term. A lot of the unclogging and cleaning these days is done by hydrojetting. Basically, a pressure washer scaled up. Rotating nozzles blast away debris and propel the hose down the line. In fact, one of the benefits of manholes is that if a sewer line does need maintenance, it can be easily taken out of service. You can just run a bypass pump from one manhole to another and keep the system running. But maintenance isn't the only thing a manhole helps with. You can see a few more things in this demo.
We'll leave these three here
for
now.
one, manholes provide ventilation. Along with the solids and liquids you expect, gases can end up flowing through the sewer pipes too. You can see the bubbles moving through the system. Air bubbles can restrict the flow of fluid in a pipe, and air pressure can cause wacky problems like backflow. Along with regular air, toxic, corrosive, or even explosive gases can also build up in a sewer if there's no source of fresh air. So ventilation from manholes is an important aspect of the system. Sometimes you'll even notice condensed water vapor flowing up from a manhole cover. In a few cities, like New York, that might be related to an actual steam distribution system running underground. But it can also happen in sewers when the wastewater from sources like showers and dishwashers is warmer than the outside air, especially in the winter. I added a third manhole to my model so you can see how a junction might look. It just provides a nice way to confluence two streams into one pipe, which is an important job in a sewer system since a sewer shed all has to flow to one place. The manhole acts kind of like a buffer, smoothing out flows through the system. And normal flows, that's not a super important job. It's basically just a connection between two pipes. But the peak flows for most sewers, even if they're not storm sewers, happen during storms. Drains may be improperly connected to sanitary sewers. Plus, surface water often finds a way in through manhole covers and other means. In fact, a lot of places require sealed and bolted covers if the top of the manhole is below the floodplain. That's why you sometimes see these air vents sticking up out of the ground. Many older cities use combined systems where stormwater runs in the same pipes, so rainwater in sewers can be a major challenge. And you can see when you get a big surge of water, the manhole can store some of it, smoothing out the flow downstream. These storm flows are actually a pretty big problem of the constructed environment. You may have heard about the trouble with holding swimming events in the Seine River in Paris during the 2024 Summer Olympics. Same problem. Wastewater treatment plants can only handle so much flow, so many places have to divert wastewater during storms, often just discharging raw, if somewhat diluted, sewage directly into rivers or streams. In fact, some of the most impressive feats of engineering in progress right now are ways to store excess wastewater during storms so it can be processed through a treatment plant at a more manageable rate. But overflows can also happen way upstream of a treatment plant if the pipes are too small. Sometimes that storage available through manholes isn't enough. I can plug up the pipe in my demo to simulate this. If the sewer lines themselves can't handle the flow, you can get wastewater flowing backwards in pipes. And if things get bad enough, you can get releases out of the top of manholes. And of course, this doesn't have to be the result of a storm. Even a blockage or clog in the line can cause wastewater to back up like this. Obviously, having raw sewage spilling to the surface is not optimal, and many cities in the US pay millions of dollars in fines and settlements to the EPA for the contamination caused by backups. Another thing this model shows is that not all pipes have to come in at the bottom. They call this a drop manhole when one of the inlets is a lot higher than the outlet. The slope of a sewer line is pretty important. I've covered that topic in another video. There's a minimum slope to get good flow, but you don't want too much slope either. Wastewater often carries rocks and grit, so if it gets going too quickly, it can wear away or otherwise damage the pipes. So if you're running a line along a steep slope, sometimes it's a better design to let some of that fall happen in a manhole rather than along the pipe. It's not normally done this way where my pipe just juts in. You usually don't want a lot of splashing and turbulence in a manhole, again to avoid damage, but also to avoid smells. So most drop manholes use pipes or other structures to gently transition inlet flow down to the bottom. I hope it's clear how useful manholes are by now. Doing it this way, by making the plumbing junctions into access points, just provides a lot of flexibility, while also kind of standardizing the system so anyone involved, whether it's a contractor building one or a crew doing maintenance, kind of knows what to expect. In fact, if you live in a big city, there's a good chance that the sewer authority has standardized drawings and details for manholes so they don't have to be reinvented for each new project. In many cases, they're just precast concrete cylinders placed into the bottom of an excavation. Those cylinders sit on temporary risers, and then concrete is used to place the bottom, often with rounded channels to smooth the transition into and out of the manhole. I did a video series on the construction of a sewage lift station and showed how a few of these are built if you want to check that out after this and learn more. Constructing manholes reminds me of that famous interview riddle about why manhole covers are round. There's a lot of good answers. A round object can't fall down into the hole. It can be replaced in any orientation. It's easy to roll, so workers don't have to lift the entire weight to move it out of the way. A professor of mine had an answer that I don't think I've heard before. Manhole covers are round because manholes are round. It's almost like asking why Pringles lids are round. And manholes are round for a lot of good reasons. It's the best shape for resisting horizontal soil loads. It's easier to manufacture a round shape than a rectangular one. For those reasons, manholes are usually made of pipes. And pipes are round because it's the most efficient hydraulic section. It's one of those questions like the airplane on the treadmill that can spawn unending online debate, but I like pipes, so that's my favorite answer. I love learning what's happening below the surface, especially when you can see the stuff that's normally hidden. I do my best to show that with models, but one of my favorite creators, Neo, does it with beautiful 3D graphics. He recently finished a video about the construction of the World Trade Center towers in New York City. It's a fascinating look into how much effort, care, and engineering went into these buildings before the 2001 attack brought them down. My favorite part was the design of the slurry wall foundation, and of course the 3D animations. And if you want to check it out, it's only available on Nebula. You've heard me talk about Nebula before. It's a streaming service built by 4 independent creators, including a lot of my favorites like Neo, Windover Productions, The Coding Train, and Branch Education. I don't know about you, but independently produced content is most of what I watch these days. I just like the authenticity and thoughtfulness of videos that haven't been through 10 levels of studio executives watering the information down to capture the widest audience possible. I just
Which is
think
why I watch a lot of these
individuals
videos.
and
I
small
don't watch
teams
very much that
make the
come
most
from, like,
compelling work,
professional
and
companies
Nebula
anymore.
is
I
the
mostly
perfect
just
place
watch
for it. Nebula
stuff
is
made
totally
by
ad-free
individuals.
with tons of excellent channels and lots of original series and specials like Neo's video on the Twin Towers. It's also a great gift, especially because a yearly membership is 40% off at the link in the description. At $36 for a year, that's pretty tough to beat. My videos go live on Nebula before they come out on YouTube. If you're with me that independent creators are the future of great video, I hope you'll consider subscribing. That's go.nebula.tv/practicalengineering. Thank you for watching, and let me know what you think.
Rika just went live? Fair enough. I don't believe I'm joining them for tonight. I don't think I am, at least. I don't have that game. But I will have to pop in. Let me... get our next video started. I'm gonna pop him up on my little laptop so I can have him up and while I'm lurking.
What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and welcome to a very special episode of Abandoned. Perhaps there's no better and mainstream example of a retail failure
Chalky.
more so than one discount chain which has been closing stores for decades.
I have taken care of
slowly
myself.
whittling away under the Sears umbrella, hemorrhaging millions of dollars, laying off thousands of employees, and leaving a wake of hundreds of empty and in many cases abandoned stores.
We'll be joining
some of
them
which
tomorrow,
myself and
I
my
believe,
colleagues have been
for,
inside.
some
But how
poverty
did all of
animals,
this
but
happen? How
today,
did one of the
no,
world's largest
this is
and
not
well-known
Comet.
retail brands fall
I'm not a
this
big fan
far?
of
And what
the
future
Mario.
could they possibly have?
Wait, no, hold on.
Well,
Is it Mario
today,
Kart
join me as I
or
look
Mario
into one of
Party?
the
'Cause
most
Mario Party, I
requested
don't
and
mind.
anticipated topics,
Mario
the
Karts that I
catastrophic
do
fall
not like.
of
I'm
Kmart.
quite bad at it.
This episode of Abandoned is sponsored by Nebula. Become a part of the quickly growing, curated community of like-minded creators and get 40% off by going to nebula.com/BSF. It all began with a man named Sebastian Sparing Kresge. After running a small chain of discount stores through the late 1800s in Detroit, he founded a new company called SS Kresge in 1912. A chain made up of over 80 stores and growing quickly.
There we go.
Now, the Kresge company could be a whole video in itself, but through the early to mid-1900s, the brand had become very popular. They navigated through
You
the
know
Great
what?
Depression
While
and both
thinking
world
about it,
wars,
we
having
don't have that
become the
option, do
perfect
we?
place
We don't
for
have the
downtown
painting
shoppers
option
looking to
yet.
save some money. There were now over 600 stores in both the US and Canada, mainly in the downtowns of cities. However, by the 1950s and 60s, retail was changing. North Americans were now buying cars, and to urban planners, they were the future of mobility. So, a trend of what is known as the big box store began popping up. A large structure, cheap to build with ample room for car parking. A place where citizens would seek to drive to instead of walking. Kresge already had several stores opening in the suburbs, but now a massive shift was coming for the growing corporation. Now, under the leadership of Harry Cunningham, the Kresge company had opened the first iteration of a new discount big box brand called Kmart. It was 1962 and it opened in the small suburb of Garden City, Michigan. And so, Kresge continued to open more through the year. What set them apart already was the fact that Kmarts were now opening in standalone buildings, not part of any existing plaza, but its own satellite structure with over 80,000 square feet of discount shopping, a vast collection of products for all your needs. These stores
So
were
Kmart
relatively
was the
cheap to
one that
build, and
started
within
that.
just a few years, the amount of Kmart
Disgusting.
stores had ballooned to over 120. Meanwhile, back in the cities, the company decided to rebrand a number of the unperforming Kresge locations into Jupiter discount stores, a deeply discounted brand which sort of forced the elimination of the Kresge name. By 1977, the company had now mainly become known for the Kmart brand, to which over 90% of their sales were generated from. So, in that year, they changed their name to the Kmart Corporation. This was just the beginning of a long era of unprecedented success. By now, the brand had continued to diversify, expanding into new businesses and trying out new retail concepts like Kmart Chef. Most, however, were short-lived. Regardless, the Kmart brand was exploding in sales, rising to over $14 billion by 1980, with over 2,000 stores across the United States and Canada. Kmart was now renovating older stores, focusing on innovations like electronic inventory systems and broadening their stock with fashionable merchandise. Through the mid-1980s, they also acquired multiple companies and introduced celebrity-created clothing lines, again, all broadening the appeal of their stores while also making products
these are too sheer. We're not
exclusive.
gonna be able to go out
One
that
notable
way, so
line
I'll
of
have to
products was the
transport it
Martha
the
Stewart
old-fashioned
kitchen
way.
line, which Kmart saw great response to. It really is hard to state how popular Kmart was during this era in retail. They absolutely dominated the 1980s, and in America, the brand was almost universally known across the country. Perhaps it didn't always have the best reputation, but it was many shoppers' go-to store for everyday essentials. Unique aspects like the Blue Light Special would keep shoppers in their stores waiting for the next big sale, or even their in-store food options had allowed consumers to spend a lot of time just hanging around. Across the thousands of locations now in America, Kmart had a huge reach and now opening super Kmart stores. Simply put, they were woven into the retail fabric of American culture, and they were the second largest retailer in North America, right behind Sears. By 1987, they had sales over $25.6 billion. This tremendous success, however, was about to quickly fade, and the fortune of the company was about to change. Through the rest of the 1980s, Kmart began to lose its place in the market. Other retailers like Ames, Target, Woolco, and Sears had been eating away at their place, but that was nothing compared to the Goliath that Walmart was becoming. Kmart was slipping, and as new Walmart stores popped up, that negative perception Kmart had only got worse as people noticed their stores become run down and dated. So, to combat this, Kmart rebranded their logo with a modern design and went on a renovation effort, making sweeping changes to their stores, spending millions on extending, renovating, and updating existing stores, and opening up brand new ones. After even more company purchases like Sports Authority and a quarter stake in OfficeMax, by 1992, the Kmart Corporation had over 370,000 employees and posted an all-time high sales of $34.6 billion. Despite this positive year-over-year growth, Kmart was still surpassed by Walmart in both sales and market share. The company also began to get dragged down by their spin-off brands. Kmart Corporation became too bloated, and despite selling off those liabilities, they ended 1993 with a net loss of almost $1 billion. With a new CEO in place, Kmart made sweeping changes in order to keep them afloat. They spun off more brands and closed around 214 underperforming stores. Their stock was then downgraded and talks of bankruptcy even began circling. However, the company was able to eliminate hundreds of millions of dollars in operating costs, as well as introduced a more streamlined merchandise strategy, celebrity marketing, and another $700 million remodeling endeavor. Big Kmart was introduced around this time, a new store format that would feature larger aisles, a brighter atmosphere, and more emphasis on key product categories like home furnishings. Around 1,245 stores had been converted into this Big Kmart concept, and already it was a hit, ultimately boosting sales around 10% through the rest of the decade. Kmart continued to make strategic company sales through this time as well, selling its interest in their Mexico division, plus having Hudson's Bay take over their 112 stores in Canada in 1998. Many of those stores were converted into Zellers locations, and if you want to know more about that company's fall from grace, I've actually made an abandoned episode on them already. Back in their stores, private label items like the Martha Stewart line was expanded to involve other product categories, and just that alone generated $1 billion in sales by 1999. With an e-commerce site now live and the new millennium coming through, hopes for Kmart were high. The company dominated the 1980s, and while the 90s were tough, the brand was still favored by many. According to their 1998 annual report, their mission statement reads, Kmart will become the discount store choice for low and medium income families with children by satisfying their routine and seasonal shopping needs as well as, or better than the competition. By early 2000, Kmart got a new and much younger CEO named Charles Conway. He reorganized senior management and closed 72 underperforming locations. He also allocated $1.7 billion to update their distribution strategy and solve the problem of items not being fully stocked. Blue Light Special was brought back to their stores, as well as a new promotion called Always Blue Light, which set thousands of essential items at lower prices. This was a risky move for the company, and ultimately Walmart undercut them, and the suppliers to Kmart couldn't keep up with the demand. After a lackluster 2000 holiday season and 2,105 stores across the United States becoming less profitable, the brand was thrusted into an extremely dire financial position. By the end of that year, the company earned over $37 billion in sales, yet lost over $220 million. It only got worse over the next year, and by January of 2002, the Kmart Corporation filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. They became the largest retailer ever to file for bankruptcy. The company spent around $1 billion in restructuring, laying off 35,000 employees and closing 326 Kmart stores. They were in a tough position as the discount chain was bleeding money and having to take on two other giants in the market.
Quickly do that way I'm
Walmart
not
with their
stuck here
competitive
doing all of them
prices
by hand.
and Target with the higher quality discount goods in a more upscale
That was starting to drive me
Charles
crazy with
Conway
how much
was
time we were
largely
spending doing
blamed
that.
for this financial disaster and was forced to step down as CEO not long after. During this time, Kmart's debt was purchased by ESL Investments, a private hedge fund run by everyone's favorite Eddie Lampert. After another 300 stores closed in early 2003, however, no longer as the Kmart Corporation. Eddie Lampert's fund had taken control of Kmart's interests, owning 53% of the company through ESL Investments. They bundled this all up under a new company called the Kmart Holding Corporation, an umbrella to which Kmart would become a subsidiary to. Sweeping changes were made to the brand, which included more store closings and trying out new ideas and marketing strategies. One of them being this weird concept store which featured a lime green logo and for some reason black and white portraits of people on the front facade. That didn't last long. Surprisingly, in late 2004, the Kmart Holdings Corp had declared that they would be acquiring Sears, at one time their largest competitor, for around $11 billion. The merger also came with another name change, now rebranding the parent company into Sears Holdings, with, of course, Kmart remaining as its subsidiary brand. Kmart was now down to just 1,382 stores by 2007, with sales dropping quarter after quarter. The company had even sold their Michigan headquarters and left the facility entirely not long after, which also later became abandoned. By the next year, the financial crisis was ravaging the average American shopper, and Kmart produced just $17.2 billion in sales, a significant decrease from the decade prior. This makes sense too, as Kmart stores began to fall out of favor to many shoppers. Walmart's approach was going for a rural market in America, while Target expanded slowly in proven markets. However, once both brands started popping up in the same towns as Kmart's, shoppers asked themselves, why would I keep going to Kmart? They were most likely a better place to spend your time. By 2010, the brand lost a big exclusive when Martha Stewart's company couldn't reach an agreement with the brand. Ultimately, Stewart went on CNBC and said, quotes, "Have you been into a Kmart lately? It's not the nicest place to shop." She later clarified, however, that she didn't mean it as an insult. Sure. 2011 proved to be another terrible year for holiday sales, and the company continued its ruthless store closures. Kmart was bleeding money year after year, and let's not forget who owns them, that being Sears, which the parent company was also trying to manage 2 failing mega retail brands. Not an easy feat to turn around. After suffering a massive data breach in 2014, the subsequent next few years were the source of many headlines asserting company-wide trouble following more and more store closures. By the end of 2017, they were just down to a little over 700 stores nationwide and $8.6 billion in sales. They lost $530 million by year's end, with their parent company as a whole losing over $1 billion. Kmart was sinking quickly, and with little money to reinvest back into their stores, the sad state of the brand was apparent for anyone who walked inside one. Sears Holdings was doing even worse, and despite numerous store closing announcements through the years, the company had no choice but to reorganize or disappear entirely. So for the second time, Kmart and their parent company Sears Holdings filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in October of 2018. Another 74 Kmart stores would close during this time, and around 240 stores would be sold off. Through this bankruptcy, quite a few lawsuits were filed, and Sears Holdings was blocked from liquidating the entire thing. Eddie Lampert and his company Transform Holdco, a subsidiary of ESL Investments, had purchased 202 Kmart stores, effectively taking the company into private ownership. But even so, the brilliant minds at ESL couldn't find a way to make the company profitable, so just 3 months later, it was announced more Kmart stores would close. Of course, this wasn't the end of that, as stores continued to close across the country. And that brings us to now, with just a fraction of the amount of stores Kmart used to have. But how did all of this happen? How was one of the world's largest retailers able to slip so far from its iconic status, especially when other discount retailers like Walmart are thriving? Well, I think it's very easy to chalk it up to Eddie Lampert killing Kmart as well as Sears. I think to some extent this is true, as when the merger occurred, Lampert was accused of intentionally selling off valuable assets and failing to reinvest into the company, effectively not caring whether or not they would fail and trying to squeeze as many assets out of the companies as possible, also with little regard to the hundreds of thousands of staff they have on payroll. However, I believe Kmart was on a downward trend no matter what. Remember, even before the merger, they were closing stores left and right, and of course filed for bankruptcy. I think from the very start, Kmart positioned themselves into a bad place, failing to make their stores and brand into a coherent and attractive retail proposition. As consumers' expectations grew, Kmart didn't follow and allowed other brands to both outprice them and build stronger loyalty. Failing to keep up with modern fashion trends, especially when half the store was made up of apparel, losing out on exclusive products that drove interest, overpriced electronics, and a poor reception to their online store all contributed. That website is even crappy in the way it's designed, since for some reason the site hosts marketplace products as well. The professionally laid out stock is mixed with thrown together photos of other products. Like for instance, these slippers, which are for some reason $315. It's probably an error, but that just goes to show how sloppy of a website this is. I really don't see why a consumer would choose to shop on Kmart.com over Amazon. But regardless, I think these issues pale in comparison to the real problem at hand. That being their terrible, terrible looking stores. This simply does not look like a well thought out, coherent design language. It looks like it was fumbled together by people who have no background in aesthetics or simply just do not care. And when you walk around their stores, you get that feeling everywhere. There's no excitement here. Quite the opposite, actually. A sad and miserable landscape of beige shelves. Items are just being tossed and unorganized around the stores, and little to no clue that you're in a modern facility. It's depressing in here, and no wonder the average consumer has no desire to shop here for fun. I mean, come on, this looks awful, especially when you look at their competitors. This is a Kmart, and this is a Target. Even the Carnival Cruise Lines of retail looks better than this. At the end of the day, Kmart management allowed their stores to become the butt of any joke that involved crappy stores, and that public perception lasted with them to the grave. Well, at least about as close as you can get to the grave. According to Forbes, there may be just 43 Kmart stores left in the United States. And by the time you watch this, it will likely be lower. Think about that for a second. In the early 90s, there were over 2,200 big box Kmart stores across the country, each over 80,000 plus square feet. In just 30 years, they had closed almost all of them. That is an unbelievable amount of stores that had to close, and as you can imagine, a large number of them, especially Kmart's that weren't in the best locations, were never filled. This leads to probably the most amount of abandoned locations for one particular brand. Abandoned Kmarts now dot the landscape of almost every major city in America. A grim reminder of a bygone era and the monolithic structures acting as tombstones for where retail prosperity once stood. Among these abandoned buildings are some particularly heinous examples of unsecured stores, for one reason or another, decaying at a rapid pace. I myself visited one of these Kmart locations down the road from another Kmart store in Michigan. I actually made an entire video on that one, but it was a store which closed during the 90s when Kmart was eliminating unprofitable locations. I think this horrific building, sitting abandoned from that closure, is a bit of a look into the future. This store has been sitting here for almost 3 decades, and as it did, the building was vandalized, set fire to, and engulfed by thick mold. However, it also stood as a retail time capsule in disarray. The numerous other abandoned stores across the country, many of which have been documented by my fellow colleagues, could end up in a similar surreal state within a decade or two. So what does the future hold? Well, the COVID-19 situation made everything worse, and while some remaining locations were deemed as essential stores, I would imagine the brand is seeing less and less sales. In September of 2020, Eddie Lampert actually stepped down as CEO. However, because they are a private company, it's hard to see how poorly Kmart is continuing to do. With so few stores, it's hard to say how long the brand is actually going to last. Perhaps Transform Holdco continues to keep the name around and rebrands it, kind of like how Toys R Us did with their resurgence. And really, the name isn't going away in an international sense, as there are still some thriving Kmart stores around the world completely independent from the American company, particularly in Australia. Who knows what Transform Holdco has in mind for the brand, but I think all things considered, it's safe to say that Kmart is essentially a dead company. Perhaps the brand may hold on a little more, but I can't imagine in its current form, Kmart will be around much longer. On the hedge fund's website, the main header for the Kmart company reads, Kmart is a leading integrated retailer offering quality products through a portfolio of exclusive brands. Out of curiosity, what do you think they meant by Kmart is a leading integrated retailer? Seriously, what are they possibly leading in other than the amounts of abandoned retail stores in America? Eddie, I'd like to know. I've been through a lot of Kmart store closings. I've seen the last few days of the brand's presence in multiple cities in North America. You get the feeling of chaos, but also sadness from the local residents who remember going there years ago. Kmart is certainly not the same company it was, nor is the condition of their stores. As a company, I think they were just too enormous for their own good. Having over 2,000 massive stores will be extremely profitable when they're all making money like they were in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But became a liability once many of them had dropping sales. The bloated and costly infrastructure they had in place to keep many of the stores and employees going ultimately started piling up on them. Then the company started losing money and in return didn't reinvest it back into their stores, creating a vicious cycle. Instead, they spent their money paying huge salaries to executives and acquiring other companies, which they ended up selling anyways. And once the cash started to run out, they took on more and more long-term debt, which ultimately pushed their equity into the negative billions of dollars. But when you do look back at the beginning of all of this, you'll see the birth of the big box store craze. Whether or not that's a good thing, I'll leave up to you, but there's no denying the influence Kmart had on all aspects of retail. From the humble beginnings of Kresge into the mega retailer it became, it truly is astonishing. I still can't wrap my head around how enormous they once were and how they went from over $35 billion in sales to now, well, we don't know, but it's probably under $3 billion, maybe even less. To many, this marks the end of an era for their home store from the 1900s. 1800s, the end of an iconic brand and an almost 110-year-old company. But as you drive down the boulevards of your town, it's more likely that the only Kmart you'll be able to visit now is one that's abandoned. If you've enjoyed this episode of Abandoned, I have also made an exclusive commentary video further talking about abandoned Kmart stores over on Nebula, the streaming service I'm building with a bunch of my fellow educational creators. Among the thousands of curated videos on the site, you can also watch Nebula Originals, which are exclusive videos and series from creators like Wendover, Tierzu, and Lindsay Ellis, in addition to a whole slew of Nebula Plus content like extended editions of videos and full-length interviews. On my channel there, you can watch my videos ad-free, including this one, as well as every new video a day earlier than its public release on YouTube. Just for this video, however, you can get 40% off a monthly or annual account by going to nebula.com/BSF. The amount of content you're getting is a tremendous value, and I want to thank Nebula for sponsoring this video, and I hope you join me in the ever-growing Nebula community. Anyway guys, my name is Jake, and thank you very much for watching.
Just little things keep attacking me. They've ignored me every other time, but this time, now, like, that I'm actually building something, something that they've all got a qualm with me.
What's up guys, my name is Jake and welcome to the very special 50th episode of Abandoned. Holy smokes. This of course is the show where we talk about some of the most interesting abandoned places in the world. This is likely going to be a very long video, so please stick around to the end of this video for a very special note from me. Today I wanted to look into a subject that has been requested for years. It's a retail chain famously known around the world, with it being at one time one of the world's largest companies, certainly America's largest retailer with over 3,500 stores between its two mega brands. But incredibly, over the past decade or so, the world has also watched its slow progression into obscurity and eventual bankruptcy. Its brands now struggling to stay afloat by overwhelming debt, leaving hundreds of abandoned stores in its wake. So today, let's talk about the once retail Goliath, Sears. It all began in the late 1800s when a man named Richard Warren Sears had moved to Chicago. Just before, he started the R.W. Sears Watch Company, a mail-order business specializing in jewelry, diamonds, and of course watches.
Actually, we'll wait here and get a couple more loads from it, and then we'll go back with everything that we've got. That way we can make a bunch of plates. I feel like we're gonna need a good number more before we can get this chain all the way back over there. It'll be worth it, yeah.
Company joined the trend, spearheading it with a wide range of items. People could buy anything from dolls to stoves to bicycles and even cars. By the end of the century, Sears, Roebuck & Co. had over $400,000 in sales, equivalent to around $11.2 million today. As the 1900s came in, the company opened its stock up to the public, quickly earning itself over $40 million, or a little over $1 billion today. It was the first major IPO in American history. Sears, Roebuck & Co. were quickly expanding, gaining national popularity as a mail-order business, and in 1908, R.W. Sears himself had retired as president, and his business partner, Julius Rosenwald, had taken over. The company had been growing massively, now opening a large distribution plant in Chicago. However, by the 20s, the Great Depression had severely crippled the company, only able to stay alive by Julius's own fortune funding operations. Despite this setback, the company pressed on, now taking a big leap from catalog to brick and mortar. Sears, Roebuck & Co. had opened its first retail store within their own complex in 1925, and 5 years later, they introduced what they called the Sears Wish List. Christmas catalog mainly for toys and gifts. By now, the company had its hand in just about everything a modern family could ask for. You could even order a house from the catalog, where everything you would need to build one came shipped and contained. Sears was most popular with rural America, but they knew they had to diversify their reach to consumers, and with their one and only retail store doing well, they set out to revolutionize the idea of retail stores. Through the 20s all the way to the 1950s, Sears opened several locations of what is now known as the big box store. They designed these spaces to be a place for both men and women to shop, which is something that didn't really exist in the time. These were spaces with large square footage and no windows, yet air-conditioned and designed with the contemporary motorist in mind. Located in urban and up-and-coming areas, close to main roads with plenty of parking space. All designed to meet your household needs with a large variety of products at a huge convenience. It's really hard to describe how massive of a success this was. Sears had really pioneered and changed how normal Americans shopped. Their retail locations quickly overshadowed their mail-order business, and Sears was arguably the major catalyst for this retail boom. By 1959, Sears foresaw the upcoming shopping mall craze in North America, and formed their very own development company to build shopping malls. The company also created Allstate during this time, their very own insurance agency, and had grown many of their own products and brands like Kenmore and Craftsman. As the retailer leaned more into branding themselves as simply just Sears, their market share and sales reflected their immense growth and success. By the 1970s, the retailer had over 300,000 employees across America, Canada, and Mexico, and then made an even greater mark in building things. In 1974, Sears completed their 110-story office tower in Chicago called the Sears Tower. It became the world's largest building, and
now that I'm
also
kind of
served
curious
as the
now.
company's iconic headquarters.
How long is it
Through
going
the
to take
70s
for
and into the
our stuff to get
1980s,
back,
the
you
brand
think?
continued with their
Actually, I guess I should probably find
able
out
to
once this is fully
exclusively
built,
sell
yeah.
hot items like the video game Pong, and keeping up with new technology like outfitting their older stores with computerized checkout
Occurs
stations.
to me that
Sears had
it
been
might not
posting
make any
sales of
sense
over
to have
$1
it
billion
go now
every
and
month.
like
By far
spend
America's
however
largest
stinking long this is
retailer
gonna take.
and
Because this is
one of
gonna
the
take a
most
while. I have
recognizable
a feeling
brands in
it's gonna
North
take
America.
several minutes
However,
for
all of this was
the
about
cargo
be
to get where it's
challenged.
going.
By the
But
mid-1980s,
we'll
Sears
hold off
entered an
on
era
testing
of
that
harsh
until
competition. Their retail
we've got the
dominance
track built all
wasn't
the
so
way back to
assured
the
when
facility.
brands like Kmart, JCPenney,
You know, I think we
Home
killed
Depot,
everything that was
Ames,
guarding us
and
earlier,
Walmart
didn't we?
began
They were
to
the
keep
ones that
track.
were kept attacking
They were
us.
offering similar products at a cheaper price. But management within Sears had sort of swept the company's shortcomings
We watch the rays of the effigies in the shallows passing through the windows, and they're all the same.
Sears then
There's no residence growth.
I just called the Fix-It doctors. They told me there is definitely no danger from repeat exposure to these signals. In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
The doctor's orders,
The retailer
huh?
continued with these efforts through the 1990s, sort of distracting management as to the other threats, the quickly changing retail markets. Sales were now at $30 billion, and with the Sears Tower up for sale and Allstate spun off, the retailer could now focus on their core business. At this time, they had 500 Sears hardware stores, 250 Home Life stores, and over 800 main Sears stores. However, despite their massive imprint on retail in North America, by the early 2000s, things were only going to get worse. The company had already sold over 80% of their Mexican stores, and Citibank had taken over their existing Discover credit card operations. The various other business endeavors the company had embarked on in the 80s and 90s proved to severely hurt the company's bottom line, an unfocused view of what was actually bringing in cash. By now, Sears had opened a new store concept called Sears Grand, and by 2004, it was announced that, in a landmark deal, Kmart Holdings and Sears Roebuck & Co. would merge together in an $11 billion agreement. So, a year later, a new
Faye, thank you for the
corporation was
alert,
created
my
called
friend.
Sears Holdings, which would fully operate both mega retailers. However, this also meant Sears would now take on each other's problems. Kmart had just emerged from bankruptcy and literally had thousands of stores across North America. Despite this though, Sears' profit reached an incredible $1.6 billion, keeping their stock price soaring over $144 a share in 2007. Sears had hit its all-time peak, but this also turned out to be where things started to fall. Sears Holdings now had over 3,519 stores globally, many of them being Kmart's, full-line Sears stores, and other specialty locations like Sears Hometown stores. By 2010, the company was still making money, however consistently losing sales revenue every year. Then, in 2011, Sears Holdings was starting to see an alarming figure. In their annual report that year, the company posted a net loss of over $3 billion. They attributed the immense loss from intense competition and general market share loss. Sears began to fall behind in the space they pioneered, with retailers like Walmart, JCPenney, Kohl's, Home Depot, Lowe's, and now Amazon too. Appliances made up a pretty large percentage of sales for the company, now with other retailers suddenly changing that, like Home Depot. Really, after the 2008 financial crisis, consumers just wanted to buy products at a cheaper price. And with the popularity of online shopping now, Sears' website just wasn't anywhere near as popular as Amazon. Almost rather suddenly, Sears Holdings found themselves with thousands of stores across the country that people just weren't visiting and buying from as much as they did in years prior. This put the company in a very bad position, with tons of locations and companies dragging down whatever was profitable. By 2014, the brand started selling assets. And oh boy, did they ever. Between 2010 and 2014, Sears had closed over 1,700 stores across the country and ended up selling the remaining stake in Sears Canada, effectively killing off that company for good. The retailer then began to take drastic actions on formatting their stores for more modern patrons. First,
They're almost
the loyalty program, then focusing on more tech. This didn't slow how the market saw them though, with their stock price now down to just $23 a share by 2016. Their cost-cutting efforts had led to their own bread-and-butter products like Craftsman, outsourced to China, which many claimed significantly lowered the quality. Sales had now also dropped to $16 billion a year, and the writing was on the wall. While the company continued to close stores, other retailers had begun to dominate the market share Sears once held. Management within the company was also reportedly a complete mess, with divisions acting as their own separate entities. Their CEO, Eddie Lambert, was a Wall Street guy, best known for his successful hedge fund, and many criticized him for seemingly steering the company downwards. He was also accused of deliberately selling assets of Sears to entities that he owned himself. Many thought that he was just acting in his own self-greed rather than trying to save the dying company. Just an overall bad corporate situation. Consumers now saw the brand as more of a joke than anything. Their merchandise and marketing gave people very little reason to shop there, and it makes sense. I mean, look at the interiors of these stores. It's a mess of beige and gray. It's a completely uninteresting and unexciting space to spend your time in. You take a look at a modern Sears and then you take a look at a modern Target, there's a huge difference there. The retailer had just failed to keep up with the times and adapt to what makes shoppers actually want to spend money, and now Sears was feeling the full effects of that. But what was it like from the inside? Well, I sat down with Alan Decker, a former department manager at a Sears Hardware outside of Houston, Texas.
My official job title started as just a hardware associate, so I basically was over tools and plumbing and electrical stuff. Those changed when I became a department manager at the very start of 2015, so where I had to do inventory control and loss prevention. Sort of the interesting thing I sort of had in the back of my mind when I first got hired that Sears wasn't doing amazingly great, but as I got to work there, and especially like talking with other coworkers and some of the managers, that it wasn't doing very good. But the main thing was there was like a blissful unawareness with managers. They didn't act like Sears was going out of business. They were just going with it day to day, like as if it was still like the 80s or the 90s. Some of the my first manager was actually with the company for quite a while, so he was with them when they were still doing decently. Attendance throughout the week would sort of fluctuate. It was kind of, minuscule to all right, decent. Some Saturdays it would be busy. It said it would depend, but like some of the slowest days, like in February of like 2015 on a Tuesday, there was a time when I think less than 10 customers entered the building. Like throughout an 8-hour shift, I saw a handful of customers at a time. Like some days, it would be that dead.
Finally, in 2018, Whirlpool Appliances ended their 100-year-long partnership with the company, and after dreadful holiday sales, the inevitable happened. In October, Sears Holdings filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, with over $11 billion in liabilities. Soon, their CEO had stepped down, and their stock price had now sunk to just under $2 a share. By early the next year, a bankruptcy judge had approved a $5.2 billion plan by the company's largest shareholder and chairman to sort of reinvent the brand. And now that brings us to today, with Sears implementing this new plan. With the company slowly closing what remains of their main brands, Sears and Kmart stores, the company is now focusing on more specific retail, even opening some new, small Sears and HomeLife stores, and several former Sears hometown stores. However, to do this, the company still needs to continue its immense downsizing, announcing store closures seemingly every month and cutting thousands of jobs. With the reinvention of the company, the entirety of Sears Holdings was actually taken over by an equity firm called Transform Holdco LLC, which is owned by Eddie Lambert, by the way. They now own both Sears and Kmart, plus all of their subsidiaries, and because it's a private LLC, they don't disclose financial information, which means publicly, no one really knows how Sears is doing that. The company went from over 2,400 stores in 2005 within the United States and Canada to now under just 150 stores. And those staggering figures don't even include Kmart. With store closures of that magnitude across North America, there are literally hundreds of closed and abandoned Sears stores. Many of them I've actually visited within malls which aren't able to fill the massive square footage. Some malls, even back in the 60s and 70s, were named after their main anchor store, and then when Sears left years later, they had to depressingly change their name, like the Sears Town Mall in Titusville, Florida, which is now called the Titusville Mall. Some shopping centers weren't even able to stay open with their largest anchor gone, and some were abandoned altogether. It's a grim and staggering reminder of how impactful the company was. It accounted for a lot of other people's rental income, and the closures really affected a lot of things down the chain. When you take a step back from all of this, it is truly staggering what happened. It really is hard to comprehend how enormous Sears was and how influential it was in retail, shopping malls, catalog sales, and the average North American shopper. Sears had scaled themselves to pioneer a new retail format, to help popularize what is now known as the big box store. There was a time from the 1920s to about 2007 where the average shopper would head to Sears for whatever they may need. But as the company failed to adapt, they didn't change and passed off their competitors as not a large risk. They didn't see the potential in internet sales and were slow to follow suit rather than the other traditional retailers. Their clunky corporate structure had only made things worse, and trying to manage two mega retailers with literally thousands of stores and employees proved to be a liability rather than an asset.
Online was always much cheaper than in the store, and also the mall locations had different prices than our store, and that wasn't just because it was a franchise. That was just like hometown stores, outlet stores, and the malls had different prices based on the catalogs and the magazines they would send us. So there was customers that we would, again, have to price match online prices, or we would tell them, hey, buy it at this kiosk over here and then just do it as a pickup, which is just a really crappy way to do business, along with like outdated systems from like the 80s, which would be really slow at times. And there was a time when they ran an update on them and they became slower. Like that was just bad business right there. We would have lines pile up if we had a lot of customers, and that looked bad. The one thing I noticed with like the mall location that was near us is they would have lots of missing product everywhere that was empty. They were behind all the time, and especially with the internet craze, they were extremely behind. And I think that was just a that just set them up for failure. After I left, it was the management more or less stayed the same until about mid 2016. Some people left, and then the franchise owner sold that Sears back.
There's a lot of this process.
Became a corporate Sears.
Just sitting here doing this.
2016, I heard rumors that they were going to close it from coworkers that I still knew there, and the very start of 2017, they bam, closing sale, and yeah, that was it.
I think the fall of Sears can best be visualized by their stock price. At their height in 2007, trading over $140 a share, and in just a little over a decade, the company ended trading at 20 cents a share. Since 2010, the company had continuously lost money. Sears was once the largest retailer in the world, only to make a spectacular fall into what it is today, all while bringing down another mega brand, closing thousands of stores, and laying off literally hundreds of thousands of employees. Today, even the towering monument Sears had built as their head office
Upside.
is now renamed as the Willis.
With this
No
much
longer the
solid
tallest building
biofuel,
in
I
America.
do not
think most
anticipate
people can
us
remember back to some
encountering
connection or memory they
a
had
supply
with
issue.
retail. I grew up
Really,
in Canada
anytime
and sometimes went to their Canadian counterpart, but I sort of have a weird, deeper connection to the company. The condo building, which I have lived in for almost 3 years, was literally themed after the now historic Sears merchandising tower in Chicago. Sort of interesting, isn't it? I've literally been living in something that was themed after Sears. While the brand itself today is still very valuable, and it likely won't ever fully fade away, the disintegration of Sears will likely go down as the largest retail collapse in history. An almost 130-year-old company, which most people can now only visit by the abandoned stores that were left behind. I want to say that I'm so unbelievably proud of this show and the entire channel as a whole. Solely because of Abandoned, I decided not to quit YouTube for good, and that has genuinely changed the course of my life. Probably forever, actually. All because of this show. It's enabled me to travel, meet wonderful new people, and allowed me to create my own feature documentary, which will come out in 2020. It's been over 5 years of making the show and over 50 episodes, and obviously I want to say thank you all so much for watching and supporting these videos. And because of that, my entire career. My name is Jake. Thank you all so much for watching. And here's to
barely
another
even touched the biofuel. So we're gonna be good on that for a bit. Alright, now we've got a bunch of iron, so we can make a bunch of iron plates. And then we can go finish building that line.
One claims it's the company's only chance for survival.
Atari has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The 31-year-old
AWA presents the difference. Kodak is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
What's up guys, my name is Jake and welcome to the 18th episode of Bankrupt. If you've ever shopped for kitchen utensils, home goods, linen, or if you just moved into your college dorm and you need the essentials on a budget, then Bed Bath & Beyond was probably your go-to store. And it makes sense why. Their locations were quite literally filled to the brim with an enormous selection of merchandise. Over the last 50 years, the retailer built a massive presence in North America, operating well over 1,500 stores with over 60,000 employees. And unlike their peers who had seen a great decline through the late 90s and early 2000s, the company actually thrived all the way up to 2017. But recently, that all came crashing down. and most of the unique competitive and corporate advantages the retailer once profited from had now killed them. This is an interesting one. So today, let's find out where this recently thriving retailer came from, and the many missteps and executive complacency that ultimately led them to bankruptcy. This video is sponsored by me. My brand new merch is out right now at shopbrightsonfilms.com. Stick around to the end of the video to find out more. It began with Leonard Feinstein and Warren Eisenberg. The two men were working at a dying discount department store called Arlen's, and both of them had seen the writing on the wall. They also saw the industry moving towards specialty stores for individual product categories. So they decided to partner up and create just that. A specialty store focusing on bedroom linen and bathroom products. They called it Bed and Bath, and opened their first store within a strip mall.
Okay, time to go finish that.
It was 1971.
That conveyor
their small
belt
store
line.
did pretty well.
If this isn't
carrying
enough,
brand
then-
names with customers clearly liking the boutique style feeling of a specialty store and home accessories. Especially at a time when the suburban middle class was growing. So
Then we'll
Bed
set
and
up our
Bath
power
expanded
lines and
further
our
through the
power
70s
system,
and into the
we
early
should be
80s,
getting
opening
close
another
to being able to
17
get
stores across the Northeast
some
U.S.
automated
and California.
mining
But
of
the
our
retail position was
primary
being
concerns
challenged
underway,
by
which will
other
be nice.
small-scale retailers focusing on the segment as well, mainly linen and things. They even had a similar name. So Eisenberg and Feinstein came up with something to differentiate themselves. They called it the Bed and Bath Superstore Company and opened one in 1985. They absolutely packed this new 20,000 square foot store with just about every choice you can imagine from their existing product category. But they also built out an extensive home furnishing section as well. This gave customers the blessing of choice, packing multiple brands, colors, sizes, and fabrics. This is now known as a category killer, meaning they offered an unmatched selection in a single category, and they did this all at affordable prices. Bed and Bath wanted to become the go-to store for those specific needs, and this more or less worked, becoming a pretty large hit with their target customers. Since the stores were now offering home furnishing products, in 1987 they changed their name to reflect this new superstore direction, changing it to what we know now as Bed Bath and Beyond. Through the late 80s and into the early 90s, the brand continued to expand, but only in a modest capacity, opening just 7 new superstores by 1991. Sales on the other hand were anything but modest, blowing past $130 million with an impressive net income of $10 million, all of which was just funneled back into the company for future growth. Feinstein and Eisenberg were known to be frugal bosses, saving money wherever they could, and that helped keep profits high. Though the two did concede to industry trends like an electronic inventory system. Management also emphasized the importance of customer service. Bed Bath & Beyond already broke the mold of existing home goods stores, making shopping for home decorations and comforts a fun and somewhat engaging experience. The company wanted to reinforce that by making other aspects just as pleasant, and they did so by offering a generous return policy, keeping stores clean and tidy, offering free shipping, and cultivating a fast and friendly purchasing environment. This kept customers coming back and allowed the word of mouth to be their primary source of marketing. With over 30 stores now operating across the states, Bed Bath & Beyond went public on NASDAQ in mid-1993. Bolstered by the launch of their new flagship Manhattan store, the company's stock was a hit, nearly doubling its IPO in less than a year, all while the company reported record sales of $216 million and equally stellar. Competition was fierce though, as Linen & Things essentially copied their entire product and layout strategy. Their market share and overall sales were climbing as well. Regardless, Bed Bath & Beyond continued to gradually expand through the late 90s, entering the e-commerce space through a buyout in 1998. Sales were exceeding expectations, and just before the turn of the millennium, the company reached sales of $1 billion in 1989, with an impressive $200 per square foot in sales with over 250 stores. But the year 2000 would skyrocket them into even further growth, as sales had now doubled to $2 billion and an additional 50 stores marking territory in 41 states. Through the early 2000s, the company continued to expand aggressively. The brand had now reached across America with a brand image as equally massive as their growth strategy. Bed Bath & Beyond became an integral part of the home furnishing shopping experience for many Americans. Along with their established pro-consumer practices, the brand heavily encouraged coupon use, sending out millions of the well-known blue 20% off coupons. This was a clever marketing strategy and proved to be quite successful, drawing in millions of deal-hungry shoppers. By 2005, net income had soared to over $500 million and crossed over $7 billion in sales. The company was well loved by both consumers and Wall Street, with many analysts adoring the huge returns the company's stock generated, up more than 4,000% since their IPO. The company made their entrance into a new country in 2007 with stores in Canada, but hit a speed bump with the recession of 2008, putting a dent in their net income and sales rather hard. Consumer spending was down and the stock fell with it. But so did other brands as well. Linen & Things, their longtime competitor, ultimately declared bankruptcy during this time and closed all of their stores after converting to Chapter 7. This allowed Bed Bath & Beyond to take control of the market share they left behind and ultimately reign supreme in the decades-long competition. The brand sales then exploded from here on out. With both massive expansion and appealing to trends of customers, the company reported record sales and income year after year. Stores had now surpassed 1,000 across the United States and Canada, with sales ascending past $10 billion. By 2013, the brand made an astonishing $1 billion in net income, which is a pretty incredible feat for a retailer, especially in the early 2000s, not to mention the fact that they only had 250 stores just 13 years prior. However, the cracks in the foundation of this enormous retailer were starting to form. Back in 2007, the retailer purchased the Bye Bye Baby brand for $86 million. In 2017, they purchased the much smaller brand called Chef Central for just $1 million. The only problem there was that both of these companies were started and owned by the original Bed Bath & Beyond founders' sons. And some in the industry were understandably calling these acquisitions a direct result of nepotism and even corruption. The company claimed that Feinstein and Eisenberg recused themselves from the actual transactions, and that independent lawyers reviewed it and presumably approved the legality of the sales. But, I mean, still. The board of directors were also packed with longtime loyalists, and made up of people who have been serving on the board for well over a decade, much longer than the norm. This is what I would consider to be a recipe for a reluctance to change and listen to new opinions. The years of success for the company were starting to wane, and things were beginning to fall apart. That $1 billion in net income in 2013 was the peak, and the following couple of years saw a decrease in profits despite 2018 being their peak of sales at $12.3 billion. Once analysts' revenue targets began to miss, their stock also began falling, and this started the beginning of the end. With expenses growing exponentially and profit reaching a dangerously low point, the company's leadership was due for a change. Investors agreed, and in 2019, 3 activist investment firms acquired a 5% stake in the company to spark just that. Activist investment firms are basically private equity groups that specialize in buying a minority stake in established public companies and oftentimes force change when red flags appear. They also took issue with the aging and complacent board of directors, the suspicious acquisitions, and the increasingly poor state of their stores. If you've ever been inside a Bed Bath & Beyond, then you'll know it's a cluttered mess with a lot of product. Now, this was seen as a competitive advantage years ago when selection was king, but now it just looks like a messy, overwhelming junk pile. Employee morale was also a well-known issue, with high employee turnaround and overall low enthusiasm. The activists had a lot to change and ultimately pushed out their
Head back
CEO,
on down
pressured
there.
both co-founders to step
Get some
down,
more
and
iron.
influenced the resignation of nearly
And then we
half
will
the board
ride
of
this thing
directors.
back no matter
By
how
this
painfully
point,
slowly
the
it's
retailer
going to
had
be.
over
Because I'm curious to know how long is it going to take my
locations
materials
across
to
North
get
America.
here riding
But
this thing. 'cause
expenses
it
were mounting,
can't
and
be
the company was bloated. By the end
Donkey,
of
why
fiscal
do you
year
honk?
2019, the brand had posted their first net loss since 1992, losing around $137 million. The activist investors began implementing their plan on turning things around, starting with the closure of around 40 locations. This was in tandem with their plan to control costs and cut down the bloated structure they had in place. This meant cutting down on the number of suppliers they bought from and purchasing more of their stock from overseas instead of going through US-based middlemen. Those 20% off coupons were also reevaluated. Many people used them as the only reason to shop there and hesitated purchasing anything else that wasn't on sale. Management's response was to place limits and tone down coupon use and distribution, though this likely had more negative effects than good. The customer experience was also looked at with a microscope, testing out new store concepts like the implementation of a cafe. Lab stores were open to test new product categories like food and drink, all while the company announced they would be investing in private label brands to help set their merchandise apart from others. This was another aspect of the business the company had been struggling with. Consumers found it difficult to find a reason to shop at Bed Bath & Beyond when everything sold there could just be found online, in some cases direct from the product's brand. For some, those stores became a showroom to test out what those products felt like in person and then just order them online. It also didn't help that Bed Bath & Beyond's website was a clunky mess that wasn't very pleasant to use, especially compared to other competitors in the space. So their market share in the online sphere was
let those refill.
To
We'll
make
take
matters even
3 loads
worse,
back from them. That way
pandemic.
we,
Stores were shuttered
aren't
across the states in accordance
just
with local
gonna be
health
running back down here
laws. A massive
immediately, I
shift
guess.
was made to online
I would
commerce,
like it if
and the
next time I
company's
need
footprint there
to come
was
down
just not
here, I can
outstanding.
come down here and
Ultimately,
just
over 200
hook
stores
this
were
thing up,
permanently
and then
closed
we've got
from
a
the
power
time.
supply
And when
here.
things did start to reopen, the financial health of the company was not looking good. Between 2020 and 2021, the company posted net losses of over $760 million. The retailer was running out of liquidity, and their stock price was reflecting this bleak circumstance. This also meant they had issues with paying their suppliers, which resulted in unstocked shelves. Their strategy of introducing private label brands didn't exactly go over that smooth, and instead of enticing new shoppers to try them out, it deterred regulars by replacing brand new products. By June 2022, their CEO resigned and was replaced by Sue Gunn, and her job was to keep the ship afloat. By August, another 150 stores were closed permanently, along with a reduction in their workforce by 20%. The company ultimately decided not to sell Bye Bye Baby for cash, and instead took out a loan worth about $500 million, which was mostly used to pay off debt. With pressure mounting, the company's CFO had taken his own life after being one of the targets of a class action lawsuit alleging that executives were artificially inflating the company's stock in a sort of pump and dump scheme. The company was on life support, and they didn't hire. On January 23rd, 2023, Bed Bath & Beyond came right out and said that there is significant doubt that the company would be able to continue through the year and that bankruptcy might be inevitable. However, their CEO did state that they have a clear vision for the future of the brand and that they just need time to execute. But the reality of this would be put into serious question as banks began halting lines of credit, fearing insolvency. A restructuring company was hired, and the retailer announced they would be shutting down the Canadian division. The brand was running out of cash on hand, and with mounting losses and poor sales through the first quarter of 2023, bankruptcy was becoming more and more of an inevitability. On March 30th, Bed Bath & Beyond announced a $300 million stock offer. If all of this stock was sold, this would generate around $1 billion for the company. But they also stated that if it didn't sell off, they would likely be forced to declare bankruptcy. Sure enough,
Guess I'll have to
their stock
investigate that when
offering
we get
didn't
back up
pan out
there.
very
Okay,
well,
hold on.
and
So
on
let me
April 23rd,
get a timer set up, 'cause I'm
2023, Bed Bath
curious.
& Beyond had declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. the retailer had over $5.2 billion in debt. For years prior to the bankruptcy, the company had been looking for a buyer to take over operations. Their position remained unchanged on that, but stated that if they couldn't find a buyer in time, they would just liquidate everything.
The question is,
without
how
delay,
long will this
seemingly
take
no
to get
buyer
us back
interested,
there?
The brand began
How much of a
winding
mistake
down
have I made
operations
with this,
just
this
as their stock
terribly
plummeted
long
and
line?
was ultimately delisted. Stores across the country, all 360
Especially
of them,
considering the fact
began
that
liquidating their
that
stock.
machine back
The
there
famous
produces like what
20% off
130 a
coupons
minute or
finally
something
met
like
their
that.
end and were no longer accepted the day the liquidation began. Bye Bye Baby, their subsidiary retailer, also began liquidations, closing all of their 120 locations. Stores then began closing all around the country, signifying the end of Bed Bath & Beyond's physical existence in the retail landscape. Their stock went from a high of $80 in 2014 to just 43 cents a few days prior to their bankruptcy. It was an enormous fall from grace, but one many saw coming. While the original co-founders had a vision and built an incredibly successful and well-loved company for decades, the management within, in the later years, seemed to have gotten too comfortable with all of that success. They became the product of the very thing they created the company to go against. Bed Bath & Beyond was a trendsetter in the industry. It was the new era of retail from the post-war discount stores into a boutique-style category killer. But they got complacent with the brand's success, and the strategy that set them apart initially began to get old and outdated. But there were other issues as well. Starting in 2004 and going all the way to 2022, the company spent $11.8 billion in stock buybacks, which I think
not
some
looking
would
good so
call
far.
a
We're
greedy
almost at 2
move
minutes
that
already.
put the company in debt. In hindsight, it was obviously a terrible decision to do.
This is going to
so,
be like a
especially
7-8
when the
minute
company was
ride for that
cash-strapped in the
those
later
materials to get up there.
They literally took out
It's
debt
insane.
to buy back stock that would later become worthless. Critics also claimed that the company overpaid executive leadership, all while they were reporting losses. It's no wonder why company morale was down. The retailer also just offered little reason for the modern shopper to walk in. They had no exclusive brands, and the shopping experience was chaotic and overwhelming for some, and their online presence was just not up to standard. Prices in their stores were also just expensive. Actually, they're kind of ridiculous. This ugly resin and probably faux marble trash can is $72? And this
What?
soap pump is an
Did he say
egregious
$72 for a trash can?
$85. You can get a real marble pump for literally half the cost at an upscale home goods retailer like CB2.
Insane.
I mean, these product prices were insane. Shoppers were just falling out of favor with them. And I know that because I was one of them. When I first got my own apartment, I frequented their stores quite often, and I'm sure many of you can relate. But in my own experience, I found their stores to be a complete mess of products, most of which didn't seem to match the quality of the price point. It felt more like a junky store filled with a bunch of as-seen-on-TV crap, most of which you could just find on Amazon rather than spending the gas money to drive all the way out there to one. It felt tired and not something well thought out or designed with convenience in mind, especially when places like Target or Walmart exist, where you can get pretty much the same core items there, plus a whole bunch of others without having to make a whole separate trip. This was a fundamental shift in how customers viewed the company, and it was a bad spot they found themselves in, with over 1,500 stores and a lot of expenses to go along with it. The writing was on the wall, and you can tell if you visited their stores in the months or even years up to the bankruptcy. Some of the in-store footage in this video was filmed by my friend Retail Archaeology. He documented a few of the stores through the years, and the decline was palpable. The bankruptcy of Bed Bath & Beyond is interesting though, as their rise to popularity was relatively recent. Most mega brands in the US, like
I'm
Sears and
already regretting
JCPenney,
this
saw their
decision.
rise in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s.
I feel like I'm committed now. I've
But
already spent
Bed Bath
4.5
was different.
minutes standing
They
on a
saw most of their
stinking
success
thing,
in 2013,
waiting to see how long
generating
it
the
takes
most
us to get there.
sales and the
We
largest
can
reach
still
in
see the
2017.
drill.
Their growth was monstrous, and for millions of people, it was the go-to
A terrible
place for your
mistake was
household
made.
goods. But just as quickly as their rise, they found themselves with an aging strategy that didn't work in the way they had it structured. Their corporate structure and unwillingness to adapt and recognize new trends ultimately killed them off. It's unclear as to what will happen to the company from this point on. It will likely exist in some e-commerce fashion, probably snatched up by Tai Lopez, since that's for some reason the new trend. Or maybe it isn't. Regardless, this is likely the end of the line for the retailer. One that was started half a century ago, thrived for decades, but is likely now beyond recovery. Look, Bed Bath & Beyond made it out of the 2008 recession rather unscathed. Actually, they kind of lucked out with the death of their largest competitor.
Oh no, I didn't even
Unfortunately,
consider the
Linens
fact
and
that these
Things
things
had to join the
slow down
2008
going up
recession
hills
support
too.
group, right alongside the
So this
Palms
part's gonna
Dubai
get
and
even
Fountain Blue.
slower.
Well, we got a shirt about it, and it's not
So it's
just
not
that.
even like that's
Maybe
going to
you're wondering what
artificially
happens
extend the
when
time. I thought we were
pyramids of
looking at, you know,
Giza
like
meets the Memphis pyramid for the
like
first
6,
time.
7 minutes
Obviously,
at
they're going
most.
to
We're
play
already
tourists to
approaching
the
6
mighty
minutes.
American pyramid. Yes, this is our new apparel line. There's an additional 3
we might be
designs from an
interested.
abandoned ship convention where
This is gonna be
Mick
like a
probably
10,
not
12
welcome,
minute
to an
ride up
abandoned
this
mall,
hill and
sorry
back.
to lose its only friend, the Anchor Store. These are joined by 3 variations of the beautiful vintage BSF logo, including a hat, which I've been wearing pretty much every day since I've gotten it. Obviously, with this, I've taken a bit of a different route with this apparel line. A more cute and fashionable approach, but also connected to Brightsome Films. I've been working on this for a while now with some very talented artists and designers to get this all ready. The shirts are also super high quality and are very comfortable. So if you want to go check out the new merch, visit my online store by going to shopbrightsonfilms.com. A link will also be in the description below. Thank you so much for all of your support.
Okay,
I
it's
really
not
do
slowed
hope
down
you enjoy
as
the new
much going
merch.
up the
And
hills
please
I
send
thought
me
it would.
pictures of you wearing them for a chance to be featured in a future episode of Bankrupt and Abandoned. My name is Jake, and thank you very much for watching.
One claims it's the company's only chance for survival.
Atari has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The 31-year-old
Oh, I was slightly confused there for a moment about what you were talking about, Chalk. It was like BB and B. What? Shouldn't have taken me that long to click it in, I guess, but it did click in.
My name is Jake, and welcome to the 29th episode of Bankrupt. For over 60 years, there has been one brand name so ubiquitous as a place to find affordable footwear. It was Payless, a brand which was born as a discount store which sold shoes
Okay, the
differently,
hill hasn't been
and
as
one
slow
which
as we
grew
were
to truly
anticipating, so
incredible
it is-
heights. In just a few decades,
That
their
being said, we're
presence
still looking
across
at,
the
like,
world would
probably a
stretch
10-minute
over
ride for this stuff.
5,000
That's
stores with
not
over
spectacular,
30,000 employees.
but-
So how did this massive multi-billion-dollar company fall?
I guess
from
at least
grace?
once everything's
Not only did they
going, you
fall,
know,
they
it won't
fell
be as
hard.
big an issue.
They would declare bankruptcy twice and ultimately fade away entirely. So let's take a look at how all this happened. This is Payless. This video is sponsored by Factor. Go to factor75.com or click the link in the description below and use code 50BSF to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. The footwear retailer was started in Topeka, Kansas by 2 cousins, Louis and Sheol Pazes. They opened their small store in 1956 under the name Payless National, and their idea was simple and quite different for the time. Instead of other shoe stores of the era, which typically had large staff of associates specifically there to assist the customer, Payless was going to offer cheaper goods with the self-service model. Their stores would only employ a few people, while customers were free to try out any pair they wanted from a vast selection of up to 1,000 options. Because Payless didn't have to hire additional staff, they were able to keep costs low, and as a result, they passed those savings on to the consumer with very affordable products. It certainly wasn't a Macy's experience, but with women's shoes, for example, starting as low as $1.98, people flocked to their store. Their first location proved to be very popular with customers, and this allowed the cousins to grow their business. By the end of the 1950s, they had established 21 locations in 4 different states, now growing outside of Kansas to also set up shop in Texas, Oklahoma, and Nebraska. By the early 1960s, Payless continued to grow as they focused more on women's
Still
and children's
refers
shoes.
to them as Payless.
This segment, which
Fair
became
enough.
their most popular, had brought in a very decent cash flow, with the company later posting over $6 million in sales. As the corporation changed its name to Volume Distributors, then to Volume Shoe, they decided to go public with an IPO in 1962. The company raised quite a bit of money through this public offering, now increasing their number of locations to over 42. While they did have a few other brands, Payless would be their largest brand name. Through the 1960s and into the 70s, it would only grow larger. Volume Shoe would embark on major expansion efforts, buying up smaller shoe brands and absorbing their locations into the greater company. This brought their number of locations to over 140 by the early 70s, with sales now topping $10 million. By 1975, however, their locations skyrocketed to over 486, an incredible increase which now brought their presence across the country to over 31 states. This all came
We're
with a
almost
name
there.
change to their primary
At
brand,
11
which
minutes,
was now
oh
named
God.
to Payless Shoe Source. With
Yeah,
a
this
period
isn't
of
a
high
very
inflation
efficient
for
way to get my,
Americans,
my
Payless
materials
just
back to
offered
the
a
bases.
good deal for shoes. They really were the right
We're gonna
company.
get-
at
we're
the
gonna have
right
to get some
time.
better
They also
technology.
took advantage of the American mall boom. When indoor
The moment that
shopping
we can
malls
get
were
the
opening up
faster,
across the country, Payless was the perfect tenant for such an outlet.
lines
and
that
their
can move
stores
this stuff
saw
up here
great
at, like,
success
twice the
there.
speed.
In fact, by the end of the
We're gonna have to
decade,
get that stuff.
mall locations made up
The
over
moment it's
40%
unlocked,
of
it's like,
Payless's
alright,
portfolio.
upgrade this line
Despite
first.
this enormous rise,
'Cause
the company continued to
Lord
maintain
almighty.
a good supplier network and
I
distribution
was right. It's
strategy,
going to end up being
making
about
their
12
own
minutes
bespoke
to get our
brands to always
materials all the
ensure
way back
stock.
up the
The
hill.
company also leaned into computerized inventory systems and modern checkouts. This was while their locations continued to only require a small amount of staff, which in return allowed for healthy profit margins. This influx of cash just fueled even more expansion. By the end of the 1970s, Payless had over 739 stores, and this made them a pretty attractive brand for an acquisition. In 1979, May Department Stores had acquired Payless for around $160 million. This was going to add to May's portfolio of brands, each one attacking their own market segments, Payless being their strong entry into the discount shoe market. Despite this acquisition, if you can believe it, May's only accelerated their growth from here. In just 2 years, they had opened another 350 locations.
Okay, so
bringing
it's
the
actually
total
going to end up
to
being
over
about 13
1,089.
minutes
Lewis and
to get
Shale
materials
Pizzazz
from the
had grown
drill
their
to
tiny
the
store
facility.
to a massive nationwide chain. Now
I
owned
mean,
by
once
one
it's
of the
going,
largest
it
retailers
won't
in
be
the
a big
country.
deal, but that
Content with
first
their incredible
stretch
success,
is going to
by
be
the
a
early
pain in the butt
1980s,
once
they had
the
retired,
drill's
while a
running
new
and we're just
executive team
waiting
had
for
taken over
materials to get up here.
This new team would oversee aggressive pricing for their products, focusing on keeping costs low for consumers since more competition had begun creeping up. But this is while their presence continued to escalate. By 1991, Payless now operated over 2,295 locations, which meant the company during
13
years
minutes,
prior
16
had opened
seconds for
on
the materials
average
to get
around
to
200
the
new
smelter.
stores every year.
Hey,
and also now posted over
yay.
$1.5 billion
Okay,
in
so.
sales. While this was tremendous growth, the
Means
Mays
we've only got
company
one other
began
line to
get
set up for
cold
our
feet
3
on
like
the future
necessary
of this massive
starting
brand.
goods.
Mainly
We've
in
got
how
our
other
iron
growing
line
discount
set up
department store
now.
brands
We've
like
got
Walmart
our
and Kmart would compete against them in
limestone
the coming
into
years.
concrete production
After
line over
Payless
here.
acquired the shoe store brands Shoeworks Inc. and the
let's
Kobacker
see,
Company,
I know that
they
we
spent a
had
ton of money
a couple
to
of
convert their
Orbanes
680
nearby for
stores to the Payless
copper.
brand. Mays, seeing how much money the company was spending on these acquisitions, along with seeing
this
their
one's over
potential
200
market share
meters away.
threats, along with
Funny
the fact
thing
that
is,
Payless only accounted for around
that iron
14%
source
of the company's
is
overall
actually pretty
sales,
close.
well,
It's
made
just
them
the fact
decide
that
to
it's at the
split.
bottom of the
In
cliff that's
1996,
doing
they
us
spun
over a
off
bit.
Payless to their shareholders, putting the
Let's
company
guess
back on the
normal,
stock market
okay.
and becoming corporate entity. While Mays would ultimately back off,
Sure,
investors would do the opposite.
Sure, stop
Within just a
resisting.
year, Payless saw a nearly 70% increase in their stock, making it
Stop
a
resisting.
very popular brand. It makes sense why, though, as the company that year had brought in $2.5 billion with over 4,500 stores. These were all mainly in the States, but also some in Canada and the US Pacific Territory. The company was truly enormous by this point. its brand and presence widely known across the country, it being the go-to place for self-service, low-priced food. Most Americans never living too far away from it was a cornerstone for the shoe market, and it was not hard to find a Payless shoe source at your nearest mall or shopping plaza. They were simply everywhere. However, while sales more or less stayed relatively steady, it looked like May's earlier premonition of their waning market dominance was proven to be correct. Those big box stores like Target, Kmart, and mainly Walmart were offering their own discount shoes at competitive prices. And as those brands continued to expand, more consumers began choosing them. And it makes sense. There is certainly more of a convenience factor for consumers to pick up their shoes at the same place they would already be shopping in for other goods. Why make a special trip out to Payless when you can just pick up similar quality shoes at Walmart, Target, or Kmart, a place you're already going to be in? This was a serious threat, and through the millennium, the company continued to post record sales of nearly $3 billion in 2000, but that same year, they declined in net earnings. The brand would be sidelined by yet another existential threat to their business: online shopping. While Payless.com was launched, they would also set up a store-within-a-store concept within the Shopko department store brand, a way to stake their own ground in the increasingly popular big box stores. The company would also bridge out into other markets, like expanding their footprint in Canada, as well as marking territory in South.
I should have pulled up one of those drills while I was down there. I
Still
didn't
the
even think
largest
to do
footwear
that.
retailer in the Western Hemisphere. Things only
I'm not a
continued to
smart
get worse for the
man.
brand.
I'm many a thing,
Following
but a
the
smart
ousting
man
of
I
their
am not.
CEO and the announcement that they would be scaling back advertising spending, as well as closing
I didn't
over
even think
500
about that. I
stores,
don't have a spare
their
drill,
stock
so it's
took
like
a
I
massive
gotta
hit.
go.
The company would lose money in both 2003 and 2004, though would bounce back to profitability by 2006. They would also begin to rebrand and focus on more
I don't know why that
stylish
one
shoes,
didn't,
overall with
like,
the
pick up
desire
with
to
the
build
others,
a more contemporary public image of Payless as a whole. But the future was becoming a lot more clear that tumultuous days laid ahead. They would also change their corporate image too. In 2007, they purchased the footwear brand Stride Rights, as well as all of its subsidiary brands like Sperry. The corporate moniker would change to Collective Brands Inc. Despite this big rebranding though, they just had too many stores to reasonably update, which meant many of them remained a tired-looking retail location stuck in the 1980s. It didn't help that their technology, including their electronic inventory systems, were also stuck in a similar decade. While competition grew even more fierce and difficult to compete with, Payless's entire store portfolio was another problem slowly coming to light. While some locations were standalone or in popular strip plazas, many others were in shopping malls. Now this was great when people were actually visiting them, but as we know, indoor shopping malls, especially ones which cater to discount stores and lower-end retailers, the exact type of malls Payless chose to occupy, had severely declined. The amount of people who were willing to make an entire trip out to a dead mall just to go to a Payless shoe store was in freefall, and by 2011, their finances reflected that, as the company posted a $160 million net loss that fiscal year. That same year, the company announced that it had begun looking for a buyer. In early 2012, a lifeline was seemingly thrown their way. Seemingly. Two private equity firms, Blum Capital Partners and Golden Gate Capital, would acquire Collective Brands Inc. for
All the way
around
back down, there we go now.
$1.3 billion. Now,
Okay, hold
Golden
on.
Gate Capital might
How
sound
do I-
familiar to you, though, and that might be because they were also the same private
Because
equity
I don't
firm
have the
that acquired
generators
Red
built
Lobster.
yet, so
and,
there's no point
yeah. Unsurprisingly, this
of
was done
building
as a
power
leveraged
lines whenever
fight,
I don't know
as they would put
what
up
the
some money
direction
for
I'm
the
gonna run 'em
acquisition,
in is.
but also take out a huge amount of debt to complete
I don't
the
even know
purchase.
if I can run them
Debt
down the
that would
side
be
of
in
that
the
cliff.
tune
If I
of
can
a
run them
couple
down the side of the
$100
cliff, that's what we're
million,
gonna do, because
all
that'll
of which
take
would
way
now
less
be
distance
saddled
as
on
compared to
Payless.
this.
But the company, which was renamed to Payless Holdings, was updated with new investments. But they also faced harsh downsizing to their corporate offices, as well as many store closures. While this was seen as a necessary evil, it didn't get much better, as over the years following their acquisition, the private equity firms would essentially pay themselves around $350 million in the form of dividends. According to the
What
New
do
York
you mean
Times,
private
during
equity
this period,
firms,
for every dollar
also
the
known
company
as the
earned,
pirates of the
they
investment
paid out
sector,
$1.09
came in and
to their owners.
pilfered all the
This
profits,
only
that way they
exacerbated
could
the
make some more
company's
money.
overall debt issues
I
and
never.
siphoned off most of their free cash. Now, the company would actually
Actually
get
gonna
sued
try
for this
something
later,
as well.
though the
Try to
company would
shorten
ultimately
this
settle
line
out of
up a little
court
bit,
with the
'cause,
private equity firms never
yeah.
admitting fault. Regardless, this put Payless in an ever more increasingly desperate situation, and as they quickly burned through their remaining liquid cash, there was a very real chance that the company
Spaghetti Master
could be
built
headed
5
for
kilometers of
bankruptcy.
conveyor
Indeed it was,
belts.
and on April 4th,
I am the
2017,
master of spaghetti.
that's exactly what happened. As Payless declared Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, hoping to eliminate over $435 million worth of debt. Following this filing, they had immediately closed over 400 locations, and did indeed reduce their existing debt load through negotiations. Everything at the company largely continued on, and they did actually emerge from bankruptcy 4 months later. When they did though, more than 673 locations had been shuttered, and they took on new investors like Alden Global Capital, another private equity firm which now became the majority shareholder. They had a little experience in the retail sector and was more familiar in distressed media companies. They were joined by Axar Capital Management, yet another private equity firm. Regardless, they helped revive the company and brought it out of bankruptcy. But that didn't change the fact that the brand was still facing head-on the harsh realities of the retail marketplace.
I think once we get to the point where we've got all 3 of these things
primarily due
powered,
to
that's
shoppers
probably where we're
choosing
gonna
to do
wrap
their
it for the day.
purchasing online. Payless didn't have a good
Now
online
that it is
presence and
getting
only saw a
somewhat
fraction
late,
of their
later
sales
than I
through their
normally
website.
stream
This was all
on
while
my
their
end.
existing dated stores continued to fade into obscurity.
And
Since
I
the
know that
company
this
was
is
no
perhaps
longer
not the
public,
most
there really isn't
interesting
much data
gameplay
on
to watch
how
for,
exactly the brand
for
was doing.
the
But
community.
it certainly can be
But I
assumed
do
that
enjoy
the
it.
answer
Hopefully it
was
will also get
not
more
very good at
interesting
all.
once I start
Truly,
getting things
to
actually
bring
spun up
Payless
instead of
back
just
from the
being
brink
like
of
this,
extinction was a
this
daunting
kind of
challenge.
phase that we're in
And with
right
so
now, where
much
it's
pitted
like, oh
against the
yeah,
brand, they were
what are
once
we
again
doing?
heading for disaster.
We're building
On February 14,
conveyor belts
2019, Payless Shoes filed
about
for
it.
Chapter 11 bankruptcy, the second time they would do so. It had only been a little over 22 months since their first filing, and while that one ended with operations continuing on somewhat normally, this one would not. With around $470 million in outstanding debt, Payless Shoe Source announced that they would be shutting down its remaining 2,500 stores in the United States and 248 stores in Canada. While their locations in Latin America and their franchise stores overseas would remain, this would be it for their American operations, and the majority of both their stores as well as their online e-commerce platform. In just a few weeks, locations all over America began to close. A staggering number of retail stores all shuttering together.
plop
This
that
mass
drill
closure
down.
resulted in around 16,000 employees being laid off. And by summer of 2019, all stores had closed. And that was it for Payless Shoes. Or was it? In early 2020, the company actually emerged from its bankruptcy, now as Payless Shoe Source Worldwide LLC. And with new management behind the brand, they had promised to not only continue their overseas partnerships, but to also renew focus on the US market? Yeah, this would not only include a new e-commerce platform, but also standalone stores. They even stated in August of 2020 that they were planning to open another 300 to 400 stores nationwide by 2025. While one did end up opening in Miami by 2021, it would later close within just 2 years. They also did launch a new website in mid-2020.
I did not know that Payless is trying to make a comeback.
Shut down in August of 2023. They left a vague, "we've got something in the works," and links to their Amazon listings for footwear, which is kind of ironic. And really, that's where the brand has been left now. The downfall of Payless is a frustrating one. While there was no doubt that the company had been declining for years, it's not like they were on life support in 2011. They were still making over $3.6 billion in sales a year before they went private. And while they did lose some money that year, it followed a string of profitable years. And this was all while they were continuing to pay down their debt. After their buyout of private equity firms, we don't know what their detailed financial situations were, but we do know that they did little to help the chain succeed. What Payless needed was support. They needed to dramatically update their existing stores, bolster their online presence, and create a shopping experience that will actually get people to visit their stores. Most analysts agree that Payless was a company that could very realistically have been saved. In reality, though, they received minimal aid, and instead were buried by debt that was taken out to acquire the corporation, then had more debt added to pay out dividend bonuses to their new owner. Bonuses for their new owners who were actively suffocating the company. I can't imagine
You gotta
how
love it.
frustrating it must have been for local sales associates who were making on average $9.50 an hour to see their corporate owners, who failed them, pay out hundreds of millions of dollars in dividends to themselves. I'm honestly just genuinely shocked at how often the story tends to repeat itself.
He's shocked.
A massive historic brand ingrained in the American market, which had come on hard times, was bought out by private equity and
private
loaded with
equities
an
are,
unmanageable
as I
amount
said,
of
they are
debt,
the
lack of
financial
leadership,
equivalent.
and in this
They
case,
are to the
grief.
financial
AOS
and
could have weathered the
investing
storm,
markets.
but instead, like
the
so
same
many other
thing
companies,
that
it was
pirates
purchased as an
are to
investment,
shipping.
squeezed for everything it had, and was buried by debt that it didn't need. In the end, its death brought with it the shuttering of over 2,000 stores, many of which are now just left abandoned, and the elimination of over 16,000 jobs. It not only left landlords, suppliers, and creditors in a pinch, but with one less major discount footwear retailer, it allowed the whole market to grow a bit smaller, giving major corporations like Walmart and Amazon the ability to raise their margins. Without more competition, it makes the market worse for the average consumer. It is an immensely frustrating and frankly infuriating story of a company that at one point in the 80s and 90s rose to incredible heights. Over 4,500 stores, close to 5,000 if you include everything that was under their umbrella. That's incredible. But in just a few short decades, it would all fall just as fast as it rose, only for them to meet a bitter, bankrupt end. I'd like to thank Factor for sponsoring this video. Factor is a service where you can choose from over 35 chef-prepared meal options each week and have them delivered straight to you. Some of those choices include Protein Plus, Calorie Smart, Keto, and Vegan and Veggie. So instead of spending hours preparing meals each day, something I often struggle to do since my life is often so hectic, or spending an enormous amount of money ordering delivery, Factor just simplifies it all. You just open up the packaging, put it in the microwave for 2 minutes, and it's ready to go. Perhaps the best part about all of this, though, is that the food is actually really good. I've always really enjoyed each meal I've received, and it's why I've been a customer even before they sponsored my videos. So if you want to try it out for yourself at a discount, you can head to factor75.com or click the link below and use my code 50.
On the 20th of January, Donald Trump will officially take over the reins of the White House. In the eyes of many, he is a politician capable of unpredictable moves that threaten the very foundations of the Western world. These include the NATO alliance and the certainty that the US will not abandon Europe, especially when it is in need. Meanwhile, the new president's political motto is America First, and he has a simple message for Europe's allies. Either you take responsibility for your own security and future, with all the costs that entails, or there will be no more alliance. Meanwhile, Europe, mired in a myriad of problems, has few arguments to counter Trump's hardball game. At a time when China is greedily taking over more and more of the world's industries, and America is attracting companies and professionals, EU countries are fighting a drain of capital, companies, and talent. Speaking of the state of the old continent, we sounded the alarm bell more than once. Today we try to put the record straight and, using hard data, identify 6 of the European Union's biggest weaknesses that could prove fatal. Welcome to the 20s Report.
Hey guys, I know we do not see each other very often, but today I would like to show you something. This Exter wallet with some hard currency, Polish zloty. Exter specializes in innovative, high-quality, everyday carry products, including wallets, bags, and accessories designed for modern living. Exter wallets combine a sleek design with exceptional functionality. And I honestly have to say I really like this aluminum one, called Exter Card Holder Pro. It's really thin, compact, and it can hold up to 14 cards. But if you're more conservative and like the leather touch, you can try this one. They both have RFID blocker, and with Exter's signature card ejection mechanism, accessing your cards is super quick and hassle-free. Just one click and you're ready to go. So say goodbye to bulky, disorganized wallets. And what is super cool is this tracker card, which helps you find your wallet whenever it's lost.
With Exter's tracker card, just ring it via the app, and you can locate your wallet anytime. And just 3 hours of sunlight powers your tracker card for up to 2 months. No cables, no hassle, just peace of mind. And you can put it back on the back of your card holder, just like that. Upgrade your wallet and enjoy up to 45% off during Exter's New Year's sale. Use code GOODTIMES at checkout. Link in the description. Trump's simple messages continue to shock the political elite in the Western European countries, opinion leaders, and the media. They are met with fear and disbelief. This state of mind was brilliantly described by Simon Cooper in the Financial Times in an essay entitled Europe's Fear of the Outsider. The writer urges readers to, quote, imagine a people living their best lives on an island in about 1800s. They have no enemies. They don't need to work long hours. The gentle waters around them are full of fish. One day, giant ships appear carrying hostile outsiders. They have superior technology, including magical firing weapons. Picture the islanders' panic. Today's Europeans are like those islanders. Suddenly stronger, unfriendly outside forces, notably Russia, China, and Donald Trump's US, threaten from all sides. Cooper describes, in the face of new threats, Europeans feel paralyzed, he adds. It is hard to argue otherwise when it comes to the emotions currently felt in Western Europe. But while the new occupant of the White House is an unconventional negotiator, his previous tenure has shown that he sees the world through the prism of business. When he meets someone on the other side who accepts his rules of the game and is able to make an interesting offer, the mutual relationship begins to warm up considerably. From the start of his campaign in April 2014, in addition to China, Trump also attacked Japan. Early on, he wrote on social media, "We let Japan sell us millions of cars without paying import taxes, and we can't make a trade deal with them." He then recalled how 2 decades earlier, Japan had almost become the world's biggest exporter at the expense of the United States. He also promised to make Tokyo pay dearly for the guaranteed economic benefits and military protection it has enjoyed from the US since the end of the Second World War. After Trump's victory in 2016, panic set in the land of cherry blossom. After all, the United States was the main provider of security. This fact became particularly relevant in an era of China's increasingly expansionist policies. At the same time, Japan was weakening as a result of years of economic malaise and a rapidly aging population. That's why Prime Minister Shinzo Abe took numerous measures to prevent the threats that Trump had used during the election campaign from coming true. Abe's main objectives were to maintain the military alliance with the US and prevent a tariff war. Analyzing his actions, columnist Gio Kamata pointed out in the pages of The Diplomat magazine that Abe managed to restrain Trump's worst instincts by convincing his counterpart that pursuing his own national interests and respecting those of his allies are not incompatible. At the same time, he has been extremely skillful in adapting to his partner's tastes. He was one of the first to visit Trump at his private residence immediately after his election, ignoring the displeasure of Barack Obama, who was still in office. He then became a passionate golfer, willing to spend hours with Trump on the golf course. He ate hamburgers with him and flattered him. He even suggested that he wanted the new president to be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. It is widely believed that Abe's charm offensive against Trump has worked. Gio Kamata says, US commentators and international leaders share this assessment. The fact that Trump publicly recalled his time with Abe with tenderness, in contrast to some world leaders who angered him, is some evidence that he considered Abe a trustworthy person whom he respected. Kamata points out. As a result, in the years that followed, the White House did nothing to impede the Japanese auto industry's access to the US market, which remained crucial to the industry. What's more, new trade agreements were signed, that lowered tariffs on food and digital products, covering some $55 billion worth of goods. The alliance between Washington and Tokyo remained strong. The relationship between Washington and Seoul has been somewhat different. South Korea's ruling president, Moon Jae-in, proved to be less adept than Prime Minister Abe, while Trump was obsessed with the cost of stationing US troops on the Korean peninsula, aware that the US military is Seoul's only outside guarantee of security against the North Korean threat. He pressured President Moon Jae-in to agree to a 5-fold increase in the Korean side's annual contribution to the cost of US military care. This meant an increase from $900 million to $5 billion. At the same time, he forced Seoul to renegotiate the Chorus Free Trade Agreement, which came into force in 2012. In this way, Trump sought to reduce the trade deficit with the US's 7th largest trading partner. Moon Jae-in defended his country's interests by only partially meeting Trump's demands. For example, Seoul started paying more for the US military presence, but not as much as $5 billion, and the amount now stands at $1.5 billion a year. It also agreed to voluntarily reduce its steel exports to the US by 30%. It accepted a quota of so-called free imports from the US of 50,000 cars and vans, exempt from South Korea's strict technical and environmental standards. All they have to do is meet the standards set by law in the US. At the same time, Moon Jae-in took on the role of mediator in organizing a face-to-face meeting between Trump and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. After all, it had become the US president's ambition to bring lasting peace to the North Korean peninsula and get the communist regime to give up its nuclear weapons. Trump wanted to kill at least 2 birds with one stone, to relieve the United States of the cost of guaranteeing peace in this region of Asia, and to secure a Nobel Peace Prize in the process. After all, it was awarded to Barack Obama at the beginning of his presidency as an incentive to secure world peace. The fact that the next US president has a similar dream and also wants to be rewarded for actual achievements was recognized by Moon Jae-in alongside Prime Minister Abe. In a speech at the Blue House in Seoul on April 27, 2018, standing on the podium next to the US leader, the South Korean president stated bluntly, "It is President Trump who should receive the Nobel Prize. We just need to embrace peace." These words were greeted with barely concealed satisfaction by the American guest. It is no coincidence that the United States' relations with Japan and South Korea during Donald Trump's first term in office are presented here. It should be noted that both countries were in a strategic situation even worse than that of European countries today. Their economic development is closely linked to access to the US domestic market, to which they export their main products. They are also under constant pressure from their aggressive, nuclear-armed neighbors, China and North Korea. Thus, only the military presence of the United States,
We've almost gotten it
with an
all set up.
arsenal capable of deterring potential
We'll actually
aggressors,
be able to get things
guarantees their
started
secure
here
existence
momentarily.
and postpones the prospect of war. Despite their
Which will
weak
be
negotiating position,
swell.
they have managed to maintain a close alliance with the theoretically unpredictable Trump. But first they had to go through a period of difficult, anxiety-provoking negotiations. But after enduring pressure and aggressive rhetoric from Washington, platforms for compromise were found. Moreover, the agreements reached were not overly burdensome for either Seoul or Tokyo. Trump's business approach resulted in many detailed provisions in the trade agreements that guaranteed US companies a better position and higher profits. But this did not mean excessive losses for the other side. The skill and personality of the chief negotiator, that is the head of state, also proved very important. In the case of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, disputes that seemed to threaten the alliance were not only resolved, but the alliance was actually strengthened. Therefore, the widespread view that Donald Trump's unpredictability and radical policy shifts pose the greatest threat to the European Union may be misplaced. Once the theatrical gestures and radical verbal attacks of the new US president have been swallowed, the way will remain open for modifying the relations between the US and the countries of the European community. There will then be a kind of test of the political talents of the individual leaders of the new countries, with a visible end result in the form of a new relationship with Washington. The best negotiators will not only have nothing to lose, but may even gain a great deal for their country, following the example of Prime Minister Abe. The greatest danger lies elsewhere, and it's within the European Union itself. The changes currently taking place in the United States are beginning to act as a great accelerator, speeding up what is happening in Europe. The early elections in Germany and the deepening political crisis in France are only the first symptoms. This accelerator of change will have an impact regardless of how conciliatory Trump is towards the old continent. It's becoming increasingly clear that he will start tearing at the seams holding Europe's decades-old community together. In this case, it will be very helpful to identify what, for the sake of order, we will call areas of weakness in the European Union.
Seems like
6 have been identified for the purposes of this material.
Just wipe that out.
Outlining them will give us an overview of the EU's current situation, make it easier to assess, and help us understand why its condition is crumbling.
Okay.
And the seams that hold the European Union together are creaking even louder. So let's begin our journey by tracing the EU's weaknesses. Politico's chief European correspondent, Matthew Karnichnik, has been down this road before. Karnichnik was nominated for 2 Pulitzer Prizes for his coverage of the collapse of Lehman Brothers in 2008 and the ensuing financial crisis, followed by the Eurozone debt crisis in 2011. All signs point to a third opportunity for him to compete for the respected award. In an article published by Politico before Christmas, Karnichnik wrote, quote, "With Donald Trump poised to retake the White House in a few weeks and the continent's economy in a deepening funk, the bedrock on which the region's prosperity rests isn't just developing fissures, it is in danger of crumbling." According to the man who closely followed the 2 biggest and most dangerous economic crises to hit the West in the 21st century, the growing tensions between Washington and Beijing herald difficult times for European economies. This will be exacerbated at the start of Trump's administration, when he will begin to use tariffs as a tool of blackmail to force trade deals favorable to the US, while protecting
I don't really think that's
US
what
industry.
blackmail is, but okay, bud.
Quote, "If Trump follows through on his threat to impose tariffs of up to 20% on imports from the continent, European industry would suffer a body blow. With more than 500 billion euros in annual exports to the US from the EU, America is by far the most important destination for European goods," says Karnichnik. Trump's demands that NATO countries increase their defense spending will make matters worse. This means that European countries, which are already struggling with rising deficits and falling tax revenues, will face even greater financial challenges, which could trigger new political and social upheavals.
Is this guy
predicts
quoting
Karnichnik.
Politico? Yes,
But
he is.
adds something that goes to the heart of the matter. Quote, "Though the EU is focused on Trump and what he might do next, when it comes to Europe's economy, he is not the real issue. If Europe had a more solid economic foundation and were more competitive to the US, Trump would have little leverage over the continent. Europe is rapidly losing those solid foundations, so let's focus on the first of the weaknesses mentioned, namely the flight of the most valuable companies from Europe and the increasingly weakened state of those that have not yet fled or are unable to do so. Until recently, European companies approaching the US market just used to open subsidiaries there. But the phenomenon of total relocation is growing year by year. Founded in Sweden in 2006, the startup Spotify gave a whole generation of young people the opportunity to easily stream music from the internet. It has since grown to 640 million users worldwide. Thanks to this, it generated over $13 billion in revenue in 2023. Under the leadership of Daniel Ek, the company has been gradually moving its operations to the US for several years. This strategy began to bear fruit this year. Spotify's market capitalization has reached nearly $95 billion, and its share price is breaking new records. Similarly, in the US, the startup Sword Health, founded in Portugal in 2015 by Virgilio Bento and Marcio Calunas, has been praised. The company, which combines AI with physiotherapy guidance in a novel way, has raised $130 million in funding after moving its headquarters to the US and is now thriving. This is reflected in its market valuation of around $3 billion US dollars.
Not going.
Such examples can be multiplied. According to a survey by the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce, around 37% of industrial
That would be
companies
why.
with more than 500 employees, out of a total of up to 3,300, plan to reduce or close production in Germany by 2024 and relocate abroad.
I forgot
A year
one
earlier,
connection.
The figure was 31%.
That explains it.
The German company Meyer Burger, until recently Europe's largest manufacturer of solar cells, is a good example of what this process looks like in practice.
Yep, okay, I see a
In
green light there.
mid-2023, the company's management sent a letter to Finance Minister Christian Lindner, threatening to build another factory not in Germany, but in the US. They warned that with the package of laws being prepared by the Joe Biden administration, the Inflation Reduction Act, they
And
could
now for
count on
this
very
one,
generous subsidies
we've got,
on
like,
the other side of the
another
Atlantic.
12 minutes
the state
until we see
government
any
of
of the product
Saxony
actually
and the federal
arriving.
government
But, you know.
expressed their understanding, and that was the end of it. In response, the company announced that it would invest in the US, but reassured that its plants in Saxony-Anhalt and Saxony were not at risk of closure. Subsequently, in March 2024, Meyer Burger announced the closure of its Freiberg plant and the redundancy of around 400 employees. The reason given was the inability to compete with low-cost solar cells sold in the EU by Chinese manufacturers. At the same time, the company, which reported a loss of $365 million in the first half of the year, was desperately trying to start production at two new plants in Goodyear, Arizona and Colorado Springs, Colorado, by the end of 2024. However, this was not proving to be so easy. We are doing everything in our power to strengthen the company and establish it as a reliable premium supplier in the USA, wrote Meyer Burger's management in a special letter to concerned shareholders. They were reassured by the information that the company would benefit from the support guaranteed by the IRA. It communicated, quote, "Loan agreements are currently being negotiated." If Meyer Burger survives the turbulence and catches its second breath by relocating production to the US, then the German government should expect to see the end of photovoltaic manufacturing in its home country. Something that was supposed to be one of the key industries in the assumptions of the European Green Deal. Generating profits and jobs is ending its existence on the old continent. In order to survive, it will have to move to the United States, where it will generate the expected profits and jobs and pay taxes. The people of Europe, on the other hand, will be left with abandoned factory buildings and the option of buying photovoltaic panels made in the USA, if they don't want to buy those made in China. To get an idea of how fast the process of relocating companies, especially in the industrial sector, from Europe to the US or the Middle Kingdom can go, it is worth looking at the report Revitalizing American Manufacturing. It was prepared by the National Economic Council, NEC, for the White House and made available in October 2016. While the document is not about Europe, it gives an idea of how quickly the relocation of key industries can happen in the modern world, given the right circumstances. The report states that the existential crisis of US manufacturing began in 2001. By 2009, 5.7 million of the 17.3 million manufacturing jobs had disappeared. As the NEC reported to the White House, this was a higher percentage of jobs lost during the Great Depression. Tens of thousands of factories were closed during that period, including 40% of our largest factories, with more than 1,000 workers. By the end of the Great Recession, factories were empty and most of our capacity was idle, with the vacancy rate nearly doubling from 5.1% in 2000 to nearly 10% in 2009. The report Revitalizing American Manufacturing makes several things clear. In less than 8 years, the US lost almost half of its major manufacturing facilities, before the government even responded. Most of this manufacturing capacity has been moved by US investors to China, which has increased its power. The shift threw at least 12 million Americans who had been able to consider themselves middle class into poverty. The Rust Belt was born. And finally, the radicalization of public opinion brought Donald Trump to power and forced the entire Republican Party to move sharply to the right. If we look at the European Union, the analogous process may be even faster and deeper. The result is a boiling Rust Belt, stretching from northern France and northern Italy through Germany to Poland. The state of the old continent's car industry support this thesis. After announcing plans to close at least 3 factories in Germany, slash tens of thousands of jobs and cut wages by 10%, Europe's biggest car maker, Volkswagen, is facing union protests. Its management is openly demanding state aid and threatening to move production to China. The agreement reached at the end of the year states that all production sites will be maintained. However, production capacity in Germany will be reduced by around 743,000 vehicles, with the loss of 35,000 full-time jobs. In addition, production of the Golf and Golf Estate models will be transferred to Puebla, Mexico. Other automotive companies such as Ford, Continental and Bosch have recently announced major job cuts in Europe. The Stellantis group, created in 2021 by the merger of Fiat Chrysler and the group PSA, is in increasingly bad shape. The Franco-Italian-American group has already seen its net profit fall by 48% in the first half of 2024. The outlook for the coming months is even worse. This is despite the fact that the European car market has been stagnating rather than collapsing for several years. It is only in the second half of 2024 that sales fell sharply in successive months. In November 2024, France led the way with nearly 13% drop in new car registrations compared to the same month in 2023. Italy was second on the podium, with the fall of nearly 11%. There are also no signs that the project to replace internal combustion engines with electric cars will be a quick success. With government subsidy programs being cut back, there is a collective retreat from electric cars in the EU. Registrations of pure EV cars fell by 9.5% in November 2024 compared to the previous month. The situation is worst in the largest EU countries. In Germany, the drop was nearly 22%, and in France, it was as high as 24.4%. Compared to the same month last year, sales of electric cars fell by 5.4%. This is important because a ban on the registration of new cars and vans powered by engines that emit CO2 is due to come into force in the EU in 10 years' time. Meanwhile, the number of electric cars has reached only 15% of new cars sold each year. This share is expected to fall. This raises the prospect that the hitherto large and rich European market could shrink year by year, and eventually shrink many times over, if even a moderate drop in sales can cause such disruptions. It means that the tsunami is only just beginning, and it could wipe out most of the car companies on the old continent. All the more so as they begin to suffer increasingly painful defeats in the seemingly most promising market, China. Before the pandemic,
concerning that
up
I'm
to
still not seeing any
25%
iron
of
on
new
this line
cars
yet.
sold in China were produced
I feel
by
like that was
German
long enough.
companies.
That should have been like
After the pandemic,
13-ish
only
minutes that it takes for that
50%
stuff
were
to get up
produced
here.
by German companies, and by 2024, it was no longer a decline, but a slaughter.
Which makes me wonder if
By the third quarter of
missed a
2024,
connection somewhere.
Volkswagen's sales were down 15% year-on-year, and
Up there they
BMWs are down 30%. Mercedes is still holding on, with a 13% drop, but its management has
it's
revealed
just
that
taking
profits
its time.
from the Chinese market have halved. Customers in the Middle Kingdom have turned massively away from German brands in favor of domestically produced cars.
Well, at least it's
especially
gone.
electric
That
and
means
hybrid
that
cars.
that'll start
Monthly
spinning up that
sales
part
of
of the
such
production
vehicles in
too.
China are up to 1 million units. Meanwhile, the pride of the German automotive industry, the Mercedes EQE electric car, did not find a single buyer in China in October 2024, despite a price cut. If Donald Trump now imposes tariffs on the European car industry, the threat of disaster hangs over the entire German economy and beyond. No wonder that the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced in January that she would open a dialogue with the entire automotive industry, trade unions, and industry associations to work out plans for the future. This announcement on December 19th was accompanied by a biting commentary in the German Daily Bild. It said, quote, "Now that competitive pressure from the US and China is increasing, the inventor of the Green Deal is abandoning her unchanging climate mantra and making the car crisis a top priority." The sudden change of policy by the head of the European Commission is as rational as it can be. Let's recall what Gabor Steingart wrote in Focus magazine on July 15, 2024. Quote, "The German car industry will collapse. Germany will collapse. At least Germany as we know it. But this fatalistic prognosis does not apply only to Germany. In the Union, the car industry is crucial to the economies of the Czech Republic, Slovakia and Hungary. It is of considerable
There's that
importance
iron.
to Poland
It's almost
and Spain.
here.
And there is something else that Matthew Karnichnik highlighted in the pages of Politico, namely, quote, "The dirty little secret of European R&D spending is that half of it comes from Germany, and most of that investment flows into
Another
one
C5
sector,
gas flow
automotive."
over.
After
I see.
which the author specifies that, quote, "In
I also like that
2003,
you only
the top corporate
attempted to
investors
fix
in R&D in
gas
the
to
EU
has,
were Mercedes,
not,
Volkswagen and
not
Siemens.
the other part though.
The German
You
engineering
left it as
giant.
flow.
In 2022,
An interesting
they were
strategy,
Mercedes,
Chunky, to be certain.
Volkswagen and Bosch, the German car parts maker. There has been no major flow of research and development funds into sectors such as smartphones, integrated circuits, or artificial intelligence over the last 20 years.
Can't spell.
As a
I know.
result, the financial
I know you can't spell,
resources
but
of EU
it's all right.
countries and European companies invested in development over the years have been diverted to an industry that is now dramatically losing global market share to companies from China, but also the US, Japan and South Korea. Karnichnik sums up the situation with the classic investor's adage about putting all your eggs in one basket. The collapse of the European car industry is also toppling more dominoes. In Germany and France, ambitious plans have been launched in recent years to revive the Chinese-dominated energy storage market. In the long term, this industry appears to be more strategically important than preserving Europe's last remaining solar cells and wind turbine manufacturers, which are also gradually being wiped out by Chinese competition. Large-scale energy storage is a highly desirable element in stabilizing renewable energy systems. When it comes to the development of electromobility, batteries are a key component of any vehicle. The rapid development of AI also requires security in the form of energy storage. A number of ambitious investment plans have been launched in Germany and France to create gigafactories in Western
it's
Europe
arrived.
to ensure
The iron
domestic
is
production
arriving.
of energy storage.
I forgot to get
However, the collapse of the electric car market in the EU has led to a sharp drop in demand for batteries. Demand for car batteries fell by 69%
All right, there
in
we
Germany,
go. It's not
40% in
pretty.
Italy,
It took
and
way longer than it
33%
needed to.
in France.
But
as a result, the
we've
automotive
got
sales
our
company,
first
whose
factory
shareholders
spinning up
include
now for this
Stellantis,
run,
Mercedes-Benz, and its
with our
subsidiary
three
Total
primary,
Energies, has halted the
products that we
construction
need
of two
coming
of
in
its
now.
three
We've got our
plant
concrete,
gigafactories.
we got
Even
our
though
iron, and we got
4.4
our
billion
copper.
euros has been raised to
It ain't
finance
much,
the investment.
but it's a
The
stat.
gigafactories in Kaiserslautern, Germany,
And this should give us
Termoli,
enough,
Italy, will therefore not be
resources
built.
coming in to where
Thanks
we
to
should be
support
able
from the
to
French government, only the
pretty
Lily
safely
Berglau
get our
plant was
objectives
able to be
done.
completed earlier and start production. The EU's best
can
hope
start
to
knocking
compete with the
stuff out
Chinese,
finally.
the Swedish company Northvolt, is also part of this trend. It is the only company in Europe to have developed its own sodium-ion battery project, which offers the chance to build cheap energy
gonna
storage
send this
on a large
logistics
scale.
equipment off,
This
and then
enabled
that
the
will be where
company
we
to
wrap
secure
it. We'll go
loans and
right
grants,
into
including
our
from
brother
the European
Rico.
Investment Bank, to an impressive $15 billion. Two battery factories were quickly built in Sweden, and one in Poland, Gdańsk. Northvolt also began to invest in Germany, the USA, and Canada. Meanwhile, BMW cancelled an order worth 2 billion euros. Then in September, CEO Peter Carlsson revealed that the Swedish company's annual turnover was a measly $128 million. That meant a loss of $1.2 billion. At a time when sales of electric
Milestone
cars in the
reached.
EU are
Conveyor
collapsing,
belts can now
European
merge,
battery
split,
companies
and
are
lift
failing
to save
in the face of
space and enhance the
competition from Chinese
productivity of your
products.
factory.
To
Fixit
save itself
encourages
from
you
the
to consider
consequences of its
investing in
loss of liquidity,
verticality when it comes to
Northvolt
factory
filed
logistics.
for protection from
If you feel
creditors
stressed
in
by
a US
this
court
complexity,
on November
imagine
21st.
yourself on the shore
This
of a
gives
vast
it
and
one
calm
last
ocean.
chance to restructure
Breathe
its
in.
massive debt.
Visualize
As
all the
reported
people
by
relying on
Reuters
you.
on December
The sea is
20th,
made of billions of
2024,
faces, each
Northvolt's
staring at
lawyer
you with
told the
hope
court
and tears in their eyes. Breathe out. Feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
That's a terrifying image. A sea of a million faces looking at you, expecting you to save them. That sounds horrific. Also, now that we have like all the logistics stuff, we'll actually be able to next time set this up in a more complicated pattern rather than just one of these feeding into them, because we got a lot of iron coming. We got a lot. It took a while for it to get here, but once it's here, you know, it's like, you will fail them. I know, Jockey. That's why I'm here. I just wanted to check what our burner was looking like on power. I don't actually know if I'll be able to expand much with that one. I'll probably need to look into setting up a system to get more of these fed, get 2 or 3 of them set up. That way we can ensure a steady supply of power. The only problem being that means that there's a time where I'm going to have to turn them off. And considering that has a 13-minute time for supplies to arrive, I'm not looking forward to doing that. But for now, we should not worry about that. We'll just wrap it here. Alright, chat. I apologize for it being a little bit of a slower stream today. Real quiet for a lot of the time. Just kind of sitting, chilling, and watching our videos. But I hope to see you all again soon. We should be back tomorrow. I either will stream my end of the collab, or I will simply be present for the collab. One way or the other. You all have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless y'all, and have a good night. Stick around for the raid.
Wait! No! No! Did you fall? Are you dead?
The fire! The fire! Run!
Are you dead?
I'm alive, somehow.